Claws and Clues, A Paw Paw's Pet Bakery Cozy Mystery. Book 5, written and narrated by Lena Turner. Chapter 1. It sure is hot today. Especially for June, it almost feels like I'm back in Alabama, not in Michigan, I said to my friend and employee Missy. It's definitely been a lot hotter so far this summer than I can remember. To be honest, my grandpa lived and died by the Farmer's Almanac. Maybe we should check it out. My grandpa did the same thing, and he swore he was always right, even though I was little and didn't know if he was telling the truth or pulling my leg, like he often was. At least we have air conditioning in here, I said. In here was my pet bakery business, Paw Paw's Pet Bakery. I catered to pet owners who only wanted the finest treats for their pets. My name is Myrtle Moore, but I go by Tillie, and I had moved to Sweet Haven, Michigan from Alabama almost 3 years ago after I divorced my husband of 20-plus years. When I found out he had a wandering eye, I immediately divorced him. No way was I putting up with that. Our 2 kids were in college at the University of Michigan, which had been funded by my great-aunt. So it's not like I had kids at home. Not that it would have made a difference. I could put up with a lot, but not cheating. My aunt had been eccentric and very wealthy and had offered to pay for both kids' colleges. If they went to the University of Michigan, it was my aunt's alma mater and not an easy school to get into. So the kids had worked hard, knowing that a free education and not graduating from college with student loan debt was an amazing gift. She had also left me her house when she died, when I realized I didn't want to stay in the town, where I might run into my ex and the 25-year-old bimbo he was currently spending time with. I picked up and moved to Michigan and opened the bakery, which had always been my dream. That's true. The air conditioning at my apartment is old and having a really hard time keeping up with this heat. It's blowing out more lukewarm air than cold, Missy said. Have you told your landlord? All 4 of us who live in the building have, but it pretty much falls on deaf ears. I'm sure once the AC finally goes for good, it will take forever to get her to replace it. That doesn't seem right. No, but for the price, I really don't want to complain. Who owns that house that you live in? I asked. Speak of the devil. What? She just walked in. Edna Birch is your landlord? Have you told me that before? I asked. Edna Birch was a resident of Sweet Haven and was a little more than crazy about her cat, Logan. She came in about once a week to see what special treat I had made because Logan liked variety. She was always offering suggestions on new flavors. I didn't mind. She wasn't the only one who liked to offer suggestions. It was all part of good customer service. Probably not. I've lived there for over a year, and while she knows my name because it's on the check I send her every month, she's never once recognized me in here, and I'm okay with that. I heard the swinging door between the front and the back squeak, and looked over from where Missy and I were standing to see Mr. Cuddles walking through with Daisy and Beans behind him. Hey, buddy, I called out to him. Mr. Cuddles was the cane corso I had adopted last Halloween when his owner's life was cut tragically short. Daisy was the St. Bernard I'd had since she was a baby. Same with Beans, my Vietnamese pig. I rescued both under various circumstances. I've always had a soft heart for pets. That's how my love for making pet treats came about. There was a time years ago when money was tight and pet treats for my dog were a luxury, not a necessity. So I started making my own and found I really liked it. I mostly made them for friends and family, and then every once in a while, I would sell them at the church bake sale. People were always telling me I should open my own business, but when I was married, my now ex-husband had wanted none of that. He wanted me home so dinner could be on the table every day at 6. When my aunt died and left me a little bit of money along with the house, I decided to take the plunge. And so far, the business was doing really well. I wasn't a millionaire or anything, but I was able to break even during the winter months. And during the tourist season, sales skyrocketed. What is your flavor of the day? Edna asked in her uppity tone as she walked up to the counter. It didn't bother me. She was who she was, like most communities. Sweet Haven was made up of a variety of people, and I was a people person, so even the more difficult ones didn't bother me much. Missy had skedaddled to the other side of the bakery, pretending to rearrange a shelf when Edna came over. I almost wanted to mention that Missy was a tenant and was having an issue with her air conditioning, but I had a feeling Missy wouldn't be too thrilled with that. Our special today is the Peach's Paw. It's a muffin top made with pureed peaches. The last time we did this flavor, it sold really well. I'm sure Logan would love it." "He's very particular," she sniffed. I had to refrain from rolling my eyes. That wouldn't be good for business, but sometimes customers were just too much. Animals weren't often picky. "I am sure Logan would like them. If you want to buy a couple to see if he likes them, I can refund you if he doesn't." That wasn't an option I offered to everyone, but Edna was a good customer. Even if she was somewhat difficult, she was in here once or twice a week without fail. "I suppose they are worth a try. Ring me up for 4. I had to stifle another smile. This was our normal routine, Edna would say. She just wasn't sure Logan would like whatever the special was. And I would offer her a deal. Edna would buy 4 and not one would get returned. "Here you go," I said after wrapping up her purchases. Edna nodded and turned to walk out when she suddenly stopped short. And I could hear her hiss. She glanced over at Missy, who had a wide-eyed look on her face and jerked her head toward the front door. And all of a sudden I saw what had captured Edna's attention. Stanley Potter, Edna's arch-nemesis. This wasn't going to be pretty. You see, Edna and Stanley were bitter rivals. It started over the annual Summer Best Lawn Contest. Long before I moved to Sweet Haven, one might think the annual Summer Best Lawn Contest might not be something that would make enemies. But it was. It was a coveted prize, and one Edna stole from Stanley last year after he had won it 3 years running. Suffice it to say he was a sore loser, and there had been animosity between them since, resulting in the town taking sides. Both were customers of Paw Paw's pet bakery, Edna for her cat Logan, and Stanley had a prize-winning rabbit, Lord Fluffington. It was no great surprise that they would eventually both show up in the bakery at the same time. I steeled myself for the confrontation that was about to happen. Luckily, the bakery wasn't that busy right now. "Stanley," Edna forced out, in a tone that no one would have thought was genuine. I would have almost found it comical if I wasn't worried about them disrupting my other customers. "Edna," Stanley said in the same forced tone. At first, I thought Edna would continue on her way and an altercation would be averted, but as soon as I heard the next sentence come out of Stanley's mouth, I knew that was wishful thinking. "I assume you're here buying treats for that no-good scoundrel of a cat of yours," Stanley spat out. "And here we go," I said to myself. I was behind Edna and could see her back stiffen. There was no way she was going to let that comment slide. "How dare you say anything about Logan," she said, her voice rising on each word. "I wouldn't if you kept him at home. He is always in my yard and bothering Lord Fluffington." "That is a ridiculous accusation. Logan doesn't leave my fenced-in yard and definitely doesn't bother your rabbit." The disdain with which Edna uttered the word rabbit made Stanley's face turn red. At least that's what I assumed really set him off. "I have proof that Raggedy Cat has been sniffing around Lord Fluffington's outdoor lounging spot," Stanley shouted. "Lies, you're just jealous I won Best Lawn last summer, and I'm going to do it again. I saw some crabgrass sprouting in your yard," she said smugly. I didn't think Stanley's face could get any redder, but I was wrong. I started to fear he would have a stroke or something. "You probably planted it there, you and that blasted cat of yours. I had to admit I wouldn't put it past her." Edna took a step closer to Stanley, and I looked over at Missy. I could tell we were both thinking the same thing. It looked like they might come to blows, and we would have to break them up. "I've never cheated a day in my life." "Now out of my way," Edna said. "You better watch it, Edna, and keep that cat at home where he belongs, or you'll be sorry," Stanley yelled to her, retreating back. I breathed a sigh of relief when Edna was gone and Stanley turned his attention to our display of treats that weren't for cats and dogs. I assumed he was picking some out for Lord Fluffington. "Well, that certainly was something." Missy sidled up to me and whispered, "See why I don't bother asking her about my air conditioning." "She certainly is a piece of work, they both are," I said, happy they were done fighting in my store, though I couldn't help but wonder if they would ever get over their feud. Something told me no. Chapter 2. I yawned as I put another tray of our best-selling item, peanut butter biscuits, in the oven. Missy and I took turns coming in early to get baking done before the bakery opened, and today was my day. For a long time, I tried to do all the baking myself, as that was the part I liked the most. But when we opened the online store and the demand required we bake daily instead of 3 or 4 days a week, it got to be too much. It was much more manageable. Being able to share the responsibilities, I started to mix up another batch when Missy came bursting through the back door. "Did you hear?" she said in a breathless tone. "Hear what?" I looked over my shoulder at her, wondering what she was talking about. "Lord Fluffington is missing." "What? Are you sure? How do you know?" "I was at the coffee shop picking up lattes for us, and Stanley was in there putting up a poster on the community board. He said Lord Fluffington was in his outside cage in the morning, like always, to enjoy the weather before it got too hot. And when he went back an hour later to get him, he was gone." I couldn't even imagine one of my beloved fur babies missing. I looked over to where Mr. Cuddles, Daisy, and Beans were all sleeping in the corner on their beds and felt comforted that I knew where mine were. "Poor Stanley. He must be beside himself," I said. "He was a wreck." And of course, telling anyone who would listen that it was Edna and her cat behind this. Seriously, he really thinks Edna would do something to his prize rabbit? I'm pretty sure he was serious. A little deranged, but serious. "But I'm sure no one is going to think that Edna had anything to do with it," Missy said. "She might have had issues with Stanley, but she would never harm an animal." I doubt Edna is going to be that magnanimous when she hears what Stanley is saying. Edna wasn't pleasant on a good day. I couldn't imagine what her reaction was going to be at this, not to mention it wasn't very neighborly of Stanley to jump to such accusations. The rest of the day was busy, and I didn't have time to really think about Edna and Stanley until I closed the shop and headed next door to the Sweet Haven Beanery coffee shop to meet up with my friends Hillary and Chelsea. "Did you hear about Stanley's prize rabbit getting out?" Hillary said before she even said hi as I walked into her coffee shop. "Missy told me when she came in today." "Oh, that's right. She did come in this morning. Seems like so long ago," Hillary laughed. Before she could say anything else, our other friend Chelsea came in, and after the greetings were over, Hillary shooed us back to our favorite table in a space big enough to accommodate Beans, Mr. Cuddles, and Daisy, so they wouldn't be in the way of customers. Even though they weren't with me, it was still our table. "I'll go make our coffees and let Tiffany focus on customers, but I'm going to force you to try a new flavor." "And that is?" I asked. "It's a secret. I want to see if you can guess." Hillary went back behind the counter as Chelsea and I walked to the table. "Did you leave Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles at the bakery?" Chelsea asked. "I did. It seems like the last few times I brought them in here, they were more of a distraction to Hillary's employees than anything else, which makes me feel bad. That's because it was her high school staff, and you can't expect high school girls to not want to play with dogs and a pig," Chelsea said. "Good point. Now I feel even worse because I know Beans especially would have liked to see you." Chelsea and Beans had had a special relationship from the moment I had moved to town and Chelsea and Beans met. Chelsea was always willing to pet him as long as he wanted, which was no small feat. All three of them were well trained, with Beans being the most stubborn, and sometimes you needed to cajole him, but for the most part, they were well behaved. It was just a lot to take care of 3 big animals clamoring for attention, but Chelsea loved it. And in fact, was getting ready to open her own doggy daycare and boarding facility. "That's okay. I'll make sure to spend some time with him soon. You and Ben seem to be spending more time together lately. Maybe it's time for a weekend away?" Chelsea said suggestively. Chelsea was referring to Ben Donovan, the sheriff of Sweet Haven, and someone special to me. "Oh, a weekend getaway would be great for you and Ben," Hillary said, catching the tail end of the conversation as she set down our drinks and a plate of pastries. As usual, the plate of pastries was full of broken pieces, something that might not look appetizing to a customer but tasted just fine. Hillary didn't serve sweet treats that didn't look perfect, and always had some rejects on hand each day that she gave away. All too often, when I stopped in after the bakery closed, she tried to give me a box of goodies. I had gained 5 pounds since moving here. "I wonder what Edna thinks about Stanley's accusations," I said, changing the subject. Not that I usually minded talking about Ben, but I didn't need them pressuring me to go away with him for the weekend. We hadn't exactly reached that stage in our relationship. We hadn't even defined if we had a relationship. I liked Ben, but I was in no hurry, and he wasn't either. At least I didn't think so. Honestly, I was surprised when she didn't come in today. She usually comes in every day around 2 for her tea and biscotti. I thought maybe she wasn't feeling well or was so livid about the Stanley thing that she didn't trust herself to come to town in case she saw him, Hillary said. I want to be a fly on the wall next time they meet, Chelsea said. I'm sure when that happens, the gossip mill will make sure we all know about it, I said. So Chelsea, how is it going at Chelsea's Canines? Chelsea's family owned the jet ski and boat rental place in Sweet Haven. For several years, her dad had told her he was going to retire and turn over running the business to her, giving her a date on more than one occasion, and even once going so far as to have a retirement party planned. Every time he had changed his mind, and Chelsea had finally decided to forge her own path and took her love of animals and found a need in Sweet Haven, resulting in her opening her own business. The final inspection to get my certificate of occupancy is in a few days, and I'm stressed out. Is there still work to be done? Hillary asked. Nothing that the inspector is going to care about, just some cosmetic stuff, but still, I've been a wreck. I understand. I felt the same way when I was getting ready to open the bakery, but I know things are going to work out just fine, and the pets of Sweet Haven will have a great time at your place. I hope so. I know once we get the all clear to open, I will be stressed over other issues, so I might as well get used to it. Hillary and I started laughing. I hate to tell you, but you nailed it. Being a business owner sounds all glamorous, but it's a lot of hard work and worry. However, I have every confidence you are going to do an amazing job, I said. And we'll be here to help you in any way we can, Hillary added. Georgina will too. Georgina, who owned Blooms and Blossoms located on the other side of the beanery, and Missy were the other members of our lady gang, as we like to call ourselves. They hadn't been able to make it tonight, but I knew they supported Chelsea just as much as we did. The three of us chatted for a while longer, and when our vanilla lattes were empty and we'd devoured the treats, we all decided to leave. I went back to the bakery and loaded up Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles into my new-to-me Chevy Traverse, which was a mid-size SUV that was lowest to the ground of its kind to make it easier for the animals to get in and out. I still used a ramp, but it was less steep than it was for my Jeep, and the pets weren't smooshed together. We'll be home soon. I know dinner is late, but I also know you're not starving. I fed you plenty of snacks, I said to them as if they were kids, and they were. My fur kids now that my human kids were grown. Daisy barked in response, and I looked in my rearview mirror at them and smiled. It was starting to get dark as I headed out of town, which was probably the only reason I noticed the flashing emergency lights to my right, probably a side street over from where I was. I only hesitated for a second before putting on my blinker and slowing, turning left, and heading to the lights. I had recently signed up to be part of the community response team for people in crisis. We were just a bunch of people who wanted to help. Whether it be bringing meals or temporary housing to people in need, I thought since I was in the area, I should check it out and see if there was anything I could do. As I got closer to the lights, I saw an ambulance parked, its lights flashing. As I pulled over to park on the side of the road far enough away not to be in the way, my stomach knotted as I saw the EMTs roll a gurney with a black body bag on top toward the ambulance. That didn't bode well for whoever lived here. I saw Elmer Oldsman, another crisis volunteer and avid police scanner listener, and walked up to him. "Do you know what happened? Is there anything we can do?" I asked. "I think it's too late for that," he said grimly. "Edna's met her maker." "Edna, as in Edna Birch. Is that whose house this is? Do you know what happened? Did she have a heart attack or an accident?" Elmer nodded. "I'm pretty sure it wasn't a heart attack. Her poor cat. I wonder what's going to happen to Logan now." I was an avid animal lover, and of course was worried about Logan, but I couldn't believe Edna was dead. Could Stanley have followed through on his threat? Chapter 3. Elmer got on his phone and walked away, leaving me to stare at the scene before me, and that's when I spotted Ben. He looked as handsome as ever with his close-cropped salt and pepper hair and polo shirt, which fit him like a second skin. Unlike me, he rarely missed a workout day, whereas I did my best to avoid exercise. Apparently, there was truth in opposites attract. Ben noticed me looking at him out of the corner of his eye and held up a finger as if to say he would be over in a minute. Fine with me. I would never want to barge in on him when he was working. I went back to the SUV and opened the windows more for air circulation. The sun was going down, and it wasn't hot anymore. Surprisingly, the pets were all lying down as if bored by the ordeal. They all loved Ben, so once they realized he was here, that might change. I leaned against the car, scrolling through my phone mindlessly, not concentrating on anything I was looking at. The thought of Edna being in that black bag consumed my thoughts. What had happened? Elmer made his way back over to me after finishing his phone call, and we just stood there waiting as one by one, all of the emergency vehicles finally left, and only Ben remained for a moment. I wondered why Elmer kept hanging around, but then I realized he probably wanted to talk to Ben and see if there was anything the community outreach team could do. You don't think Stanley made good on his word, do you? Elmer finally spoke up. I turned my head to look at him. What? It was all over town earlier today that he blamed her for his rabbit disappearing, he said defensively. He wasn't wrong, but I didn't let my mind go there. Being enemies was one thing, but murder. A few minutes later, I saw Ben put something in his county-issued SUV, then walk over to us. I could see stress written all over his face, and I felt bad, obviously, being sheriff. This was his job, and he was used to it, but I knew Ben cared, and it didn't make it any easier to deal with aspects of his job just because he was used to it. Everything okay? I asked, and then mentally berated myself for asking such a stupid question. Of course things weren't okay. We were at a murder scene. Ben ran his hand through his close-cropped hair and sighed. I'm sure you two know whose house this is. Of course we know. I heard it on the scanner, Elmer said. I saw a pained look cross Ben's face. The dispatcher, Tracy, had a bad habit of calling out names instead of just addresses. When she was making an announcement, the police scanner was public so people could listen. And Ben had told me that Tracy didn't see divulging personal information a big deal. I could understand Ben's point that it started the gossip frenzy before the gossip frenzy needed to happen. At least this time, it was just me and Elmer who showed up, which wasn't completely a good thing since I thought there were 10 of us on the community outreach list. One of the reasons there were so many of us was that at least a couple of people would show up for things like this since you never knew when people would be out of town or unavailable. 20% just seemed kind of low. Can you tell us what happened? I asked. Ben looked at me, and then Elmer. And I knew him well enough to know he was trying to figure out how much to say. He wasn't one to really talk about a case out of turn, but we knew he had been called to Edna's house and had watched a body bag being loaded up on a stretcher. Elmer broke the silence by speaking up. You can tell me, Sheriff. You know I won't say anything. I take my duty very seriously as a first responder. I felt calling himself a first responder was a bit of a stretch because that was not what we were. But I knew that Elmer had tried getting into the police and fire departments and couldn't because of a pre-existing health condition. Then he tried to be an EMT, and I didn't know all the details, but that didn't work out either. He took his position with the community response team very seriously. I can't share a lot of details, but unfortunately, Edna Birch has passed away, Ben finally said. Was she murdered? Elmer asked. That was on my mind, too, with all the talk about Stanley, but I kind of couldn't believe Elmer just came right out and asked that. We need to finish investigating, but it doesn't look like natural causes, Ben said. I glanced over at Elmer, whose eyes widened tremendously. He was failing at being cool about this. Do you think Stanley killed her? Elmer exclaimed. Elmer, there will be no jumping to conclusions, Ben warned. I have to do a full investigation, so I don't need you or anyone else speculating on what may or may not have happened. Elmer nodded furiously. I get it, Sheriff, he said, and I almost thought he was going to salute. There's nothing else you can do here right now, Ben said, giving a pointed look at Elmer, who quickly got the hint. Well, I will see you all later, Elmer said, and headed back to his car. We watched as he drove away, and Ben just shook his head and gave a little chuckle. It seems like everywhere I go, whether it's for something minor or not, Elmer is there. I can't even get annoyed, though, because he's just eager to be helpful and to be a part of things. And he does keep his mouth shut when I directly tell him to. Though even if Elmer doesn't talk about what happened here, I know that the gossip is going to be rampant. I know you didn't want to answer, Elmer, and I completely respect if you don't want to tell me either, but how did she die? I shouldn't be telling you this either, but I know I can trust you. She was definitely murdered. She was hit in the back of the head, which I'm assuming knocked her out, and then she bled to death from her wounds. No additional details until the medical examiner does her thing, but it looks like I'm going to have a homicide investigation on my hands. Who found her? I couldn't help but think how horrible that would be, and the Sweet Haven Community Outreach Team might need to pay this person a visit. This doesn't look very good for Stanley either, does it? I asked. Someone called 911 from a payphone in town but hung up and didn't leave their name. No, it doesn't look good for Stanley. What really looks bad for him is Logan is missing. Missing? Do you think whoever killed Edna took him? Or could he have just gotten out? Either one, honestly. You know Edna always talked about how Logan wouldn't leave her side. As crazy as that woman was about her cat, I think everyone in the community knew it wasn't an exaggeration that Logan was a lot like a dog in that respect. I somehow don't feel this is a coincidence that he just got out. Which looks even worse for Stanley, right? Yep. I don't look forward to this investigation at all. It's never fun to investigate a homicide, but with Edna and Stanley's history, I feel people are going to quickly jump to conclusions, and it's going to divide the community. And in our small community, that is never a positive thing. I knew what Ben was getting at. Small towns were amazing, but small towns could also come with their own set of problems, and one of those things was everyone being in everyone's business. The fact that gossip spread faster in these parts than on the internet didn't help either. The community had already chosen sides over Stanley and Edna's fighting over who had the best lawn. I couldn't imagine what this was going to do. I know you probably aren't going to answer this, but you don't think Stanley could do this, do you? You're right. I'm not really going to answer that right now. But I've been in this job long enough to know that people you would never expect do the darndest things, either when they feel their back is against the corner or in the heat of the moment. Anyway, enough about that. I'm afraid I'm going to have to cancel our dinner plans tonight. Of course. I know you need to deal with things here. Taking care of our community comes before dinner. Though if you want, I can drop something off at the station for you. Nothing fancy. I just threw a roast in the crock pot and thought roast beef sandwiches on the deck tonight would be nice. But roast beef sandwiches at the police station sound just as good. I would love that. I will take your roast beef sandwich over ordering takeout any day. He leaned over and gave me a quick kiss and then headed back to his cruiser. I got in my car to head home, and I wasn't sure what I was more worried about, Stanley being persecuted because people would assume him guilty before anything was proven, or the fact that Logan was missing. I know some might think it's a no-brainer, that a human was more important than a pet, though personally, I would say that could depend on the human. But Stanley was a person, and could take care of himself. And while cats were very self-sufficient, I couldn't help but be worried about Logan maybe being out in someone's yard somewhere and not having ready-made meals like he was used to. I was an animal lover. I couldn't help but worry. In any case, until Ben was able to get to the bottom of this, one thing I was sure of was tensions were going to be high in Sweet Haven. Chapter 4. Missy pounced on me the minute I walked into the bakery the next morning. Is the rumor going around true? She asked as I got Daisy, Mr. Cuddles, and Beans settled into their morning routine, which included fresh water and a treat, even though they already had breakfast. Before they could settle down on their beds in the back, no one could tell me they weren't spoiled. If you mean the rumor that Edna Birch is dead, yes, that's true. That part wasn't a secret, and I wasn't the least bit surprised. It was all around town already now. What Ben had said about her being bludgeoned, that part I wasn't going to spread around. So, it is true, Missy exclaimed. I honestly thought people may have taken Stanley's ranting to the next level on their own. The way gossip flies around here, that wouldn't surprise me, but it's true. I saw the emergency vehicles on my way home, and Elmer heard it on the police scanner and was there as well. Ben confirmed it, but I don't have any more details other than that, I was quick to add to hopefully stave off her asking me more questions after telling her that I saw Ben. Wow, Missy said softly, her eyes widening. I knew Stanley was angry and blamed Edna for Lord Fluffington going missing, but I didn't expect him to actually do anything. We don't know that it was Stanley and probably shouldn't be starting more gossip, I warned, Missy grimaced. You're right. I guess I'm jumping to conclusions, but really, who else would want to hurt Edna? And what about Logan? Where is Edna's cat? I was glad to have Missy off the topic of who else could have killed Edna, but I felt horrible thinking about Logan. It had kept me up all night to think of that pampered cat being all alone somewhere, terrified, or even worse, if whoever had killed Edna had for some reason taken him. But why? Why would anyone want to steal a cat? He wasn't a blue ribbon winning show cat like Stanley's Lord Fluffington, who had won many grand champion prizes on the show rabbit circuit. I don't know. Ben said Logan wasn't in the house when he and the first responders were there. There's no way to tell if he just got out or if someone took him. That's horrible, that poor cat. You don't think Stanley killed Edna and then did something to Logan, do you? Missy, I don't want to speculate that Stanley did anything, and neither should you. I felt a little guilty admonishing her because I had been having the same thoughts. Yes, Edna came into the bakery on a regular basis, but I didn't know her personally. The only reason I knew she had a beef with Stanley that started with the whole lawn issue was because they were both incredibly vocal about it. Unfortunately, because of past behavior, Stanley was going to be number one on everyone's suspect list. I also didn't know Stanley well enough to know if he could go so far as to kill someone, and I knew what it was like to be accused wrongly. So I hated to do that to anyone else. Missy knew how that felt. Also, Missy had recently been accused of a crime she didn't commit, and I knew it had been a horrible experience for her. You're right, Missy said. Except you just know everyone is probably already considering him guilty and probably thinks he kidnapped Logan. I just hope if he did, he doesn't hurt him. I hadn't even thought of that. Stanley hated Edna's cat, but he was an animal lover, surely. He wouldn't do anything to an animal, would he? There I was, jumping to my own conclusions. We needed to get going with the baking for the morning, and maybe that would keep both of us from wondering if Stanley murdered Edna. By the time lunch rolled around, we had been so busy it would have taken my mind, and I assumed Missy's, off thinking about Edna's murder if many of the people coming in hadn't brought up that very topic. It was June, so well into tourist season. But even so, today had been exceptionally busy for a Wednesday. Tuesdays and Wednesdays were our slowest days because the majority of tourists came to Sweet Haven for long weekends, which were usually Friday through Monday, and a lot of our locals shopped on Thursday to avoid the weekend tourists. However, the locals were out in force today, and as you can imagine, Edna and Stanley were the hot topic, even on really busy days. Business usually slowed at lunchtime because everyone shopping was headed to their own lunch. I was about to tell Missy she could take her lunch when, much to my surprise, Ben walked through the door. I didn't expect to see you today, I said as he approached me. I wanted to give him a hug, but I knew he was on duty, so I didn't. I thought I would see if you wanted to go to lunch. I was surprised, not because we didn't do lunch together, we did, but not usually when he was in the middle of an investigation. During those times, it was usually me dropping something off to him that he could scarf down. Like I had dinner last night. You have time for that? He chuckled. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Mr. Cuddles, Beans, and Daisy must have woken up from their nap behind the counter as I heard the clatter of nails on the tile as they scrambled to get up and came charging around the counter right up to Ben, demanding attention. Well then, sure, I never pass up a free lunch. I turned to look at Missy. Is it okay if I go to lunch first? That's fine. I actually brought my lunch today, so if I really get hungry, I can just sneak a bite here and there around customers. You're the best. I promise we won't be too long. I don't want to leave you alone in case the afternoon ends up being as busy as this morning. I headed to the back to hang up my apron and grabbed a few treats to placate the three animals when I ripped Ben away from them. All three of them were really friendly to everyone, but they especially loved Ben and Chelsea. There was a true bond there. I'll be back soon, I said to them, giving them their treats as Ben and I walked to the door. They gobbled up their treats and looked at us forlornly as we walked out the door and down the sidewalk. They really have the sad look down pat. I feel guilty for leaving, and I don't have anything to feel guilty for, Ben said. I know. That's why I give them way too many treats. Even Mr. Cuddles is not looking as lean as he should. It still didn't stop people from doing a double take, and sometimes crossing to the other side of the street when I was out walking them. Mr. Cuddles was a black cane corso and looked tough, but his name fit him perfectly because he was all cuddles. He was probably more loving than Daisy, my Saint Bernard, and that was saying a lot. Beans, being a pig, and not a dog, was actually more like a cat, and wanted attention, but was also a little haughty about it. Like you should be thankful. He was allowing you to shower him with attention. They all had such distinct personalities, which made for a really fun household. Anything sound good to you? He asked. It's nice outside. Tony is starting to offer a daily lunch special at Sweet Creations Bakery, and I think today is chicken salad. I had it a couple of weeks ago, and it was delicious. We could get it to go and go sit in the park. Sweet Haven had what I would consider a typical downtown area, and just a couple of blocks off the main street was a small park that covered 2 blocks. It had a walking path with benches every so often, a lot of beautiful flowers, and a small dog park and playground at respective ends. It was tiny and used more by the locals than the tourists, even in the summer, because there was a much bigger park a mile out of town with a bigger playground and frisbee golf pads. They had even recently installed a pickleball court. The additional amenities made it a bigger hotspot. But I liked our small park in town, especially for being able to get out of the bakery for lunch and be able to sit and enjoy the outdoors. I think that sounds perfect. I didn't know Tony was starting to serve lunch. I thought she was adamant about sticking to candies and her specialty cupcakes. She was, but she's a very good businesswoman who saw a need. That's why she has one daily lunch special. It keeps it simple, and she's doing easy things since she doesn't a very big area for people to sit and eat. Just those few tables outside. The lunches are easy to pack for to-go picnics like what we're going to do. We ordered sandwiches with a side of fruit salad and drinks to go from Tony's and headed to the park, where we found an empty bench and sat down to unwrap our food. I couldn't help but wonder if there was a purpose behind this lunch. Not that I didn't think Ben enjoyed spending time with me, it just seemed weird timing. I'm surprised that you had time to leave the office for lunch today with everything that happened last night, I finally asked. Well, I do have an ulterior motive. Haha, I thought you might. Now don't think I'm not enjoying your company, but I wanted to ask you what you know about Stanley. Do you think he might have had something to do with Edna's death? At this point, I'm just gathering information. Honestly, I don't know him well. He comes in the bakery every once in a while. We don't have rabbit treats per se, but all our baked goods are safe for most pet consumption. Of course, I know he had issues with Edna. The best lawn contest they both wanted to win, though I think the whole town probably knows about it. They're both so vocal, I can't imagine anyone not knowing about their animosity toward each other, especially how vocal Stanley was about Logan having it out for his rabbit. That's definitely true. I like a nice lawn just as much as anyone else, but I could never understand why they got so heated up about it. Do you think Stanley could have wanted to win so badly that he would kill for it? Ben looked at me and didn't answer. I hadn't really expected him to, but it was worth asking again. I should probably head back to the station. Things are going to be busy while I'm working on this case, but let's plan dinner soon. I'd love that. I can always bring something to the station too. Ben and I threw our trash away and walked back. He gave me a quick kiss and got in his car while I headed back to the bakery. I couldn't stop thinking about Stanley. He didn't seem like a killer, but when people were pushed to the breaking point, you never knew what they were capable of. Chapter 5. After my lunch with Ben, there were a few customers at the bakery, but it wasn't as busy as it had been earlier. I assume you had a nice lunch with Ben by looking at the smile on your face? Missy teased me. It was very nice. We got chicken salad sandwiches from Tony's, and they were delicious. We sat out in the park, and the weather is beautiful. It was very relaxing, though he did ask me if I knew much about Stanley, and I really couldn't help him there. I knew I probably shouldn't start discussing this again with Missy because we both should just leave well enough alone, but I couldn't help it. Does he think Stanley killed her? I don't think he thinks anything yet. At least he didn't tell me much, and that was the truth. Ben wasn't one to jump to conclusions. He explored every option methodically and kept things pretty tight-lipped, which was good in his profession, though it was sometimes annoying to me when I wanted information and didn't get it. However, I understood, especially when it wasn't really any of my business. Since I left you alone when I went to lunch, do you want to take your lunch and then get a start on making the blueberry and peach muffins that are on special tomorrow? After all, they were your idea. I knew Missy loved baking. Normally, I would say I don't mind being in the front, especially when it's busy because it makes the time go by fast, but I'm dying to make those muffins. I think they're going to fly off the shelves. With your way of photographing and posting on social media, I have no doubt Missy headed to the back. And not for the first time, I thought how lucky I was to have found such a great employee and friend. She cared about the bakery as much as I did, and that was saying a lot. By the time we closed the doors and cleaned up, I was ready to relax. The one thing that had gotten easier the longer I'd done it was standing 12 hours a day, but as much as I loved my business, it didn't mean I wasn't ready to head home and relax at the end of the night. I shut the lights off in the front, and Missy and I, followed by Daisy, Mr. Cuddles, and Beans, headed to the back. My phone started buzzing in my pocket, and I pulled it out to see a text from Hillary. "Do you feel like popping over to the beanery and meeting up with the girls?" I asked Missy. "Sure. I never say no to a latte." I grabbed the leashes hanging by the door and snapped them on everyone. The three of them were very well behaved, but there was a leash law in Sweet Haven, and while many people chose to ignore the law, I wasn't usually a rule breaker. We headed to the front as it was easier to just walk out the front door and next door to the coffee shop, and in a matter of minutes we walked in. The first thing I noticed was a very red-faced Elmer standing toe-to-toe with Margaret Tinsley, who I knew to be a supporter of Stanley and not a fan of Edna's. "What's going on there?" Missy whispered to me as the five of us stood there staring. We weren't the only ones. Everyone in the place was staring. I actually felt a little uncomfortable. I don't know why you're defending that woman. She was horrible, and everyone knew it. Stanley wasn't the only one she had it out for, Margaret yelled in Elmer's face. I could see him grow even more red-faced. "How dare you speak ill of the dead? Have some compassion," Elmer screamed back. "That woman deserved everything she got," Margaret yelled. I winced. That was harsh, as Elmer pointed out. The woman was dead. Why have such animosity now? "You better stay away from Stanley if you know what's good for you, Elmer." With that, she turned around and stormed off. I watched as Elmer looked around before storming off himself. Once they had both left, Hillary came rushing over to us. That certainly was unexpected. For a moment there, I honestly felt they might get into a physical altercation, she said. "What happened?" I asked. "Go ahead and take a seat." "The usual table. Chelsea and Georgina are already back there. I'll be over in a second and catch you up." Of course. Bean spotted Chelsea the minute we headed in that direction, squealing and trying to tug forward on his leash. Since there weren't that many people in the place, I let go of his leash, and he trotted over to Chelsea, who started talking baby talk to him, giving him a scratch behind the ears. Daisy and Mr. Cuddles soon joined him, and Chelsea had her hands full trying to give them all equal attention, which was pretty much an impossible task. They were all attention hungry. It would never be enough as far as they were concerned. "Looks like there was some excitement here," I said as Missy and I took our seats. "You can say that again," Georgina said. Chelsea wasn't paying attention, too focused on the animals. Hillary arrived with everyone's drinks, taking a seat herself. She let out a big sigh. "What a day," she said. "So, fill us in. What was going on between Margaret and Elmer?" I asked. Elmer came in and ordered a latte. Then he asked me if he could hang up some flyers about Logan, of course. I said yes. I can't bear to think of that poor cat being out in the wild. "I don't really think Sweet Haven is considered the wild," Georgina said. "No, but you know what I mean. He's a house cat. He's not used to catching mice for his supper. He's used to Edna opening up a can of whatever the most expensive cat food she buys and scooping it out, I would imagine, on her fine china. As much as she loved that cat," Hillary said. She wasn't wrong. Everyone knew Edna was a bit over the top when it came to that cat. But then so was I when it came to my animals. There wasn't anything I wouldn't do for the three of them, and I didn't care if people thought I was over the top. "That seems innocent enough," Missy said. I thought so too until Margaret came in and saw what Elmer was doing and just completely lost it. Because he wants to find Edna's cat? I asked. I don't think it had anything to do with the cat, to be honest, Hillary said. Because Margaret didn't say anything about the cat, she just launched into a tirade on how she couldn't believe that Elmer fell for Edna's shenanigans, and how could he not support Stanley. I don't think Elmer saw it coming and seemed pretty taken off guard, yelling back that he was just trying to find Edna's cat, and it just ended up in a shouting match, which you obviously saw. Does Margaret have something against Edna? I asked. Does she? That's almost as epic as Edna's issues with Stanley, Hillary said. Why didn't I know this? I asked. I don't think the gossip runs as rampant in your bakery as it does here in the coffee shop, where people spend their entire time gossiping and drinking coffee. That's true, so what was the issue with Edna and Margaret? I asked. It's kind of along the same lines as Edna and Stanley, however. This was over flowers, Hillary said. I remember now, Georgina said. It was last spring during the tulip festival, when Edna beat out Margaret for the best tulips, and Margaret accused Edna of cheating. How does one cheat at flower growing? Missy asked, and I'm glad she did because I was wondering the same thing. Margaret accused Edna of buying her tulips that she brought into the contest instead of them being cut from her garden, Georgina said. I don't know a lot about flowers. How on earth would anyone even tell? I asked. You had to bring a picture of your garden, where you grew your tulips before you cut them, so that the judges could compare and make sure they were from your own flower bed. After judging was complete and Edna was declared the winner, Margaret went off on the judges and accused Edna of cheating, saying that the flowers being judged were not the same flowers from Edna's garden, Georgina said. That does seem a little bit hard to fake, because flowers are pretty unique with slight variations of color and such, but again, I don't know much about flowers, I said. I don't know exactly what happened after that, but I do know Edna was still the winner and bragged about it every chance she could, holding it over Margaret's head pretty much like she did Stanley, Georgina said. That woman did like to brag. She was definitely not what you would call a graceful winner, Hillary said. No, she wasn't, which is why not many people liked her, Georgina said. For as long as Edna had been coming into my bakery, I knew she was difficult, and I knew there was animosity between her and Stanley, but I hadn't realized there were other people in town who weren't fond of her. It seemed like there might be more than one person who might have wanted Edna gone. Chapter 6. It had been a couple of days now since someone had killed Edna, and I hadn't seen Ben since our lunch. All people could talk about was Edna's murder. It had come out in the paper. That foul play was suspected, and of course, there was a lot of speculation. While I heard a few rumblings that pointed to Stanley, interestingly enough, it seemed like the overwhelming majority thought he was innocent. I wasn't sure if that was because they actually thought he was innocent or if they just didn't like Edna. Probably a combination of both, since finding out that Edna also had an enemy in Margaret, it had become apparent that there were a lot of people in town who didn't see eye to eye with Edna, and that was putting it mildly. Then there was Logan. He still hadn't been seen. And neither had Stanley's rabbit, and even though a lot of people weren't fans of Edna for the most part, everyone seemed concerned about the cat and Lord Fluffington. That's what made me decide to pay Stanley a visit. I didn't want to think that he had anything to do with Edna's death or with Logan's disappearance, but my curiosity was getting the best of me, and I knew I wouldn't be satisfied until I talked to him. Even though I knew from their feud Stanley lived 2 doors down from Edna. If I hadn't known that I could have easily found out, small-town living had its advantages of everyone knowing everyone else's business at times. Stanley was an accountant, but I had heard he was using his vacation time now to prepare for the lawn competition, which was next week. I had also heard that he was sure to win now that Edna was gone, but I couldn't help but wonder if winning that way would be just as satisfying, though if he was the one who killed Edna, I guess it would be. I was trying to keep an open mind and not judge him. I really just wanted to see if he knew anything about Logan's whereabouts. I had left Missy alone in the bakery because it wasn't that busy, and Stanley didn't live that far away now. The fact that Stanley didn't know me very well and might find it odd that I just dropped in might mean he wouldn't want to talk to me, but that was just a bridge I would cross when I got to it. I was banking on the fact that his small-town hospitality would overtake any annoyance he had at me just dropping by. When I pulled up to his house, I could immediately see he took a lot of pride in his lawn. I didn't think I'd ever seen an emerald color that deep in someone's front yard before, certainly not in mine. I was better at growing weeds than anything else. I hadn't paid attention to Edna's yard the other night and under the circumstances, but I honestly couldn't imagine anything topping this. The lawn was precisely cut in that striped pattern people were fond of. As I walked up to the house, I couldn't help but think it was quite a contrast to the entire yard. It was a drab tan and sorely in need of a paint job. There was a car in the driveway, but it didn't really look like anyone was home, which wouldn't completely surprise me. I doubted he'd been arrested because that gossip would have gotten around. But he could be hiding out. I couldn't entirely blame him with everything going on. When I reached the door, I knocked, half expecting not to get an answer, but after knocking the second time, I heard some noise inside, and a few seconds later, I heard a deadbolt being unlocked. The door opened, and Stanley stuck his head out, his gray hair flying every which way in a mad scientist look. Either I woke him up, which hopefully wasn't the case since it was the afternoon, or he just hadn't bothered to comb his hair today. Even though I'd only met him a few times, he had always been well dressed. I had never seen him in anything other than dress pants and a dress shirt, and here he was in a raggedy t-shirt and sweatpants. "Who are you?" he barked. "Tillie Moore. We've met before. I own Paw Paw's Pet Bakery. You've come into my bakery to get things for Lord Fluffington." The minute I mentioned Lord Fluffington's name, Stanley's eyes welled with tears. Dang it. I should have known better than to mention his prize rabbit, who was also missing. I felt a little bad for forgetting that. "I take it you still haven't found him?" "No, and maybe I never will. That blasted cat of Edna's probably carried him off to who knows where. Can I come in and make you a cup of coffee?" I asked because he really looked like he needed some. For a moment, I thought Stanley was going to refuse, which really wouldn't have surprised me. Not everyone would just allow an almost stranger to come into their house and commandeer their kitchen. After a couple of seconds, he opened the door and ushered me in. His house was a disaster. I wasn't judging because I wasn't the best housekeeper on the planet either, but I wondered if it was always like this, or if he was just that upset and depressed over Lord Fluffington missing, which I could completely understand. There were piles of things all over in random spots, just dropped and then forgotten. The kitchen wasn't much better, with dirty dishes in the sink and on the counters, but I did see a coffee pot in the corner and went over, opening the cabinets above and getting lucky on my first try finding the filters in the coffee grounds. "If you want to have a seat, I'll get this coffee made in a jiffy," I said over my shoulder and heard the scrape of a kitchen chair being pulled out. I assumed he was sitting down. I got the coffee going and then turned on the water to fill the sink, squeezing some dish soap in there, and then adding the rest of the dishes from the counters. I left that to soak and grabbed a sponge to wipe down the counters, then took a look in his refrigerator, pulling out butter and eggs. Food always made me feel better, and I had a feeling Stanley hadn't been taking care of himself much. It didn't take long until I set a steaming plate of scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee in front of him. He didn't have much else in his refrigerator or his pantry, but at least he had the basics. The way he was shoveling down his food made me wonder when he ate last. When he finally took the last bite of eggs and I refilled his coffee, I felt he was ready to have a conversation. I was kind of surprised he hadn't already asked me why I was there. If someone came to my house and just whipped me up breakfast and made coffee, I would still be asking why they had come over in the first place. "So, Stanley, can I ask you a question?" I finally said, "Sure. Thank you, by the way, for fixing that food for me. I guess I've been so upset I haven't really been eating much or cleaning," he added, looking around like he was finally noticing his surroundings. "Don't worry about it. I know you've been through a lot." "I'm just so worried about Lord Fluffington," his voice cracked on the sentence. And while I could completely understand where he was coming from, was he not at all worried that he seemed to be the prime suspect for Edna's murder? "Do you really think Edna's cat did something to him? Wasn't he in a cage?" I said gently. "He was in his outside cage. I always worked hard to make sure he was safe at all times, but could still enjoy the sunshine and the outdoors. But that blasted cat was always skulking around up to no good. My guess was the cat was just being a cat. But I wasn't going to mention that right now to Stanley. When was the last time you talked to Edna?" "I don't know. Probably the day she died, I went over there demanding she let me in the house because I'm sure she was hiding Lord Fluffington. Did she let you in? Of course not. She slammed the door in my face. That woman was nasty to everyone, her and that cat of hers. Stanley really had it in for poor Logan, but I guessed if he was convinced Logan did something to his rabbit, I could understand. Have you seen Logan since Edna died? Nope, but he better hope I don't. I decided not to touch that topic again anytime soon and instead asked a different question. Where were you Tuesday evening? Are you asking me if I killed Edna? He said it very calmly, which again seemed odd, all things considered. I'm sure you know that, is the talk going around town. Of course it is, because people in town like nothing more than to gossip. But you can ask anyone. The list of people who didn't like Edna was a mile long, which is what I told that boyfriend sheriff of yours when he talked to me. He has a lot more people to look at than just me, but I was home. It was Lord Fluffington's weekly bath time. I barely heard the rest of Stanley's sentence after calling Ben my boyfriend. Is that what the people in town thought? We hadn't even put a label on it. But the thought made me feel good. Though I did catch that he said it was the rabbit's weekly bath time. That seemed pretty excessive for an animal. Daisy, being a St. Bernard, got groomed once a month due to her hair, but Mr. Cuddles was about every 3 months, and Beans, well, he just liked playing in the water. During the summer, contrary to what people often thought, pigs were clean if they weren't out in a barn in the mud. I didn't know Edna that well. Who else would have disliked her so much they would kill her? How much time do you have? He said. I didn't have to be back to the bakery for a little bit, and I was really interested in what Stanley had to say, and boy, did I get an earful. Chapter 7. It took me forever to leave Stanley's house. In fact, I had to text Missy and tell her I was going to be late coming back. Stanley was so stuck on his monologue, I didn't even think he noticed. I heard about every single person Edna had wronged, and then I heard about Lord Fluffington's show stats. I now knew more about rabbit shows than I ever thought possible. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Missy sent me a text that it wasn't that busy and if I wanted to take the rest of the day off to go ahead, and she would drop Daisy, Mr. Cuddles, and Beans off at my house on her way home. I jumped at the chance and decided I would go visit Chelsea. Her doggy daycare was a couple miles outside of town, maybe 15 or 20 minutes from Stanley's. I hadn't been there in over a week, and I knew she had put quite a few finishing touches on since then. I also knew her family, especially her dad, still weren't exactly on board with this business venture. It had been hard for Chelsea because she felt guilty leaving the family business, but I truly felt she was doing the right thing for herself. I wanted to support her in any way I could. I headed in the direction of Chelsea's canines, and when I pulled in, I saw her car, which was no great surprise. She had pretty much been living at the place, so much so I hadn't felt like I needed to call and make sure she was there beforehand. As I walked down to the big pole barn that she had converted into the doggy daycare, I admired the farmhouse that was also on the property. Chelsea hadn't started renovations on the house yet, and it did need a lot of work. It had good bones, though. She said it was livable, and it was more important that she work on getting the business ready to open, but once she had time to devote to her living quarters, I was sure it would look amazing. "Hello," I called out as I walked into the barn. I saw Chelsea's head pop out from her room, and she grinned. "I didn't know you were going to stop by." "I hope it's all right. I wanted to see what you've done to the place since the last time I was here. It looks beautiful." The last time I was here, the painters had just finished painting the main walls, but the trim hadn't been painted nor the mural of playing dogs that was now on the wall. "Of course it's fine. What do you think of the mural?" "I can't believe that was done by the art department at the high school. It looks professional." "It sure does. It far surpassed anything I expected. Those kids are so talented. Are you out running errands?" "I stopped and paid Stanley a visit." "Really? How did that go?" "It wasn't what I really expected. He looked rough." I explained to her what I had walked into. "And you cooked him breakfast?" I know it sounds weird, but I thought that was the best way to get him to let me stay and get information. "Did it work?" It did, and honestly, I'm flabbergasted by what he told me. If even half of what he said was true, Edna definitely wasn't well liked. I know she was a difficult old lady, but she didn't seem like the monster Stanley portrayed. What? I asked when I saw Chelsea's grimace. Okay, you're right. Monster is a little strong. I wouldn't really classify anyone as a monster unless maybe they were a serial killer or something, but Edna has been making enemies since I was a little kid. My mom even had issues with her one time. Now that definitely gave me pause. While Chelsea's dad could be a bit of a handful, her mom was as sweet as could be, and I couldn't imagine her having an issue with anyone. Well, based on the argument between Margaret Tinsley and Elmer, we know that Margaret isn't a huge fan, I said. Stanley also mentioned Roger Cordell, who I don't know, and Vera Swain, who I only briefly met at a business networking event. Doesn't she own that hobby store that sells all the miniatures? Chelsea nodded. She does, and she's a sweet lady, but I know that she and Edna have butted heads when the town was trying to zone some residential property to commercial. Was that before I moved here? Because I don't remember. Actually, right before you moved here, and even though it's been a couple of years, Edna holds grudges. But with Vera? Would Vera want to kill her now after all this time, I asked. Maybe. I mean, why would Stanley have mentioned her? To take the heat off him? That's true. As far as Roger Cordell, that was a romance gone wrong. Okay, I wasn't expecting you to say that. Edna didn't really seem the romance type. She seemed too prickly, but then they say there's someone for everyone. I take it she must have broken up with him and he didn't take it very well? You can say that again. You can even ask Ben about it. Edna filed stalking charges and a restraining order. Really? I asked. Really. And this was recent, like in the last few months. How did I not hear about this? I asked. I only know because my dad is friends with Roger and Roger told him. I will tell you my dad tried to talk sense to Roger, but Dad just said he wasn't sure what had gotten into Roger, Chelsea said. I'm just surprised something this salacious didn't make the rounds. I think people were afraid of getting on Edna's bad side, Chelsea said, because once you were on her bad side, there was no getting off. So, we have Stanley as a suspect, Margaret Tinsley, Roger Cordell, and Vera Swain. That's a lot of suspects. Oh, and Stanley mentioned a man by the name of Todd Harper. That name doesn't ring a bell. I'm sure it wouldn't. He's not from Sweet Haven, and he owns Petunia. I'm not following. Petunia is the prize-winning rabbit who's been coming in second to Lord Fluffington. Why would that have anything to do with Edna? Chelsea said. Stanley said Todd will do anything for Petunia to win, and maybe he killed Edna to frame Stanley and take him out of the running. Chelsea started to laugh. Please tell me you're joking. I promise you I am not joking. I could see if he was blaming this Todd character for stealing his rabbit out of its outdoor cage, but why would he kill somebody thinking maybe Stanley would be framed? All to win first prize in a best rabbit contest? Listen, I'm just repeating what Stanley told me. It doesn't make any more sense to me than apparently it does to you, but the truth of the matter is someone did kill Edna, and maybe one of these people did it. Are you going to say something to Ben about this? I don't know. You know how he gets when he thinks I'm interfering in his investigation? And he probably knows all of this already, but just on the off chance he doesn't, I will probably risk him getting mad because I would hate to have information and not tell him. Oh, please, that man isn't going to get mad at you. And if he does, it's going to last 2 seconds, Chelsea said. I couldn't help but smile thinking about Ben. The man always brought a smile to my face. I honestly went to Stanley's to ask about Logan, but his hate for that cat is so strong. I didn't even want to bring it up. He is truly convinced Logan could have opened that cage. Let's face it, no matter how smart a cat is, or any animal for that matter, they can't open a lock. I agree. I think he's a little delusional on that. His hatred of Edna over the whole lawn thing was just so strong. That's why I commend Elmer for putting up flyers. I feel like we should do something. Ben is going to find out who killed Edna, and as much of an animal lover as he is, he's not going to use police resources to find a cat when he needs to find a murderer. Since Elmer has posted his flyers around town, why don't we post on social media? You have a huge following at the bakery. Thanks to Missy, and that is a great idea. At least that's another way to build buzz and make people aware. Should we add Lord Fluffington to that? I don't see why not, except you will run the risk that possibly people could be upset they're trying to find Stanley's rabbit if they think Stanley killed Edna, Chelsea said. You know, I don't think I really care. I don't want people to boycott my business, but I don't want any animals out there lost and wandering around, so if they are too narrow-minded to care about that, then I don't need their business. I agree. I'll post it on Chelsea's canine social media too. I just don't have much of a following yet. Are you still planning on opening July 1st? I am. I have one more final inspection on the 12th, and if that goes well, then I can start taking reservations and open. I have a few ideas for grand opening specials. I just haven't wanted to advertise until I get all clear. I can understand that. When you get that all clear, let's brainstorm with Missy to do some kind of cross-promotion between the bakery and Chelsea's canines. Oh, that would be great. It was much more fun to think about ways to drum up business than about the fact that someone had just been murdered and two beloved animals were missing. Could Todd Harper have taken Lord Fluffington out of his cage and either let him go or taken him to put him out of the running so his rabbit could win? It seemed far-fetched, but much more plausible than killing Edna, though now that I knew Edna definitely had more enemies than Stanley. Maybe she had seen Todd steal Lord Fluffington, and Todd wanted to make sure she kept quiet. Permanently. Chapter 8. A few days had gone by, but the gossip of Edna's murder and who may have done it had not. Speculations were flying around, some of them almost comical. Missy had put together some beautiful graphics for our social media accounts asking for leads on the missing Logan and Lord Fluffington. So far, none had come in. Do you think we should offer a reward? Not money, but free treats for any Logan or Mr. Fluffington sighting? I asked her as we were in the kitchen of the bakery batch baking for the week. The bakery wasn't open yet, and while I liked the customers who were necessary to make money, my favorite parts were the baking and the quiet relaxation it brought me. No, I think it would bring out a lot of false sightings, Missy replied. Really? It's not like we'd be offering a $10,000 reward. I know, and maybe I'm being cynical, but I don't think it would help. It would just bring a lot of false hope. I guess you're right. I guess I'm just surprised. No one has seen either one of them. Lord Fluffington, I can understand. I've only seen pictures of him, and he doesn't look different from rabbits that eat my flowers, so he might not be as noticeable. But everyone in town knows Logan. The few times I'd seen Logan, it was because Edna brought him into the bakery on a leash, and honestly, he seemed more like a dog than a cat. He would walk right by Edna's side as if he was heeling like a dog and would even sit right next to her when she stopped. Plus, he loved Mr. Cuddles and Beans. Daisy wasn't much of a cat person, so she didn't come over to cats when they came into the bakery. But any cat who loved dogs and pigs got my vote for a great cat. A loud banging on the front door tore us away from our conversation, and I glanced at my watch. It's still 20 minutes from opening time. Someone must be desperate for some treats, I said. Even though I did enjoy my baking time, I didn't mind opening a little early or staying open a little late for people. I understood the importance of treats, I thought, as I looked over at my three sleeping peacefully. I'll go let whoever that is in and open the register while you finish up here, Missy said and headed to the front. I turned back to pouring the batter I was preparing into bone-shaped tins when Missy came back. False alarm, I asked. It's Stanley, and he wants to talk to you. What about? I said, wiping my hands on a towel. I don't know, but he seems really upset. I hoped he wasn't upset that I was posting about Lord Fluffington on social media. I hadn't thought to ask, but I assumed he would be fine with it. I walked up to the front, not knowing what to expect, and saw a distraught Stanley not in much better shape than when I had seen him the other day at his house, but at least he had changed out of his sweats into slacks and a dress shirt, though both were wrinkled as if he had pulled them out of the clothes hamper and he hadn't combed his hair. I couldn't help but hope that he'd at least been eating. I really felt for the guy. "Stanley, what brings you out this morning? Is everything okay?" As soon as I asked, I realized that was a stupid question. Of course he wasn't okay. "I need your help," he said frantically. "Sure, what can I do? What's going on?" "You need to figure out who killed Edna because it wasn't me, but the sheriff thinks it was. Though I'm sure you already know that." I shook my head. "No, Ben, I mean the sheriff, doesn't talk to me about his cases. In any case, I need your help. I didn't do this, and I'm not going to be framed. If you didn't do this, and I am not saying I think you did, you can count on the sheriff to find the truth." "Not if I'm being framed," he said vehemently. "Who do you think is framing you?" "I don't know. That's why I need you to help me." With every sentence, his voice was getting louder and louder. I understood that he was upset, so I just let it go. What I didn't understand was why. All of a sudden, he was so worried when the other day he didn't seem worried at all. Has something happened since we talked the other day? I'm only asking because you didn't seem that worried then that Sheriff Donovan would think you were guilty. Because I didn't think he did. I mean, why would he? I'm not guilty. Was Stanley that naive? He had the most public animosity currently with Edna. Then what changed? He called me into the police station and took me into this cold, windowless room and just kept asking me these questions like he was trying to trip me up and get me to admit I killed Edna. The first time I talked to him, it was casual, but now I get the sense that he wants to pin this on me. "You have to help me," he pleaded. "Stanley, I would love to help you, but I'm not sure what you think I can do. I'm just a baker. You've helped solve lots of crimes since moving to Sweet Haven, so why won't you help me?" His tone was starting to sound belligerent, and being upset was one thing, but giving me attitude was another. "I didn't say I wouldn't help you. I'm just trying to tell you that I'm not a detective, so I don't know if I can help you." And I wasn't entirely convinced he hadn't done it. My gut told me he hadn't, although I wasn't so sure he hadn't done something to Logan, and if he was willing to do something to a cat, what would he be willing to do to a person? I know that, but I don't know where else to turn. I don't know who else can help me. I can't go to jail because then I'll never find Lord Fluffington. I will help you, Stanley, but you have to be completely honest with me because if I find out you've lied at any point, then I'm not willing to stick my neck out for you. I promise I won't lie about anything. I haven't lied to you because I have no reason to. I didn't do anything to Edna. Did you do anything to Logan? You clearly despised her cat. Stanley looked taken aback that I would even ask that question. I mean, he almost looked offended, which surprised me considering how much he disliked Logan. You think I would hurt an animal? You were very clear the other day at your house how much you despise him. You think he did something to your rabbit, which you have to admit is a little far-fetched because how would Logan open the cage? A few seconds went by before Stanley started speaking again. You're right. I did despise that cat because he was always in my yard and terrorizing Lord Fluffington, which stressed him out. One time, it was right before a show and he placed second because he was all out of sorts due to that cat. But I would never harm another animal. I prefer animals over people. I could agree with that sentiment, but it didn't change the fact that Stanley had been so vocal with his hatred toward both Logan and Edna. He had a lot of motivation to hurt them. I'm not sure what else Ben had on him because I knew him well enough that he would need what he considered concrete evidence before he thought someone was guilty, so something out there had to make Ben feel Stanley was a top suspect. Is there anything else besides the feud you had with Edna over the lawn contest and the fact that Logan terrorized your rabbit that would make the sheriff think that you killed Edna? Stanley pressed his lips together until they turned white. Was there something he didn't want to tell me? I thought I would give him a bit to think and then tell me. I glanced up at the clock over the door and saw it was past opening time, but no one else had come to the door yet. I didn't want to stop Stanley in mid-thought if I could help it. Finally, He spoke up. I wrote her a letter. What do you mean you wrote her a letter? I wrote her a letter and accused her of cheating at the lawn contest last year, and if she thought she was going to get away with it this year, she had another thing coming, and if she tried, she was going to regret it. You threatened her? That's how the sheriff saw it. I was just being honest. I know she cheated last year, and this year I was going to find proof and tell everyone. But that's all. I didn't mean I was going to kill her. He sounded sincere. That didn't change the fact that since the lawn contest, Stanley had gone around town talking bad about Edna and her cat. It didn't look good, but I was willing to help and see if I could get to the bottom of things. I just hoped I wouldn't regret it. Chapter 9. It took me forever to leave Stanley's house. In fact, I had to text Missy and tell her I was going to be late coming back. Stanley was so stuck on his monologue, I didn't even think he noticed. I heard about every single person Edna had wronged, and then I heard about Lord Fluffington's show stats. I now knew more about rabbit shows than I ever thought possible. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Missy sent me a text that it wasn't that busy, and if I wanted to take the rest of the day off to go ahead, and she would drop Daisy, Mr. Cuddles, and Beans off at my house on her way home. I jumped at the chance and decided I would go visit Chelsea. Her doggy daycare was a couple miles outside of town, maybe 15 or 20 minutes from Stanley's. I hadn't been there in over a week, and I knew she'd put quite a few finishing touches on since then. I also knew her family, especially her dad, still weren't exactly on board with this business venture. It had been hard for Chelsea because she felt guilty leaving the family business, but I truly felt she was doing the right thing for herself. I wanted to support her in any way I could. I headed in the direction of Chelsea's canines, and when I pulled in, I saw her car, which was no great surprise. She had pretty much been living at the place, so much so I hadn't felt like I needed to call and make sure she was there beforehand. As I walked down to the big pole barn that she had converted into the doggy daycare, I admired the farmhouse that was also on the property. Chelsea hadn't started renovations on the house yet, and it did need a lot of work. It had good bones, though. She said it was livable, and it was more important that she work on getting the business ready to open, but once she had time to devote to her living quarters, I was sure it would look amazing. "Hello?" I called out as I walked into the barn. I saw Chelsea's head pop out from her room, and she grinned. "I didn't know you were going to stop by." "I hope it's all right. I wanted to see what you've done to the place since the last time I was here. It looks beautiful." The last time I was here, the painters had just finished painting the main walls. But the trim hadn't been painted, nor the mural of playing dogs that was now on the wall. "Of course it's fine. What do you think of the mural?" "I can't believe that was done by the art department at the high school. It looks professional." "It sure does. It far surpassed anything I expected. Those kids are so talented. Are you out running errands?" I stopped and paid Stanley a visit. "Really? How did that go?" "It wasn't what I really expected. He looked rough." I explained to her what I had walked into. "And you cooked him breakfast?" I know it sounds weird, but I thought that was the best way to get him to let me stay and get information. "Did it work?" "It did. And honestly, I'm flabbergasted by what he told me. If even half of what he said was true, Edna definitely wasn't well liked. I know she was a difficult old lady, but she didn't seem like the monster Stanley portrayed." "What?" I asked when I saw Chelsea's grimace. "Okay, you're right. Monster is a little strong. I wouldn't really classify anyone as a monster unless maybe they were a serial killer or something, but Edna has been making enemies since I was a little kid. My mom even had issues with her one time." Now that definitely gave me pause. While Chelsea's dad could be a bit of a handful, her mom was as sweet as could be, and I couldn't imagine her having an issue with anyone. Well, based on the argument between Margaret Tinsley and Elmer, we know that Margaret isn't a huge fan, I said. Stanley also mentioned Roger Cordell, who I don't know, and Vera Swain, who I only briefly met at a business networking event. "Doesn't she own that hobby store that sells all the miniatures?" Chelsea nodded. "She does, And she's a sweet lady, but I know that she and Edna have butted heads when the town was trying to zone some residential property to commercial. Was that before I moved here? Because I don't remember? Actually, right before you moved here, and even though it's been a couple of years, Edna holds grudges. But with Vera? Would Vera want to kill her now after all this time? I asked. Maybe. I mean, why would Stanley have mentioned her? To take the heat off him? That's true. As far as Roger Cordell, that was a romance gone wrong. Okay, I wasn't expecting you to say that. Edna didn't really seem the romance type. She seemed too prickly. But then they say, there's someone for everyone. I take it she must have broken up with him and he didn't take it very well? You can say that again. You can even ask Ben about it. Edna filed stalking charges and a restraining order. Really? I asked. Really, and this was recent, like in the last few months. How did I not hear about this? I asked. I only know because my dad is friends with Roger, and Roger told him. I will tell you my dad tried to talk sense to Roger, but Dad just said he wasn't sure what had gotten into Roger, Chelsea said. I'm just surprised something this salacious didn't make the rounds. I think people were afraid of getting on Edna's bad side, Chelsea said, because once you were on her bad side, there was no getting off. So we have Stanley as a suspect, Margaret Tinsley, Roger Cordell, and Vera Swain. That's a lot of suspects. Oh, and Stanley mentioned a man by the name of Todd Harper. That name doesn't ring a bell. I'm sure it wouldn't. He's not from Sweet Haven, and he owns Petunia. I'm not following. Petunia is the prize-winning rabbit who's been coming in second to Lord Fluffington. Why would that have anything to do with Edna, Chelsea said. Stanley said Todd will do anything for Petunia to win, and maybe he killed Edna to frame Stanley and take him out of the running. Chelsea started to laugh. Please tell me you're joking. I promise you I am not joking. I could see if he was blaming this Todd character for stealing his rabbit out of its outdoor cage, but why would he kill somebody thinking maybe Stanley would be framed? All to win first prize in a best rabbit contest? Listen, I'm just repeating what Stanley told me. It doesn't make any more sense to me than apparently it does to you. But the truth of the matter is, someone did kill Edna, and maybe one of these people did it. Are you going to say something to Ben about this? I don't know. You know how he gets when he thinks I'm interfering in his investigation. And he probably knows all of this already. But just on the off chance he doesn't, I will probably risk him getting mad because I would hate to have information and not tell him. Oh, please, that man isn't going to get mad at you, and if he does, it's going to last 2 seconds, Chelsea said. I couldn't help but smile thinking about Ben. The man always brought a smile to my face. I honestly went to Stanley's to ask about Logan, but his hate for that cat is so strong. I didn't even want to bring it up. He is truly convinced Logan could have opened that cage. Let's face it, no matter how smart a cat is, or any animal for that matter, they can't open a lock. I agree, I think he's a little delusional on that. His hatred of Edna over the whole lawn thing was just so strong. That's why I commend Elmer for putting up flyers. I feel like we should do something. Ben is going to find out who killed Edna, and as much of an animal lover as he is, he's not going to use police resources to find a cat when he needs to find a murderer. Since Elmer has posted his flyers around town, why don't we post on social media? You have a huge following at the bakery. Thanks to Missy, and that is a great idea. At least that's another way to build buzz and make people aware. Should we add Lord Fluffington to that? I don't see why not, except you will run the risk that possibly people could be upset. They're trying to find Stanley's rabbit if they think Stanley killed Edna, Chelsea said. You know, I don't think I really care. I don't want people to boycott my business, but I don't want any animals out there lost and wandering around, so if they are too narrow-minded to care about that, then I don't need their business. I agree. I'll post it on Chelsea's canine social media too. I just don't have much of a following yet. Are you still planning on opening July 1st? I am. I have one more final inspection on the 12th, and if that goes well, then I can start taking reservations and open. I have a few ideas for grand opening specials. I just haven't wanted to advertise until I get all clear. I can understand that. When you get that all clear, let's brainstorm with Missy to do some kind of cross-promotion between the bakery and Chelsea's canines. Oh, that would be great. It was much more fun to think about ways to drum up business than about the fact that someone had just been murdered and 2 beloved animals were missing. Could Todd Harper have taken Lord Fluffington out of his cage and either let him go or taken him to put him out of the running so his rabbit could win? It seemed far-fetched, but much more plausible than killing Edna, though now that I knew Edna definitely had more enemies than Stanley, maybe she had seen Todd steal Lord Fluffington and Todd wanted to make sure she kept quiet. Permanently. Chapter 10. "What's wrong, Chelsea?" I said into the phone later that afternoon. She called me, and all I could hear was crying. "Chelsea, what's wrong? You're starting to scare me." "I'm sorry," she finally said a few seconds later. "I'm just having a momentary freak out. The building inspector just left and didn't give me my certificate of occupancy. I'm supposed to open in a couple of days, and I don't know what to do." Even though it had been a few years, I could remember that stress myself, like it was yesterday. Opening a business and being at the mercy of the building inspector and other things that I couldn't completely control. Small business ownership wasn't for the weak. "Calm down. It's going to be okay," I said. Telling someone to calm down wasn't always the best way to get them to actually do so, but I could hear Chelsea on the other line and that her hiccuping breaths were starting to slow. "I know it will all eventually work out," she said a good 3 or 4 minutes later. I had patiently waited until she could collect herself. "It's just the last thing I needed. I've spent so much money on my grand opening event. What do I do? Cancel? Postpone? Cross my fingers and hope I can get the building inspector back out before the grand opening? And first, what exactly is the issue? What did the building inspector find that made him not give you the all clear?" "Something to do with the amperage of the electrical panel. It's the one that was already in there, and the electrician who ran the extra wiring I needed didn't say anything about it. Shouldn't he have known it wasn't going to pass inspection?" It seemed to me he should have known. After all, he was an electrician. Wasn't he the expert? However, I didn't see the point in mentioning anything to Chelsea. She was upset enough as it was. "Have you called him yet to come back out and fix whatever needs fixing?" "No, I was so upset I couldn't think. I just called you. I know I need to call him and get him out here right away. But what if he can't get here today?" "Chelsea, as my great aunt would say, don't borrow problems. Until you call him, don't worry about it. First, see what you're really dealing with." I heard her take a deep breath. You're right. That's why I called you. I knew you would calm me down. I'll call him and see if he can come out today. No, I will demand he come out today, as he told me I wouldn't have an issue passing inspection, and yet I did." "Yes, I would demand it. Be firm. Get him out today so you know what's going on, and then come up with a plan to reschedule the building inspector before your grand opening." "Okay, I'll do that right now. Thanks for listening, Tillie." "Of course. Let me know if there is anything else I can do for you." "I will." We got off the phone, and I hoped that she was able to get hold of her electrician. This was the last thing she needed. The last thing that any business owner needed. "Is everything okay?" Missy came up to me. I heard the tail end of that conversation when I came back here to get more peanut butter bars. "Chelsea's certificate of occupancy got denied, so she's freaking out a bit," I said and gave Missy the rundown. "That's horrible. I hope she gets it sorted out." "She will. I need to finish up this order so we have ingredients. We're getting dangerously low, and then I'll be back up front." "Take your time." "There's a bit of a lull right now." Missy walked away, and I heard her getting the peanut butter bars out of the walk-in cooler. I turned back to my computer screen. Ordering wasn't one of the most exciting parts of my job, but it was necessary. We took inventory of staple ingredients weekly, but today when I took inventory, I realized we were a lot lower than normal. When I looked back at the cooking logs we kept for the treats we made, it showed that each week for the last month had grown about 15% over the last week. That was great. It meant we were selling more, but we were also using more ingredients. I needed to start checking inventory levels more frequently and put a note on my calendar to do so. I finished my order and got up to look through the window of the door that separated the back room from the front and saw Missy was cleaning a display and there was only one customer browsing. Since I didn't need to rush back out front right away, I went back into the office and sat in front of my computer. Todd Harper was the only person Stanley had mentioned that I had looked up. I'd been so busy, I hadn't had time. Now that he was off my suspect list, I needed to see what I could find out on Margaret Tinsley, Roger Cordell, and Vera Swain. A futile 30 minutes later, I wasn't any better off than I was before I started the search. A Google search was no help, and even looking them up on social media didn't tell me anything. Well, nothing that was of importance. Roger Cordell posted way too many pictures of his cat, and that was saying something coming from me. Though I assumed that was a common interest he had with Edna. Anything that came up about Vera was all positive business accolades, and Margaret Tinsley seemed like a sweet grandmother. Honestly, no one on Stanley's suspect list seemed at all capable of killing Edna. On paper, anyway. It made me wonder what leads Ben had. I reached for my phone. I knew he probably wouldn't tell me, but I hadn't talked to him in a couple of days. Not unusual when he was working a case, and it would be nice to hear his voice. Even if it was just the message on his voicemail. So I was surprised when he actually answered. "Oh, hey, hi." I stumbled over my words and heard him chuckle. "You called me. Why do you sound caught off guard?" "I didn't expect you to answer. I thought I'd be leaving a voicemail." "You happened to catch me at a good time. I'm sorry I haven't been around much lately. Things have been crazy around here." "No need to apologize. I understand. Are you going to have time for dinner? I can get something from that Greek place and drop it off to you." "That would be great. Unless you need to get home right away, you can bring enough for two, and we can eat together." "I would love that as long as you have the time." Ben assured me he did, and we talked a couple more minutes until he had to go. Since I was taking him dinner, I thought I would have better luck asking him about the case in person after a good meal. There were only a couple of hours left in the workday, and they dragged by like time often did when you were looking forward to something. Finally, we locked the front door and headed to the back. "I'll toss the garbage in the dumpster on my way out," Missy said. "Thanks. I just want to give these three a snack. And then I'm taking Ben dinner." "Good for you." "See you bright and early in the morning," Missy said, and grabbed the bag of garbage and headed out the door. Beans, Mr. Cuddles, and Daisy all looked up at me, obviously assuming we were all leaving too. "Sorry, guys. I'm going to have dinner with Ben, and I can't take you to the police station with me." I walked over to where we kept their food and put a little in each of their bowls. It would keep them from starving until I got them home and could feed them their full dinner. Once they had food, they lost interest in me, and I left, stopping by Poseidon's Plate to pick up dinner I'd called in 15 minutes ago and headed to the station. Peggy was on the phone when I arrived and waved me back. I visited Ben here often enough that everyone knew me, although in the past I had to bribe Peggy with cookies, human cookies, not pet ones, for her to warm up to me. Peggy was very protective of Ben. I headed back to his office, my stomach growling as I smelled the delicious food I was carrying. I reached Ben's office, and he must have heard my footsteps because he looked up from something he was reading as I reached his door. His face broke out in a wide grin, which made me smile. "Are you happy to see me or the food?" I teased. "Is it bad if I say both?" Before I could reply, he started talking again. "You. Always you." "Good answer, or I might need to take this food and go home." "No, you wouldn't?" His expression was one of horror. Obviously, he knew I was joking, but it was fun to banter like this. One of the many things I liked about our relationship. I walked into his office and started pulling the food out of the bag and setting it on his desk. Instead of just getting us each a dinner, I had ordered a few different entrees and sides so we could have our usual favorites and try a few new things. Neither of us minded leftovers, so even though it was a lot of food, I knew it wouldn't go to waste. "This looks amazing, Tillie." I didn't realize how hungry I was, but now I'm drooling and my stomach is growling. Mine too, it smells delicious. We filled our plates and started eating, too busy filling our faces to talk. Finally feeling full and wanting to save room for the baklava I'd brought for dessert, I set my plate down, and Ben looked up from his food. "You look like you have a question," he asked. "Not really a question. I'm just curious if you've made any progress on Edna's case." "That sounds like a question," he said. I gave him what I hoped was an innocent look, but he wasn't buying it. "Tillie, you know I don't discuss ongoing cases. I know, but Stanley came to me and is totally freaking out that you're going to arrest him for her murder." "He came to you? Why?" "I guess he thinks I can help him." "Tillie, you know how I feel about you or anyone interfering with an investigation," he said in a firm tone. "I know, and I'm not interfering. I'm simply asking a few questions to try and find Lord Fluffington. In fact, I might even have an opportunity to expand Paw Paws to more than cats and dogs," I said, and told him about my visit to Todd's pet store. "That all sounds great, but I don't want you talking to people on Stanley's behalf." "That's interfering with an investigation," he said sternly. "Talking to someone about Stanley's missing rabbit isn't interfering. You're not looking for him, are you?" I protested, thinking it better that I put the focus on finding Lord Fluffington. Ben just looked at me and took another bite of his food. I wanted to ask him if he felt Stanley was guilty, but he clearly wasn't going to answer now. Maybe the baklava would loosen him up. Chapter 11. "Are you sure you don't mind if I leave for a bit?" I asked Missy as I took my apron off. "Not at all. The hard part is done. I just need to cut out the rest of the peanut butter bones and pop them in the oven when the batch currently baking is done. Two of us don't need to sit around watching the oven timer." "Okay, I won't be gone long. I just want to run over and check on Chelsea, and then I'll stop and pick us up lattes on the way back." "Oh, that would be lovely. If you don't mind, get me one of Hillary's to dye for hazelnut biscotti." "You got it." I said goodbye to Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles, who were all lounging on their beds in the back, and they didn't even stir. Me leaving didn't even faze them, as they were used to it. Instead of turning left out of the parking lot to head to Chelsea's canines, I turned right. I was going to go to Chelsea's, but first I wanted to stop at Vera's Hobbies and Miniatures and talk to Vera about Edna. Hopefully she was in early, getting ready to open up shop just as we were. If not, I could always stop on my way back. I just preferred to do it when the store was closed so as not to disrupt her customers. I pulled up in front of her store and saw lights on, which was a good sign. Walking up to the front door, I rapped on the glass. A few seconds later, I saw a woman walking to the door. I recognized her as Vera from her pictures online. She was an attractive woman, slight build, mid-60s, dressed in a pair of white capris and a white short-sleeved shirt with what looked like daisies on them. Her gray hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and she had a smile on her face, so hopefully she wasn't annoyed to have what she probably thought was a customer knock on her door 30 minutes before opening. "We aren't open yet, but you're free to look around if you don't mind my mess." "I am changing out a display," she said sweetly when she opened the door. "Actually, I'm not here to shop. I wanted to talk to you for a minute." "Me? Why? Do I know you?" "Wait a minute. You're Tillie Moore. You own the pet bakery," she said, answering her own question before I got a word out. "I am. What do you want to talk to me for?" Confusion crossed her face. I hoped she was as nice after I told her why I was here as she was now. I took a deep breath. Here goes nothing, I thought. "I heard that you didn't get along very well with Edna." "You came here to talk about Edna? I was so sorry to hear she passed. Were you two friends?" "Not exactly," I said, not wanting to lie. I found it interesting that she used the word passed instead of murdered. The paper had already released the fact she didn't die of natural causes, and I couldn't imagine she didn't know Edna was murdered. Then why do you care about my feud with Edna? Her eyes narrowed. She called it a feud. Another interesting word choice, and a pretty harsh one at that. I decided honesty was the best policy, though I might be setting myself up to have a feud with her myself once she found out why I was here. I'm trying to help Stanley clear his name. By talking to me? Wait, you think I killed Edna? Does Stanley think I killed Edna? At least now I knew for sure Vera knew Edna had been murdered. I have no idea if you killed Edna or not. That's why I'm here. Vera threw her head back and laughed. Oh, honey, if you're going to talk to everyone who feuded with Edna, you are going to be very busy. I kind of already got that feeling, I said with a wry smile. I can assure you I didn't kill Edna. Did I like her? No. That woman was a horrible human being, but I didn't hate her enough to risk going to jail. I like my life. Unlike Edna. You think Edna was unhappy? I asked. I don't know for certain, but she had to be, don't you think? To be so miserable to everyone else around her. She had a point. The saying, hurt people, came to mind. Was there another reason more internal than wanting to win whatever it was she was competing for? Besides, my issues with Edna are in the past. I haven't seen her or spoken to her in years. I'm surprised my name even came up. It's such ancient history, she continued. She had a point. I thought it a little far-fetched of Stanley to think Vera would bide her time, and now, after meeting her, I thought it even less likely. Vera seemed like a woman of action, not someone who would wait years after the fact to do something. Plus, she didn't seem like a killer. Stanley did mention your feud, as you call it, was pretty vocal and everyone knew about it. Maybe that's why he brought up your name? She shrugged. Could be. With Stanley, you never know. Do you know him well? I grew up in Sweet Haven. So did Stanley and Edna. It's hard not to know someone who has lived here all their life. We really are a small town when the tourists are gone. That was true. Sweet Haven only had about 8,000 full-time residents, but between Memorial Day and Labor Day, the town exploded with tourists. Do you know if Edna had any friends? Surely not everyone in town hated her. Vera tapped her finger to her chin as she was thinking. I started feeling bad for Edna if it was this hard for Vera to name one friend. She used to be close with Julie Strom, but I really don't know if they were close recently. The last couple of years, I didn't see Edna out much. The name Julie Strom rang a bell, but I couldn't place her. Vera must have noticed the confusion on my face. She owns the Sweet Haven Sanctuary. It's some kind of wellness center. I've never been there myself, but people rave about it. I knew I had heard the name before. She spoke at a Chamber of Commerce meeting I attended a few months back. She just left quickly after, and I didn't have a chance to meet her. I thought her talk on work-life balance was really good. That's Julie for you. She is the calmest person I know. It's probably all that yoga she does. I wondered if Chelsea knew her. Chelsea was into fitness and attended all kinds of classes. She had coerced me to go to a few against my will. Exercise and I weren't exactly on a first-name basis. Do you think she'd be open to talking to me about Edna? I asked. I'm sure she would. Julie is very much an open book. Listen, if that's all, there are a few things I need to do before opening. Oh, yes, sorry. I didn't mean to monopolize your time. It's fine. I hope you feel confident that you can cross me off your suspect list. She had a twinkle in her eye, and I could tell she found this whole thing amusing. Further proof in my book, Vera had nothing to do with Edna's death. You're crossed off, I joked, holding up my hand like a piece of paper and pretending to cross something off an imaginary list. As I headed to Chelsea's, I couldn't help but wonder why Stanley would think Vera could have killed Edna. She seemed like such a sweet lady. A few minutes later, I pulled into Chelsea's and parked next to a truck that said Eli's Electrical. That was a positive sign that the electrician was here. I headed down to the pole barn to find Chelsea. I hadn't told her I was coming, but I assumed she would be down here, especially with the electrician here. I was right. Walking in, I saw a stressed-out-looking Chelsea pacing back and forth in what was the lobby area of her business. Her eyes lit up, and I felt she looked relieved when she saw me. I didn't know you were stopping by. I can't stay long, but I wanted to pop in and see how you were doing. Better. It's costing me money I didn't expect to put in a bigger breaker box, but that will satisfy the building inspector who agreed to come out too, and that will leave me one day until the grand opening. Cutting it close, but doable. Thank goodness. Did you ask the electrician why he didn't tell you about the breaker box in the first place? No. I just want it done and didn't want to make him mad and have him not want to do it. I figured I would worry about that later. That makes sense. Is there anything else you need or that I can help with? Nope. I'm just going to be confident that everything will fall into place. So I will need the treats from Paw Paw's for the grand opening party if that's still okay. Of course. Missy and I already prepared the batter on Sunday, and we plan to cook them fresh early Saturday morning. Chelsea gave me a hug. I don't know what I would do without you. I appreciate you more than you know, talking me off the ledge yesterday. That's what friends are for. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket and fished it out. It was Missy calling. I'm just finishing at Chelsea's. I'll be back in 15, I said by way of hello, assuming she called because she had opened and it was getting busy. It's Logan, she said breathlessly. Logan? Someone found him? Someone spotted him. I just got a DM on our social media, and the person said they saw a cat fitting Logan's description in the yard of a house on Long Street. Did they give you the address? No, but they said it was the third house on the left as you were going north. I thought you might want to check it out on your way back. I will, as long as you're doing fine at the bakery. There is a steady stream of people, but I'll call if there are things I can't handle. A Logan spotting, I said to Chelsea when I got off the phone. That's good news. Go check it out, and let me know if you find him. I will. I practically ran to my car. Just because Logan was spotted didn't mean he would still be there, but I was crossing my fingers he might be. I might not be able to find Edna's killer, but at least I could make sure her cat was safe. Chapter 12. When I got to Long Street, I parked at the corner and figured I would just slowly walk around the block. I wasn't opposed to trespassing into someone's yard if I saw him, but I didn't want to go traipsing around in people's bushes without a sighting. Logan, here, kitty kitty, I called out as I made my way down the street. When I got to the house where he was supposedly spotted, I did stop and scan the yard. Logan, come on, boy, don't be scared. I'm here to help you. I continued down the street when I saw some kids riding bikes on the sidewalk across from me. I flagged them down, and they stopped. Have any of you seen a gray and white striped cat roaming around? I asked. The kids were probably about 9 or 10, and the 3 of them shook their heads. No, ma'am. We haven't seen any cats. Polite. It was refreshing to meet kids with manners. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your bike ride. The kids left, and I made my way to the end of the block and started walking back. Logan, come here, Logan. I was calling out pretty loudly, wanting to make sure if he was close, he could hear me, or even if he would come to his name being called. I knew he was well trained for a cat, but he was still a cat. Did you lose your son? I heard a voice come up behind me, and I whipped around to see a woman probably in her mid-30s with a toddler next to her. My son? I heard you calling for Logan. Oh, not my son. My cat. Well, not my cat. A friend's cat. Someone said they saw him around here. Gray and white striped, super friendly. She nodded as if walking around a strange neighborhood calling for a cat that wasn't mine was normal. We're renting a house here for the summer and have only been here a week, but I have seen a cat that sounds like the one you're looking for, but I think he belongs to that house, she said, pointing to the 4th house down on the other side of the street. The thought of Logan, or any cat, crossing the street, even a slow one like this side street, made me cringe. Thank you. Sure, no problem. I crossed the street to the house she pointed at. Maybe someone had taken him in? I could only hope. His owner was dead, and he needed a good home. I pressed the doorbell and soon heard footsteps coming to the door. "Can I help you?" the man said. When he opened the door, he looked familiar. "Hi, I'm Tillie Moore, and I'm trying to find Logan, Edna Birch's cat. Someone thinks they spotted him in this neighborhood." "I know you. You run Paw Paw's Pet Bakery," he exclaimed, solving the mystery of why he looked familiar. If only finding Logan was this easy. "I do. My precious loves your kitty cakes." "Thank you. They're very popular." Normally, I would love to talk about the bakery, but I really wanted to know if he had seen Logan. "Have you seen a gray and white cat around here? One of your neighbors said they had seen one around your house." I didn't want to accuse him by any means, but I did want to get to the point. "Oh, they must have seen Precious. She's become very adept at opening the screen door and wandering outside. She's gray and white," he said, and pointed to a picture on the wall of him and Precious. Her and Logan might have coloring in common, but that was where the resemblance stopped. It looked like this man was feeding Precious one too many kitty cakes. Not that I was judging. One might say you could tell Daisy and Beans had their fair share of snacks. Mr. Cuddles, on the other hand, had some self-restraint. "She's beautiful." "Thank you. She's my sweet little angel. She's down for her nap and doesn't like to be disturbed, or I would introduce you. She's very particular about her schedule." That was a first. Scheduled nap time for a cat? "I completely understand. Can I give you my phone number in case you happen to see a gray and white striped cat hanging around? You could give me a call?" Of course, I hate to think of anyone's pet lost. We exchanged numbers and I left, making one more trip around the block but not seeing any cats, much less Logan. It was disappointing to say the least. "Was it him?" Missy asked me the minute I got back to the bakery. "Nope. There is a gray and white cat in that neighborhood, but it wasn't Logan." "Darn it. I know I don't want to think this way, but maybe whoever killed Edna did take Logan," I said. I hoped, if that was the case, that whoever the person was taking care of him. I don't think Stanley has found Lord Fluffington either. He posted a video last night on social media about it. Poor guy, I should probably check in on him. He kind of seemed like he was unraveling in the video he posted last night. That didn't sound good. Last time we spoke, I felt he was barely hanging on. I made a mental note to call and check on him later, as I couldn't imagine what he was going through. Losing his beloved rabbit and knowing he was a murder suspect had to be taking its toll. The door chimed, signaling someone walking in, and Missy and I instinctively turned our heads in that direction. "What is Margaret Tinsley doing in here?" I said under my breath. She had never been in the bakery before, which led me to believe she didn't have pets. Plus, she didn't seem the pet type. Maybe if she had a pet, she wouldn't be so cranky all the time. At least I'd never seen her being nice. She kind of gave Edna a run for her money in the nasty department. I walked up to Margaret before Missy had a chance to answer. "Hi, Margaret. What brings you in?" I put a smile on my face, firmly believing in the kill them with kindness strategy. "I came in to buy some cat treats." "Oh, I didn't know you had a cat." "It's not mine." I waited for her to elaborate, but she didn't. She just started looking impatient. "Do you know what kind of flavors the cat likes?" "Flavors?" she said, raising her eyebrows as if she felt that was the most ridiculous question ever. "Yes, we have sweet and savory. All our products are made with ingredients safe for animals. Humans, too." Margaret curled up her nose. Apparently, she didn't want to share treats with this cat. The items Missy and I made for the pet bakery were bland by human standards, but it was surprising to me how many people said they tried what they bought. "I guess give me something of each flavor." I walked over to the display case and she followed me. "This side is for cats. We have kitty cakes that are really popular in both savory and sweet flavors. The cat cookies are also popular. They look like something I would see at Tony's, Margaret said, bending over and taking a closer look. That was quite a compliment, especially coming from Margaret, who really acted like she'd rather be anywhere but here. Tony's Sweet Creations was next door on the opposite side of Paw Paw's from the beanery, and her cupcakes and sweet treats were out of this world, not only with taste, but presentation. Thank you. We try hard to make ours just as beautiful as you would see in a regular bakery. Why? It's not like the animals will know. It was the first time we got that question. I know, but the pet parents do, and they appreciate it. Plus, it's fun making them pretty. I guess. Seems like an awful lot of work for nothing, in my opinion. Anyway, I'll take one sweet and one savory. We have banana and carrot for sweet and... Just pick out whatever, she interrupted me. Okay. I walked around the display case and grabbed my favorites out and put them both in a pink box. Our packaging was also very pretty, and more than you would expect, at a pet bakery. But again, it was about the pet parents who were spending their money. I wanted people to get a lot of value for their money. Is this a gift? We have cards you can stick under the box ribbon. I'm not sure this cat can read. I couldn't tell if she was being serious or not. I meant, was it a gift for a cat owner, or do you have a cat? No, it's not a gift. I don't need anything fancy. I rung her up, and she left without saying another word. I couldn't help but wonder why she was in here buying cat treats when she clearly didn't want to be. And why did she evade every one of my questions as if she had a cat? Margaret did hate Edna. Almost more than Stanley, if you believe the gossip. Was it a coincidence she was buying cat treats? Or did she have a cat she didn't want anyone knowing about? Could she have killed Edna and taken Logan? Chapter 13. A couple of days later, I pulled up to the town hall. I was here to attend the monthly community outreach team meeting, and while I enjoyed being part of the group and helping others, tonight, I couldn't wait for the meeting to be done because I was meeting Ben later for dinner. I was looking forward to spending some time with him. I was a few minutes early, and there were already a few people here standing over by the refreshments table. I could see the trademark branding of Tony's Bakery, and my stomach growled. I tried hard not to overdo the sugar, but I couldn't resist her cupcakes. My attention was quickly diverted from the table of treats by loud voices coming from behind me. I turned around to see Elmer and Margaret, and they were once again arguing about something, except they were yelling even louder than they had been at the beanery. It wasn't a surprise that they were both here. They both were part of the community response team. But what was going on between them to cause all this arguing? They didn't need to be friendly by any means, but coming here and causing a ruckus at a meeting that was supposed to be about community support didn't make sense. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt this way because I saw Philip Baxter, the current president of the committee, walk up to them. I walked toward them, too. I couldn't help it. I wanted to hear what was going on. I reached them just in time to hear Philip ask them what was going on. I don't know what is going on with you two, but this really isn't the time nor place to hash it out this vocally. Philip Baxter was an attorney in town, so I was sure he was used to diffusing situations. He also had a calm demeanor about him that was somewhat soothing. I wondered if that was a skill he cultivated in his profession. What he said worked. Well, a little. They stopped yelling, but Elmer's face was beet red and his jaw was clenched, almost as if he was holding his words back. Margaret didn't look any less angry than Elmer did. "Do you think you can be civil to each other for this meeting?" Philip asked. It seemed like forever before Elmer nodded his head. "Yes." "Sorry, Philip," he said. It took another second or two for Margaret to speak. I almost thought maybe she wasn't going to agree. "Philip, you're right. This isn't the time nor the place," she said in a clipped tone and walked away, taking a seat. Elmer followed suit, but sat on the opposite end of the room. Philip looked at me, and I shrugged. "You know what that's about?" he asked. "Not at all, but this isn't the first time I've seen them argue in public," I said. It's their business. I guess they just need to keep it out of here. Philip turned over his wrist to glance at his watch. I better get this meeting started. He headed to the front of the room. The meeting space we were using in the town hall was a decent size, with tables and chairs set up like a classroom. I liked it since I was an avid note-taker. It made it easy to take notes and get a coffee and a cupcake, which is where I was heading now, even though I heard Philip call the meeting to order. It wasn't a formal meeting. It was acceptable to get up during the meeting for more coffee or whatever, and I wasn't about to miss out on a cupcake. There weren't many left, but I still had a choice between lemon and pink lemonade. Both sounded delicious. How was I going to choose? Want to split one of each so we can taste both? Georgina, what brings you here? Philip talked me into joining, or at least coming to a meeting to see what it was all about. That's great. I think you'll be inspired, and yes, let's split the cupcakes. I take it things are going well between the two of you? Georgina and Philip had been casually seeing each other the last couple of months. Hillary, Chelsea, and I thought they made an adorable couple. It's going. Time will tell. Georgina was very tight-lipped about her love life, though that didn't stop her from prying into anyone else's. Hillary said there was a story there, but Georgina had never opened up. I tried not to pry, figuring she would open up when she was ready. We took our plates to an empty table in the back and sat down. I pulled my notebook out of my purse, turning it to a fresh page and writing today's date at the top, along with community outreach meeting. I tried to write everything down, or I would totally forget. Philip was efficient. He always had an agenda and had a way of getting people to volunteer for things without them even realizing it. Though when he asked for a couple of people to make a visit to a few elderly shut-ins this week, when Elmer raised his hand, I did too. Maybe if I could spend more time with Elmer, I would find out what this animosity was with Margaret. And I truly liked helping the elderly. What did you think? I asked Georgina when the meeting concluded. Honestly, I kind of feel bad I've never volunteered for this committee before. I guess I didn't realize how much good it provides Sweet Haven. I thought I had talked about it quite often. But maybe not. It was a good cause. And the more people who joined to help, the more we would be able to help. I made a mental note to talk about the cause more. I need to get back to the flower shop. Are we still getting to Chelsea's early tomorrow to help set up? Yep. Great. I'll see you then. Georgina left, and I looked around for Elmer. He was still sitting in the same spot he'd been the entire meeting. Maybe he was waiting for Margaret to leave. Though I looked around and didn't see her, I went over to where he was sitting, turning one of the chairs at the table in front of him around and taking a seat. He looked at me, almost looking confused as to why I was sitting there. I thought we could figure out what times work best for us to go visit the shut-ins on our list, I said. Oh, right. Is everything okay, Elmer? I wanted to ask him why he was arguing with Margaret, but I felt I needed to ease into it. Normally, I probably would have just come right out and asked, but he seemed a little wound up and not his normal self. Everything is fine, he snapped and then shook his head and looked down. When he looked back up at me, he apologized. I shouldn't have snapped. I'm just tired, and yes, let's make a plan. What does your schedule look like the next couple of days? We worked out our schedules, and I didn't have a chance to ask him about Margaret. Since I would be seeing him again the day after next and would be with him for an extended period of time, I felt it would be better to bide my time. Maybe when he wasn't fresh off an argument with Margaret, he might be more willing to chat. When I left the town hall, I headed to the French bistro in town. Ben knew how much I liked the food there, but during tourist season, it was booked out weeks in advance. I was shocked he'd been able to get us a table on such short notice. When I pulled into the parking lot, I noticed he was still sitting in his county-issued Suburban. He must have just arrived. I got out of the car and walked over to his. He was staring down at something, probably his phone. He glanced up just as I reached the window, and he smiled, making my stomach do flip-flops. He always had that effect on me. Ben opened the door and got out, leaning in to give me a kiss that I felt down to the tips of my toes. "It's nice to see you," he said when he pulled back. "Same here. I'm starving. But you have to tell me how you got a table here on such short notice," I said, as we walked hand in hand from the parking lot around the corner to the restaurant. "A man never divulges his secrets," he teased. "Okay, fine. But however this worked out, I'm just glad it did." We were quickly seated, and fresh, piping hot bread arrived at our table while the waiter told us the specials. However, I always got the same thing every time I'd been here. It was that good. "I'll take the cocoa van, please," I said. "Noodles or bread?" the waiter asked. "Noodles, please." The waiter nodded and turned to Ben. "And for you, sir?" "I think I'll have the same." When the waiter left, Ben turned to me. "Rodney had a special anniversary dinner planned with his wife and she got sick." "What?" "The reservation." Well, that's horrible for them, but I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm glad their misfortune is our gain." "I have to agree with you there. So tell me about your chat with Vera." That caught me off guard. "Did she come to you about our conversation?" I had to admit, if she had, I was going to be really surprised. She didn't seem like the type to run and tattle, especially when it's not like anything really happened. "She is on the policeman's ball planning committee. Your name came up and she told me you came to talk to her about Edna's murder." "Oh, really?" I said, trying to keep my expression neutral. "Don't worry. She seemed to find the whole thing funny." I felt my body relax a little. "But I don't. Tillie, why are you talking to people about Edna's murder?" I didn't really have an answer for that. I mean, I did have an answer, but it wasn't one he would want to hear. "Can we just enjoy our dinner and talk about this later?" I asked. After a moment, he nodded. "Yes, but we will talk about this later." Maybe I should tell Stanley I couldn't help him. I wasn't getting anywhere anyway, and I didn't want to cause problems between me and Ben. Chapter 14. "I am so nervous I feel like I'm going to throw up," Chelsea said the next afternoon, an hour before her grand opening was supposed to start. "That's normal. I remember how I felt when Paw Paws opened, but everything is going to go fine. You have your certificate of occupancy. The tables are all set with food for people and pets. Your Bark Park area is set up, so all we need to do is wait for people to show up and get them to sign up for services, taking advantage of the founder's discount," I said. "I am so grateful for all your help," she said, looking at me, Hillary, and Georgina. Missy was coming later with more pup and kitty cakes after she closed the bakery. "Oh, of course. What kind of friends would we be if we didn't support you?" Georgina said, and we all chorused our agreement. "What if no one shows up? What if this is a flop? And my dad has the last laugh?" she fretted, wringing her hands. Now her freaking out started to make more sense. Her dad hadn't been at all happy when Chelsea decided to leave the family business and start her own, even if it had been because of his refusal to retire. I could see how that was a lot of pressure on Chelsea. "I promise you people will show up. You've done a great job building up a social media presence and going to all the businesses downtown and asking them to help by keeping flyers on their counters. And we've all reposted all your content. I have a feeling that it's going to be so busy your biggest problem will be getting around to talk to everyone." "I hope so." "Tillie's right, Chelsea. I just know this event is going to be amazing," Hillary chimed in. Hillary and I turned out to be right. People started trickling in early, and by the time the grand opening party was 40 minutes in, the place was packed with people and their pets. Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles were here, and since we were on private property, they were off-leash. All three of them were completely fine with other animals, but I did keep glancing around the crowd to keep them in my eyesight. As big as they were, sometimes people were afraid, especially when they had small dogs. Not sure why, but small dog owners seemed much more fearful of my pack than cat parents. Chelsea's canines offered doggy daycare. She wanted to eventually expand to dog and cat grooming, but decided to start off focused on one thing, which I thought was a good idea. "Excuse me." I heard a voice behind me, and I stood up from the table of pet treats I was consolidating and turned around. I had a feeling this grand opening of Chelsea's was also going to be good for my business. My pup and kitty cakes had been flying off the table, and I had refilled my business card holder twice. A woman stood in front of me. She was an attractive woman, slender and taller than me, which wasn't saying much at my 5'3". She had stark white hair pulled back in a bun, with great-looking skin and a very youthful appearance, although she was probably a little older than I was. But what I liked most about her was the fact she had a Great Dane by her side. I loved all animals, but had a special fondness for extra-large animals. "Well, aren't you just the cutest?" I said to the dog, and he wagged his tail. "How can I help you?" "Gus here loves his treats, and I heard yours are wonderful." Even though she had spelled out the word, he started wagging his tail even harder, and I couldn't help but laugh. "I don't know why I even bothered to hide what I'm talking about. He can clearly spell," she said wryly. "Trust me, I get it. My animals can too. Does Gus prefer sweet or savory?" I went through my whole spiel, and unlike Margaret the other day, who kind of poo-pooed the whole having choices thing, this woman ended up buying a dozen of assorted flavors. When she handed me her credit card, I did a double take when I saw the name on the card. Julie Strom. "You own the Sweet Haven Sanctuary." "I do, and as a fellow business owner in town, I apologize I haven't made it into your bakery. Gus may never forgive me." I had fed him a few samples to see what he liked the most, and he was definitely a fan. "That's okay. I get how life is crazy busy, especially since I know what it's like to be a business owner. You were friends with Edna." A sadness flashed across her face. "I was. May she rest in peace. I still can't believe what happened. It seems so surreal." "Were you and Edna friends for a long time?" I asked. "Since grade school?" "That is a long time." "It was. The last few years we didn't talk as much. It seemed like Edna started pulling away. She rarely wanted to go out to lunch or dinner. We used to get together about once a month to go to the farmer's market, and she hadn't done that in over a year." "Do you know why?" Vera hesitated. "She wouldn't really say." "Do you think she was afraid of someone?" "I don't think it was anything like that, at least physically." That seemed like an odd thing to say. "Was someone mentally or emotionally hurting her?" "I don't think it was that either. It's so hard to tell because she would hardly talk about anything with me, but I feel she was getting worried about money. That people only wanted to be her friend because of her money." That surprised me. Not that I knew the personal finances of everyone in town, but this was a small town, and people talked. I had never heard anything about Edna in regard to money. "I know it's kind of taboo to talk about, but did Edna have a lot of money?" "I guess it's fine to talk about now since she's gone, but yes, Edna was a very wealthy woman. Her dad was an engineer, who was an inventor as a hobby. After he died, she sold a couple of his inventions for a lot of money. Edna never really cared about the money. She just wanted her dad's dream to be realized, and that dream was to sell one of his inventions. I had no idea. That's actually really cool that she was able to sell one of her dad's inventions, even if it was posthumously. It didn't happen until a few years ago, and that's when she changed. I can't say it was for sure because of the money, but it's what I assumed by the way she acted and the things she said. It was really hurtful how she cut everyone off, and then she just seemed to want to fight with everyone. The only person in the last year or so that she seemed to tolerate and actually spent a lot of time with is Elmer." "That seems a little odd." "I mean, nothing against Elmer. I like the guy. I'm on the community outreach committee with him. I just wouldn't have expected him to be good friends with Edna. You and me both. But he became the only one she talked to." I didn't even know what to make of that. It wasn't even that I wondered what they had in common. People who seemed like opposites were friends all the time, but he was also 30 years her junior. But more importantly, the reason it seemed so odd to me was when we arrived at Edna's, he hadn't seemed upset at all. It would explain all of the arguing with Margaret if he was really trying to stick up for Edna, which was sweet. But after it happened, when the police were there, he didn't seem all that broken up. If they were that close, wouldn't he have been more upset? Thank you for the treats. I know Gus will love them. I hope he does, and I know you're busy, but we do have an online store. You could always order them, and Missy or I could drop them off for you. Oh, that's really sweet. Hopefully things at some point will calm down, as I would love to come see your place in person. Julie left, and the rest of the grand opening went by in a blur, and before I knew it, the last of the guests had gone, and Chelsea was beaming. You were all right, and I was worried for nothing. This couldn't have been more of a success, she said. I know I shouldn't say I told you so, but I told you so, Hillary said, and we all started laughing. I don't mind at all, and I couldn't have done it without all your help, she said. Speaking of help, let's get started cleaning this place up, I said. Good thinking, because I happen to be full tomorrow, and I need to get this place ready, Chelsea said. I was so happy for my friend, even though I hadn't doubted for a minute that her grand opening and her business would be successful. But I couldn't help but think about tomorrow. Elmer and I were going to be checking on the shut-ins and dropping off things that they would need, and he was going to need to answer some questions. Chapter 15. The next day, I went into the bakery early to get some baking done. Since I was going to spend most of the day with Elmer, I wanted to let Missy sleep in since she would be manning the place by herself most of the day. I figured it was the least I could do. Come on now, Mr. Cuddles. You know you need to wait until the pupcakes cool. Normally the most reserved of the three dogs when it came to begging for treats, but his favorites were the carrot cake flavored pupcakes, and he could smell them the minute I started making the batter. In fact, when I got out the ingredients and uncovered them, he came running over to the workstation, just sitting patiently, waiting for me to drop something or feed him something. Daisy and Beans were still lounging on their beds, but their eyes were fixated on me just in case. They weren't going to allow Mr. Cuddles to get something they didn't. They just weren't willing to get up to wait for it. I had taken the pupcakes out of the oven and was waiting for them to cool so I could frost them. They were the second best-selling pupcakes after the peanut butter and jelly pupcakes, though it was because of how they looked, since it wasn't the receivers of the treats who actually ate them. Mr. Cuddles didn't waver even after I walked away to put something else in the oven. He had his eyes trained on the pupcakes on the counter. About an hour later, after I had taken the last batch of baked goods out of the oven and frosted the carrot cake pupcakes, of course splitting one 3 ways for Mr. Cuddles, Daisy, and Beans. I heard the back door open and looked over my shoulder to see Missy walk in. Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles looked at Missy, at me, and back at Missy. I knew they wanted to go over and get attention from her, but they also didn't want to miss a potential second treat. No more treats right now, I said, and they promptly headed over to Missy, who gave them the attention they felt they deserved. You got a lot done this morning, she said, looking at the counters filled with the results of my morning. I got here even earlier than I expected and was just in the groove. With as busy as we've been lately? That's good. I wanted to make sure we had plenty for today so we didn't run out. I appreciate you holding down the fort for me today. Of course. I think what you're doing is such a good cause. It's something I want to do when I have more time, which I know is a bad excuse. You're busier than I am. Don't say that. You're just as busy. Plus, you know what they say. Comparison is the thief of joy. You're too kind. You said you're spending today with Elmer doing the community outreach? I am, and I don't think I told you what I heard about Elmer at Chelsea's grand opening. We were all so busy and so exhausted by the end of the day. You didn't. What happened? I talked to Julie Strom. She is one of Edna's good friends, or at least she was. I know her. She owns the Sweet Haven Sanctuary. But what do you mean by was? Julie, who has the most adorable Great Dane, by the way, was at the grand opening. I found out from Vera when I talked to her that Julie was one of Edna's only friends, So when she came by the treat table, I took advantage of it and asked her about Edna. I went on to tell Missy what Julie had said, especially about Elmer. Edna and Elmer were besties? That seems odd. That was my initial thought, and even Julie said she didn't understand it either. That Edna walked away from everyone except him, and that's when she started being so mean and causing issues with everyone. I wonder what happened to make her act like that, Missy asked. I wanted to tell her what Julie said about the money, but should I? Julie didn't say it was a secret, and Edna was dead, so it didn't really matter now, did it? So I told her. Seriously? She said a few seconds after I finished telling her everything. Yep. Money does crazy things to people. Maybe that is why she turned into such a bitter woman. I just don't really get the Elmer relationship. Me either, and I'm hoping to find more out about that today. Speaking of which, I need to get out of here and meet him before I'm late. I was meeting him at the grocery store, where we were picking up a few things people needed before we went visiting. Call me if you need anything. I'll be fine. Besides, I have these guys to help me, she said, looking at Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles, who were back on their beds, eyes half closed. I chuckled. Not sure they will be much help. I'll be back to close up, if not before. She waved at me and called to her 3 helpers, who got up and lumbered after her. I was still smiling at that vision as I reached my car. Animals, especially mine, made me so happy. I pulled into the grocery store parking lot. Elmer had sent me a text that he was already there and would be waiting for me just inside the door, which was exactly where I found him leaning against a sign, scrolling through his phone. "Hi, Elmer," I said, and he looked up. "Good morning," he chirped. He seemed in a good mood, which was more than I could say for the other day. Maybe that would bode well for getting him to share with me. I have the list. I organized it by section of the grocery store, so we could divide and conquer, I said. That's a great idea, he said, as I handed him one of the 2 printed lists I'd made. I'm more familiar with the dry goods and frozen sections of the store if you want to take the rest, he said sheepishly. Don't worry, I won't judge you on your food choices. I may run a bakery, but it's for pets, and I tend to exist on sandwiches and lean cuisines, I said in a conspiratorial whisper. I wasn't even lying. Exaggerating maybe a little because I tried to cook a big meal once a week that I could use for leftovers, but that was about it. I love to cook, but when it was just me, it didn't really seem worth it. And splitting it up that way is fine. Meet you back at the checkout? Elmer nodded, and we each grabbed a cart and went our separate ways. The community outreach group did fundraise to help offset costs, but I usually paid for things out of my own pocket. I didn't make a lot, but I had more than many, especially the ones we were helping, and I didn't feel I gave enough to charitable groups, so it made me feel better. It didn't take long for either of us to get all the items on the list and head to the parking lot. Want me to drive? I said to him as we pushed the carts outside. Sure. My car is small and yours will have more space. I didn't mind driving. That way, if I asked him a question he didn't like, he couldn't leave me stranded. Not that I expected that, but you never knew. About an hour later, we had left the second of 5 places we were going today. We had just gotten in the car and Elmer sighed heavily. I looked over at him. Everything okay? I just feel bad for Mr. Samuels and everyone else on our list. I can't imagine being old and alone. No one should have to live like that. No, they shouldn't, I agreed. Elmer had a soft spot for the elderly. Maybe this was my chance to segue into asking him about Edna. We were about 5 minutes into a 25-minute drive outside of town when I finally worked up the courage to say something. I heard that you were friends with Edna, I said, figuring a simple question was the best way to start. I'm friends with a lot of people. The suspicious nature in me made me wonder if he was evading my question or just being what I would consider a typical guy and not fully answering the question. Elmer was in his early 30s, which wasn't much older than my son, and I knew sometimes getting him to give me all their information required playing 20 questions. I can totally see that. You're such an outgoing guy, but I meant I heard that you had a close relationship with Edna. I did. I guess I was going to have to play 20 questions since he didn't seem to be all that forthcoming. I tried to ask innocuous questions about his life and hobbies and hoped to find a way to steer the conversation back to Edna, but I didn't get the opportunity. Elmer wasn't very talkative, but I could tell he had a soft spot for Edna. Unfortunately, I didn't get any information that would help me figure out who killed her. Chapter 16. How long were you friends? I asked. A while. Did your parents know each other? I assumed his parents were roughly Edna's age, even though I didn't know his parents. No, we met at bridge club. Oh, that's fun. Back in Alabama, where I'm from, my girlfriends and I had a short-lived bridge club. I'm just not much of a card shark. I never really got the hang of it. Is that why you said it was short-lived? Pretty much. I wasn't the only one who didn't quite understand. We should have called it Uno Club, but instead we just said forget the whole card game thing and made it a book club instead. That got some emotion out of him, and he started laughing. I don't blame you for giving up. I had never played a card game more difficult than Go Fish or Uno, as you mentioned, until I joined the bridge club. And it was because of my horrendous playing that I got to be friends with Edna. I glanced over at him. What do you mean? Edna was very competitive, but the bridge club is really supposed to be fun, and she was probably one of the only people who was really serious about it. They don't have set partners and rotate, so everyone gets a chance to play with everyone else, and let me just tell you, Edna was none too thrilled that she got stuck with me as a partner. I had zero idea what I was doing, and of course we lost every game. I couldn't help but laugh as I was picturing this in my head. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at you, just the story's funny. And even though I didn't know Edna well, I know she had a competitive nature, and anyone with a competitive nature would hate to lose. So I guess I would think that would make her want to be anything but friends with you. No offense. None taken. You're right. That is what you would expect, but no. Edna invited me over. Demanded it, actually. Saying she was going to teach me how to become an excellent bridge player. At first, I thought I was kind of special, but then I realized Edna had made that offer to almost everyone. They just hadn't taken her up on it, probably because she was kind of bossy. I think because I took her up on it, that's what started our friendship. While I thought that story was super cute, I felt bad for Edna. She was clearly needing some kind of connection she wasn't getting until she befriended Elmer, even if it was initially in a self-serving way. You must have been really upset when you heard the news on the scanner about Edna, I said. Edna was always worried someone was out to get her. I always teased her for being paranoid, but I guess she wasn't so paranoid after all. Edna thought someone was out to get her? Yes, and it had gotten worse as of late. I really was starting to worry a little bit about her mental health, but maybe she was right all along. Do you know anyone who would have wanted to harm her? Is that why you've been arguing so publicly with Margaret? Margaret's just a nasty woman. His tone turned dark. Everyone tried to say that Edna was a hateful woman. Margaret is truly horrible. Why do you say that? She was always hounding Edna, wanting things. She would never take no for an answer. She would show up unannounced, refusing to leave. On more than one occasion, I had to tell her either she needed to leave or we were going to call the police. And would she do that? Elmer hesitated. I don't know. Plus, she hates animals, and anyone who hates animals is not a nice person in my book. I felt the comment about her hating animals was to change the subject, and I had a feeling he knew why Margaret was hounding Edna, but I had gotten him to open up a lot and didn't want to push it. I can agree with you on the animal thing. She came in the bakery the other day to buy cat treats, and I don't even understand why, because she seemed to dislike even being in my bakery. Elmer snorted. Maybe she's on some new crazy fad diet where she wants to eat animal treats because there is no way that woman was buying anything for an animal. Not unless she wanted to poison it or something. While that sounded harsh, I agreed with him. Even people who weren't pet parents came in all the time to buy gifts for their friends or just enjoyed shopping. Margaret had acted like it was the last place she wanted to be. Do you have any thoughts as to what happened to Edna? I've thought about it. Thought about it a lot. And no. I mean, sure, Edna had her enemies, but to go as far as kill her? I can't even imagine hating someone that much. So you don't think Stanley or Vera might have been angry enough to want her dead? Vera? No, that was old history. And sure, she and Stanley had quite the tumultuous relationship, but it was good-natured. Good-natured? I'm not sure I would agree with you on that one. You're right. Good-natured isn't the right word. What I'm trying to say is they both thrived on their lawn wars, if that makes sense. I guess it does. Are you trying to figure out who killed Edna? Is that why you are asking me all these questions? Do you think I had something to do with Edna's murder? He said, voice rising in anger. No, I don't think you had anything to do with Edna's death. And yes, I would love for whoever killed Edna to come to justice. I was just making a comment. I was a little caught off guard as to where that anger came from. We were having such a nice conversation. I didn't mean anything by it, Elmer. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have unloaded like that. It's just been a rough few days. It's okay. I do have one. One what? I asked. An alibi. I was playing bridge. At the club? Where you and Edna played? Yes. She said she didn't feel well and stayed home. Her two favorite things were bridge and Logan, he said, and I could tell he was thinking of Edna. Speaking of Logan, I can't stop thinking about him. I'm so worried about him. Me too. Edna loved that cat more than any person I know. I've gone by her house every day to see if he's there. I told Elmer about the sighting someone had messaged the bakery's social media about, but it was a false lead. Then I filled him in on my adventure there, including the vaguely similar chubby cat that had been mistaken for Logan. It's nice that you've been posting to social media looking for Logan and Mr. Fluffington. I know Stanley and Edna didn't get along, but she would never want anything to happen to an animal, and I can assure you, neither she nor Logan would hurt another animal. I can see Logan maybe chasing a rabbit he saw, but I don't think he could open a cage door. Stanley is a little delusional on that one, I couldn't help but say. Logan wouldn't chase one or anything for that matter. He really was the most chill cat I've ever seen. Speaking of cats, you know who had threatened Edna before and not too long ago? It's maybe been a couple of months. Roger Cordell. I heard they dated for a while. Did they have a nasty breakup? You could say that again. Roger claimed to have partial ownership of Logan and wanted to share custody. He even threatened to take her to court. What? Why would he think he had any rights to Logan? He helped pay for some vet bills and other expenses, so he said that gave him ownership rights. Why would Edna need his help financially? Oh, she didn't. She just wasn't going to turn him down, and he had no idea she was wealthy. She didn't tell many people that. But she told you? She trusted me. Did he? Take her to court? No, I think he realized he didn't have a leg to stand on, especially when Edna told him she would share Logan with him over her dead body. Roger's response was pretty heated. Were you there when they argued? No, it was over email, and she showed me. What did he say? In response to her comment over her dead body? That she better watch out, or she would be the one who ended up dead. The chubby older man, who had way too many pictures of cats on his social media feed, a killer? That seemed as far-fetched as everyone else I'd talked to, but if his anger had escalated to threats, maybe in the heat of the moment something happened. I put talking to Roger on the top of my mental list. Some people had a hard time getting over a grudge. Maybe Roger was one of them. Chapter 17. Yesterday, after Elmer and I finished calling on our shut-ins, I had asked him if he knew Roger's phone number or address, and he gave me both. If Elmer thought Stanley was harmless and Roger had made an actual threat, I definitely thought he was someone to check out. I had even called Ben to tell him what Elmer had told me last night, but we had no sooner gotten on the phone when he had to go, and I didn't have a chance. Probably best, because if he had told me not to talk to Roger and interfere with an investigation, I would have felt a lot worse about the fact that I was pulling up to Roger's house right now. I had gone in early and helped Missy with the baking. We could hardly keep up with demands, and Missy had again broached the subject of some part-time help for the busy season to work out front, to give us both more time to bake and not have to come in at the crack of dawn. Or even before the crack of dawn, because this morning we had come in at 4 a.m. Roger lived just on the edge of town, so about 15 minutes from the bakery. My plan was to stop by really quick, talk to him, and get back to help Missy. Hopefully before the bakery even opened. I pulled into the driveway and didn't see a car, but there was a 2-car garage, so that didn't mean anything. Just because I could never pull into my garage because of all of my aunt's things I still hadn't had time to go through didn't mean others weren't able to use theirs. I parked and shut off the car and noticed the drapes were drawn on the front living room window. Maybe he wasn't home. Or maybe he didn't like light. I got out and walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. I waited a minute or so and rang it again. I turned my ear closer to the door to see if I could hear anything, and nope, not a sound. I rang the bell one more time for good measure, though not expecting anyone to come to the door this time, and no one did. I stepped off the porch and for the first time noticed the lawn. It looked just as good as Edna's and Stanley's. I wondered if Roger was another lawn enthusiast. Was I the only one who didn't really care about my lawn? Never had. It grew, I cut it. End of story. I enjoyed pretty flowers, though I wouldn't have what you would call a green thumb or anything. As I started to walk back to my car, I looked around and didn't see anyone out in their yards. It was early. Maybe his neighbors were still drinking their morning coffee. Instead of getting back in my car, I turned and walked around the side of his house. He might have a beautiful deck and couldn't hear the front door. While I rationalized my actions of snooping, I crossed my fingers that I wouldn't get caught. I could imagine Ben would be none too happy if a neighbor called about a trespasser and it ended up being me. No deck, but he did have a nice brick paver patio, though he wasn't sitting out drinking his coffee. Glancing around again and thankful to see mature trees partially blocking his backyard from the neighbors, I walked up to one of the windows that were placed on either side of the patio and got up on my tiptoes to peek in. I wasn't sure what I hoped to see, but I didn't see any signs of life. The window looked into the kitchen, which was completely clean, and I saw a coffee maker on the counter with no coffee. Was he out running errands? Or was he on a more long-term trip? Had he left town because he had something to hide? All these thoughts were running through my head as I walked back to my car and headed to the bakery. "Wow, it's busy," I said to Missy, about 30 minutes after I got back to the bakery. When I walked in, she was busy ringing up a line of customers. I jumped in to help by refilling the display case and some of our vignettes. I opened to a line. In fact, I opened a few minutes early because I saw the line forming. The early birds wanted the early bird special. The last 2 days we've sold out fast. It's because of your amazing social media, Missy. This business wouldn't be nearly as successful without you. Oh, please, I just post pictures of the great things you create. Missy was modest, but my social media had been almost non-existent when she took it over, and it certainly didn't get engagement. She not only created great pictures and captions, but had come up with ways to build buzz, as she put it, and our early bird specials on our slowest days of the week was one of them. Another stream of customers walked in and took up our attention, but I needed to give Missy a bonus or a raise or something. She thoroughly deserved it. I had just finished ringing up another happy customer when something caught my attention outside the front window, and I almost groaned when I saw who was walking in the door. Margaret, again. I didn't really want to deal with her attitude, but I was curious as to why she was here again. However, there was still a line at the register, and Missy was helping a customer, so Margaret was going to have to wander around herself. "Did you want to add any mini pup cakes to your order?" "They are 2 for $5, I said to the customer in front of me. It was so easy to upsell dog treats. "How long do they keep?" the woman asked. "They are preservative-free, but if you keep them in the refrigerator, they will last up to 2 weeks, and you can freeze them." "Then yes, I will take 2. "Thank you, and come again," I said, and then proceeded to do the same with the next few customers, until I finally saw there was no one at the register, and I looked around to see if Missy needed help. Margaret was still in here over at a display of cat toys. If that wasn't shocking enough, I saw Elmer walk in. My stomach clenched. The last thing I wanted was an altercation in the bakery. I heard a crash, taking my attention momentarily away from Elmer and looking for where the sound came from. It had also grabbed the attention of Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles, as the three of them came trotting from behind the register to see what the fuss was all about. A customer had knocked a metal cat figurine onto the floor. "I'm sorry," she said as she picked it up to put it back. "Don't worry about it, I do that all the time," I said with a smile. "Hi, Daisy, Beans, Mr. Cuddles," Elmer said, walking up to the four of us. My animals were pretty well known in Sweet Haven. People either loved them or were scared of them. Elmer started scratching a very persistent Beans behind the ears. "I didn't know you had pets," I said to Elmer. "I don't. Remember I said I've been going to Edna's each day looking for Logan? I thought maybe if I took some of his favorite treats and set them out, it might entice him to come out of hiding. I was hoping you knew what Edna usually bought him." "I sure do, and that's a great idea. Let me box them up for you." I quickly walked behind the counter. If I could get him out of the bakery before he noticed Margaret or Margaret noticed him, all the better. It only took me a few seconds to grab Logan's favorite kitty cakes and put 4 in a box. I handed them to Elmer and waved him away when he tried to hand me his credit card. "Please, your money is no good here." Honestly, I wish I would have thought of that. It's worth a year of treats if it entices him out of hiding. I didn't want to mention it was almost more likely at this point someone had taken him. Logan was a really friendly cat, so honestly, I couldn't imagine him not looking for a person to feed him and take care of him. "I appreciate that, and I know Edna would too, but you don't need to rush me out of here for fear I will cause a scene." "You saw her," I said, knowing I didn't need to say the name. He nodded. "I almost didn't come in, but finding Logan is bigger than my issue with Margaret. Anyway, fingers crossed this works." He headed out, and I watched Margaret's eyes follow him as he left. Then she glanced at me and approached us. I was actually surprised she walked up to me, considering Daisy, Mr. Cuddles, and Beans were all next to me. She seemed like someone who wouldn't be a huge fan of dogs or a pig. "I'm surprised to see you back so soon. Did your cat like the treats?" "I told you before it's not my cat. But to answer your question, yes. So I would like to get a few more of whatever I got before." "Sure, I can do that." I walked around the counter again and grabbed a box to put her order in and saw Beans stand up and walk over to her. The dogs were more discriminating. Mr. Cuddles was very picky about who he let give him attention. Daisy, not so much, but even she seemed reserved, as if she sensed Margaret wasn't a big animal lover. But Beans wasn't fazed. He did his normal walk up and lean against your leg, and I saw her startle and take a step back, and Beans shuffled over just a little to keep leaning. He was a persistent pig. She looked over at me. "You can pet him if you want. He's very gentle and loves attention." As I finished boxing up her order, I saw her tentatively bend over and pet him. I wanted to laugh at how she was so apprehensive. It was my guess it was probably the first time she'd ever pet a pig. Probably the first time she'd ever seen one up close. "Beans seems to like you," I said. "Tillie, can you go in the back and see if we have any more of the carob carrot kitty cakes?" Missy called from behind the counter. "Sure, I'll be right back," I said to Margaret, setting the box on the counter. I headed into the back, and it only took me a minute to check the shelf. When I came back out, Margaret was standing at the register with her credit card ready and the box tucked under her arm. Beans was back in his usual spot by the front window, licking his chops. "That seems like a funny name for a pig." "Thank you," she said, taking the receipt. Before I could say anything, she turned around and left. I stared after her for a moment, thinking I might have seen everything now. Elmer and Margaret in the same room and not screaming at each other, and Margaret Tinsley petting Beans. Chapter 18. After closing up, I was up front mopping when Missy yelled my name from the back. I put down the mop and went to the back, where I saw Beans on his side, panting heavily. Something I'd never seen him do before, and it terrified me. I could even see he was drooling a little, which he'd also never done. "What happened?" I yelled to Missy, while at the same time grabbing my phone and finding the vet's number. He was fine 1 minute, and then he crumpled to the floor and didn't get up. "That's when I called you." I could see Missy trembling. She was really upset. I wanted to freak out too, but I needed to stay calm. For Beans' sake. Come on, answer," I muttered to myself, and finally, the voicemail at the vet picked up. I knew since it was after hours, no one would be in, but I also assumed that there would be an after-hours number, and I was right. I didn't even have to call it, as it had an option to press a button and directly connect me. It only took 2 rings before someone answered. "This is Dr. Thompson." My vet's voice came across the phone. I had only been to him for their routine shots and checkups, but he was an older gentleman with a very calm demeanor, and hearing his voice instantly made me feel better. I took a deep breath, hopefully to keep my voice from shaking as I explained the situation. "Did you see Beans eat anything he shouldn't have, or is there any evidence of that?" Dr. Thompson asked. "No. We're at the bakery, and we don't keep anything in the building that is harmful, not even cleaning supplies. All of our cleaning supplies are pet-friendly." All of my cleaning supplies at home were also pet-friendly. Even though I kept everything out of reach, accidents could always happen, so I tried my best to take extra precautions to keep my animals safe. "I'm heading your way now. Just keep Beans calm, and I should be there in about 15 minutes. We hung up, and I knelt next to Missy, who was kneeling by Beans's head, stroking him behind the ears in the way that he loved. "It's going to be okay, Beans," I said to him, just hoping and praying. I knew my animals wouldn't live forever, but pigs had a long lifespan, and I wasn't even close to being ready for a life without Beans. "What do you think happened?" Missy asked me. "I have no idea. Maybe it's some weird ailment." I had never had an animal get sick before, and I didn't even know what to think. It was a very long 15 minutes before I heard a knock on the door, and Missy got up to let Dr. Thompson in. He walked into the back, dressed in sweatpants and a t-shirt like I had caught him getting ready to work out. He came and knelt beside me as Missy hovered, both of us fraught with worry. Though as Dr. Thompson got to work, I felt a little better. At least someone was here who could do something. I wanted to ask the vet if he could tell what was wrong, but I knew he needed a minute to examine Beans before he could answer that question, and me hounding him wasn't going to make things any better. After a few minutes, Dr. Thompson went in his bag and pulled out some medication that he loaded into a syringe, giving Beans a shot. Beans didn't even flinch, though that wasn't unusual. He was a tough cookie. "Is he going to be okay?" I finally asked. "He should be fine. I gave him a steroid that should calm his system down. Without blood work and labs, my best guess is he ate something he's allergic to or that was poisonous. Pigs usually don't have food allergies, so I'm going to go with the latter. Luckily, at his size, it takes a lot to bring him down." Dr. Thompson then proceeded to give me a rundown on signs to look for and told me that the effects of the steroid should kick in fairly soon, and he was right. About 45 minutes later, the panting and drooling slowed and then stopped altogether. Finally, Beans started moving around and got up on his feet. My eyes filled with tears of joy, as did Missy's, and we both threw our arms around Beans, hugging him. I knew he was going to be fine when he let out the little snort that meant he was happy with all the attention. I couldn't help but laugh, and Dr. Thompson joined in. "I think he's going to be fine. But feel free to bring him in tomorrow if you want me to go ahead and do blood work and see if we can pinpoint what it is he got into. However, the chances of whatever it was still being in his bloodstream and not already metabolized are slim." "Thank you, Dr. Thompson. That's what I'm here for." "I'll walk you out so Tillie can stay with Beans," Missy said, and headed up to the front with the vet. Beans started walking around and seemed stable on his feet when he headed over to where I kept his food and water and started to drink. I felt even better. "Beans, I wish you could talk and tell me what happened." He didn't even look in my direction, just kept drinking, which again, I saw was a good sign. Missy came back and started talking. I'm so relieved, and I know you are too, but what the heck do you think he got into? There is nothing he could have gotten into here that he was either allergic to or was poisonous. We don't keep anything here poisonous, and you know there's not a single thing in this building that Beans hasn't already eaten, so even if he had somehow gotten into the pantry or the walk-in, there's nothing that would have harmed him. I hate to say it, but I feel like something else is going on here. Missy's eyes grew wide. As in, you think someone poisoned him? I don't want to think that way, but what other explanation is there? It filled me with fury that someone could have done something to hurt Beans, and maybe I was being dramatic, but it wasn't like he just randomly got that sick. I heard a sound and looked over to see Beans laying back on the floor, and for a minute, my heart dropped into my stomach. But when he didn't start panting heavily again and was just lying there like normal, my heart rate started to go back to normal, and my fury built up again. I couldn't help but remember Margaret coming in to buy yet another cat treat for cats that weren't hers and that she didn't seem to even like, and giving Beans attention that frankly surprised me. Could Margaret have poisoned Beans? And if so, why? That thought kept me up all night. That, and the fact that every time I tossed and turned, I woke myself up. I got up to check on Beans, who was contentedly sleeping like normal. I was the only one who had a sleepless night. I couldn't stop thinking Margaret had something to do with this, and that is how I ended up pulling up to her house when I knew she wouldn't be there. Small towns did have their advantages, with people knowing everyone else's business. As a result, I knew that Margaret was on the best lawn committee, and that committee was meeting today. About right now, so I knew I had at least an hour while that meeting was going on to check out Margaret's house and see if there was anything that looked as if it could have harmed Beans. Not to mention maybe there would be some indication of this mystery cat she kept buying treats for. I had watched enough Law and Order to know I needed to park far from Margaret's house so no one saw my car, in case she somehow figured out someone had been in. Which, let's face it, I wasn't a professional sneaking into someone's house, so who knew what could happen? In fact, several times I had wondered if I was making a huge mistake because if I got caught, it was technically breaking and entering and I could get in a lot of trouble. But then I remembered how scared I was yesterday when Beans was so sick, and I realized that my need to know what happened to him and who did it was far greater than any worry about punishment if I were to get caught. I got out of the car, which I parked 4 houses down, at an apartment complex. Hopefully my car would blend in with the others. I put my keys in my pocket and walked toward Margaret's house. Instead of going directly to her house, I actually cut through the neighbor's yard, so if Margaret suspected someone had been in her house and asked one of her neighbors, they wouldn't have seen me going into her house directly. Probably overkill, but I didn't want to take any more chances than I already was. As I snuck through the Margaret's neighbor's backyard and into Margaret's, I couldn't understand how anyone could be a criminal. I was about to have a heart attack, and I wasn't planning on doing anything but looking around. Unlike when I went to Roger's house, there wasn't a nice tree line shielding me from the neighbors, so I needed to do this quickly. Or there was a really good chance I would be spotted. Sweet Haven was a safe town, and many of us didn't always lock our doors, which I knew even in a safe town wasn't always the best idea. But I hoped that Margaret was one of those trusting souls. When I reached it and tried to turn the doorknob, it was locked. I guess that would have been too much to ask for. I checked the windows on the back of the house, and they were locked. Not that I wanted to try to squeeze my ample 5'3" stout frame through a window. I had really hoped something would be open, so if I were to get caught, there wouldn't be so much breaking, just entering. But I had brought a flathead screwdriver just in case. When I was young, much to my mother's dismay, my granddad had taught me how to open locks with the screwdriver. Not that you could open complicated locks that way, but back then, when I was a kid, they were not that complicated, and lucky for me, the lock on Margaret's back door wasn't either. I took the screwdriver out of my back pocket and put it in the door jamb, wiggling it around like Granddad had showed me. I hadn't done this in a long time, but apparently I hadn't lost my touch because in a few seconds I heard a click. I tried turning the knob, and it opened. Letting myself in, I closed the door quickly, just praying that no one had seen me. I glanced at my watch and saw I still had 40 minutes before the meeting was over. I wanted to be long gone before then, so I needed to hurry and start looking. If Margaret had harmed Beans, I was going to find out. Chapter 19. After being in Margaret's house for a few minutes, there was one thing I could say. She was a very neat housekeeper, though I wasn't sure if it was going to make my reason for being here easier or harder. Everything seemed to have its place, so I didn't think I was going to find incriminating evidence just lying around. As I walked through her house, feeling kind of icky that I was in here, besides being a great housekeeper, she had an eye for interior design. She could definitely teach me a thing or two. Margaret's house was small, but just the right size for one person. I tried to think of where I might hide something I used to poison someone's animal, and I figured that would either be in her bedroom, master bath, or the kitchen. I decided to start with the master bedroom so I could get the more invasive search out of the way. The first door I opened was a bedroom, but it was definitely the guest room. Beautifully decorated, but didn't look lived in. The next door I walked by was open a crack, and I pushed it open a little farther, making note of where it was originally so I could make sure to put it back where it was. This room looked to be a craft room. I figured the next room would have to be the master since there weren't any other doors, and I doubted she slept on the couch. When I opened the door, it was the master. But it was not what I had expected. Margaret seemed more like a soft, Laura Ashley floral kind of person. This was done in I would call goth, but technically I guess you would call it Baroque. It was beautifully done with dark crimson, purple, and some black. Just not at all what I expected. I looked around, and she had the normal bedroom furniture you would expect. A queen-size bed, 2 nightstands, a dresser, and a very pretty wardrobe. Everything was neat and in its place. So I was going to have to look in the drawers. I walked over to the nightstands and opened them. First one, and then the other, and both were empty. That was actually a little bit of a surprise. Who didn't keep anything at all in their nightstand? I headed over to the dresser, opening the drawers and moving things as little as possible just to see if she'd hid anything under the clothes, and there was nothing. I got the same result in the wardrobe and her master bath. All the while I was snooping, I just could not believe how neat and organized everything was. I took a quick turn through the living room and formal dining room before heading to the kitchen, and there wasn't anything in either of the rooms to hide something. When I got to the kitchen, I looked in the obvious spot underneath the sink. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe a bottle with the skull and crossbones labeled pig poison. But there was nothing beyond normal household cleaners. Windex, spray bleach, insect killer. All the same things I had under my sink, except these were not pet-friendly. Any regular household cleaner could be toxic to animals, so it's not like anyone had to get something special to poison Beans. The other thing I noticed, or rather didn't notice, was any evidence of a cat. I didn't even see the bag of treats that she bought yesterday. Not that she couldn't have immediately dropped them off at her friend's house. I just honestly didn't really believe her story, and part of me thought she might be harboring Logan, but I was clearly mistaken about that one. I was disappointed at the lack of results from my endeavor, but I was relieved when I made it back to my car unseen and could only hope Margaret would not notice someone had been in her house. Driving back to the bakery, I pulled into a parking spot when my phone rang. I grabbed it from my hands-free holder when I saw it was Georgina. "Hey, Georgina," I said when I answered. "Did you see the news?" She said breathlessly. "I haven't looked at it today. Did something happen?" An article got posted about Edna and the fact she was a millionaire. It insinuated someone might have killed her for money. The first thing that popped into my head was Ben was not going to be happy about that. Not that he could control the press, even when it was a tiny local paper that didn't even distribute an actual paper except once a month. Everything was just posted online. He just hated anything that could get people speculating, which could cause issues in his investigation. The second thought that popped into my head was who had told the press. From what Julie and Elmer had told me, it wasn't something Edna talked about a lot, although they had both told me, so maybe they told others. The third thought that popped into my head was that I certainly hoped they didn't think that I had told the paper. "I just put you on speaker so I can look it up," I said. I went to the search engine app on my phone and typed in Sweet Haven Tea. And just like Georgina said, the top article had a rather unflattering picture of Edna taken at the outside table of Hillary's coffee shop, drinking coffee with Logan by her feet with the headline, "Murder for Money." Nope. Ben was definitely not going to be happy about this. Wow, this is quite an inflammatory article. I mean, it doesn't mention any names, but you know people around here are going to insert their own ideas. You've got that right. Listen, I need to go. We're pretty busy today. I just wanted to make sure you've seen this since I know you're trying to help Stanley. Thanks, Georgina. I called Stanley as I walked into the bakery, but there was no answer. I wondered if he had seen the article and shut off his phone since it immediately went to voicemail. I wondered about calling Elmer and asking him if he knew how this information had gotten out. I walked to the back of the bakery and peeked through the window up to the front, and it wasn't that busy. Missy saw me, and I raised my finger to tell her 1 minute, and she nodded. Then I dialed Elmer, who didn't answer either. Oh well, I'd just have to try them both later, I thought, and headed up to the front. "How are you doing, buddy?" I said to Beans as I bent over to pet him. He was lounging on his bed behind the counter where he and Mr. Cuddles were lying. Daisy was a little off to the side. She did like to cuddle, but she often got hot, so would put a little space between them. "He's been acting normal," Missy said. "So sleeping?" "Basically. Although Eleanor came in, and you know how Beans loves Edward. He got up, and they played for a bit." Edward was Eleanor's chihuahua, and he and Beans absolutely adored each other. If he's playing, then he must feel better. Though I will really feel better when Dr. Johnson calls back with the blood work results. Although I'm sure he's right, and anything that was in his system is gone by now. "Probably, but at least you'll have peace of mind," Missy said. "Exactly. It looks like we need to stock the display case," I said when I stood back up and noticed we must have sold quite a bit while I was gone. "We had a small rush." "I'll go back and load the cart so we can restock." "Sounds good. I'll stay out here selling." I heard the chime of the front door a few times as I was pulling baked goods from the cooler. That was a good sound. It meant customers were coming in the door. Once the cart was full, I made my way back to the front and stopped short when I saw Margaret and Ben standing there next to Missy. Both of them had angry looks on their faces. I had a feeling I was in trouble. Chapter 20. "Hi, Margaret, Ben," I said in my most cheerful voice, which I hoped hid how nervous I was in this moment. I knew this couldn't be good. "Tillie, can we go in back where it's a little more private?" Ben asked. I wanted to say no, but I knew that wouldn't solve anything. I wasn't going to get out of this conversation unless I bolted out the front door, and even then, I knew I wouldn't get far. First of all, I was out of shape. And second, you might outrun the cop, but you couldn't outrun their radio. "Sure, follow me." I headed to the back and motioned for them to take a seat at our break table. Even Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles seemed to be able to tell Ben was angry, and this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation, as they weren't begging him for attention. "What is this about?" I said, taking my own seat and trying to keep my voice upbeat. "You broke into my house, you thief," Margaret screamed, her face turning red, much like when I had seen her arguing with Elmer. "Now, Margaret, you said you would let me handle this," Ben's calm voice, always the voice of reason, said. Margaret pressed her lips into a thin line and crossed her arms. "If looks could kill, I wouldn't be alive." "Tillie, Margaret is understandably upset. When she was gone today, she got an alert that someone had entered her home, and when she looked at the video on her app before calling the police, she saw it was you." I waited for him to ask me if it was true, but then I realized she would have shown him the video, though I found it strange that she waited until her meeting was over and then some to contact the police about me being in her home. I obviously couldn't deny it. She had caught me red-handed, but I didn't know what to say. "Well," Ben said. "You can't deny it," Margaret burst out, and Ben silenced her with a look. "Margaret, if I have to, I will talk to her alone," he warned, and I wondered why he wasn't. This seemed a bit unorthodox for him. He was always very clear in his thought that police work should be left to the police. "Yes." "I was in Margaret's home," I said, knowing I couldn't deny it, so why even try? I was looking at Ben, but I glanced at Margaret out of the corner of my eye, and I could tell she was fuming, though I would be too in her shoes. "Care to tell me why?" he asked. Since there was no way to lie my way out of the situation, and I didn't want to lie to Ben, I just told the truth. "I think that she poisoned Beans. I wanted to see if I could find evidence of that." I crossed my arms, and this time looked directly at Margaret. I didn't care what kind of trouble I got in when it came to protecting my animals, but the look on her face was truly one of surprise. I got a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach again. Had I been wrong? Maybe Margaret didn't have anything to do with what happened to Beans? Well, I never. I can't believe you would accuse me of such a thing. What possible reason do you have to think I would do anything to one of your animals? Margaret said hotly. "The couple of times that you have been in here to buy cat treats for a friend, you certainly didn't seem like an animal lover," I said, emphasis on friend, since even though I hadn't seen any evidence of a cat at her house, I didn't necessarily believe she was buying cat treats for a friend. It just didn't make sense to me. "And just because you don't think I'm an animal lover, you think I would stoop so low as to harm one?" "And I petted your pig." "Yeah, and soon after that he got sick. Are you telling me that's a coincidence?" "Yes, I'm telling you that's a coincidence. I never did anything to hurt your pig. You're right, I'm not a huge animal lover, but I'm not a monster. I wouldn't do anything to hurt any animal." I had to admit I believed her, which made me feel horrible. Not only for sneaking into her house, but for thinking she did it in the first place. Though if it wasn't her, who had poisoned Beans? "Margaret, I'm really sorry. I guess I was so worried about Beans that I jumped to conclusions." "You sure did," she said, but some of her anger was gone. "I realized that I may not be the easiest person to get along with, but I would never harm an animal or a person." Since no one had accused her of harming a person, I wondered if she was saying that, because she thought I might think she did something to Edna. Though that was less of a stretch than thinking she did something to Beans, considering her animosity with Edna was very well known. "Margaret," Ben said, looking over at her, "you said you didn't want to press charges until you talked to Tillie. Do you know what it is you would like to do now?" Now it made a little more sense why Ben brought her here, and I appreciated the fact that she didn't just immediately want to press charges, although I didn't completely understand it. "Are you planning on sneaking into my house again?" Margaret said. I felt like a high schooler being scolded, but I deserved it. "Of course not. I know it was wrong of me in the first place, and I'm sorry I did it." "I don't see any need to press charges, Sheriff Donovan," Margaret said. "Now, if that's all, I'd really like to get home." "If you're sure you don't want to press charges, then you're free to go," Ben said. "I just want to put this unfortunate incident behind us." "Can I give you some free kitty cakes for your friend?" I asked. She hesitated for a second, like she didn't want to take something from me, but then finally nodded. "That would be nice." I started to get up, but Ben grabbed my arm. "Can you have Missy get those for her? There are a few more things I want to discuss with you." His tone was even, but I knew he was still angry, regardless of the fact that Margaret just wanted to put it behind us. "Of course. Let me just pop my head out in the front and tell Missy what's going on." After I told Missy to give Margaret whatever she wanted, I came back and took a seat across from Ben. It was unsettling and reminded me of when I first met him, and I was a suspect in a murder. That's how I knew he was really angry. I said I knew I was wrong, I said to break the ice, but I could see that vein in his temple throbbing. Of course you know what you did was wrong. You're not some juvenile delinquent that didn't get the right guidance at home and doesn't understand right from wrong. What were you thinking? I told you what I was thinking. I really thought that she did something to Beans. If you thought she did something to Beans, why didn't you come to me? Why did you take it upon yourself to break into her house? Because I had no idea she had cameras. Tillie, cameras or no cameras, I can't believe you did that. Do you know how lucky you are that she didn't press charges? I would have had to arrest you. She had proof of what you did. But she didn't press charges and everything's fine. Everything is not fine. I worry that you just don't have sense enough to not take things into your own hands. I knew the risk I was taking, and you're not going to want to hear this, but I didn't care. Someone hurt Beans, and someone needs to be held accountable. I understand, and I agree, but you can't go breaking into people's houses. I know, and you have every right to be furious, I said to Ben. I'm not as much furious as I am worried about you. Though I'm very relieved Margaret didn't press charges. So am I. And I honestly believe she's telling the truth when she said she didn't do anything to Beans or Edna. I'm not sure why you think she would do anything to Edna, or more importantly, why you would be worrying about it, Ben said. Come on, surely Margaret is someone you've talked to about Edna's murder. Everyone in town knows that she and Edna had issues. Just because someone has issues with another person doesn't mean that they would murder them. You never thought Margaret might be a suspect? What about Stanley? Or her ex-boyfriend Roger? I could see the veins start to throb again. I can't help it. I guess I'm nosy by nature. But I promise you I don't take chances. I wanted to reassure him so he wouldn't worry about me, but I really didn't think I was doing a very good job of it. I'm supposed to believe that after you just broke into someone's house, Ben exclaimed. At least, Stanley has an alibi. Does Margaret? I asked without answering his question, assuming that was more rhetorical than anything else. I don't think you should be worrying about anyone's alibi. If you think you can stay out of trouble long enough, I should be free for dinner tonight. Are you bribing me? I started to relax a little because if he wanted to go out to dinner tonight, then he couldn't be that mad at me. At this point, I'll do whatever it takes. I can be bribed by dinner. Then I will pick you up at 7, he said. Sounds good to me. I walked Ben to the door, and as I watched him leave, I thought about what he said after I mentioned Stanley's and Margaret's alibis. That I just shouldn't worry about it. In the past, when I had tried prying into his police business, he rarely gave me a lot of details, but he did tell me if someone had been cleared from suspicion. He didn't do that when I mentioned Stanley and Margaret, although I no longer felt Margaret had done anything to Edna. Was Stanley lying about his alibi? Chapter 21. A couple of days went by, and we had been so busy at the bakery there hadn't been time to do any more investigating. I thought I was finally coming to terms with the fact that I did need to hire someone a few hours a week to help out in the front. We still had a little over 2 months to go in the busy season, and Missy and I were already exhausted from all the early morning baking to keep up with demand. I was in the back placing another emergency ingredient order when my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number, but it was local, so I answered. This is Tillie. Tillie, it's Todd Harper, you know, from Exotic Pet Emporium. Hi, Todd, how are you? I'm doing great. Listen, I wanted to talk to you about something. Do you have a minute? Sure, I'm just doing some boring office work, so a distraction would be nice, I said. I know how that is, all the little things no one tells you when you open a business that you have to do whether you want to or not. Isn't that the truth? Anyway, the reason I called is last time we talked, you mentioned you might be interested in making treats for exotic pets, Todd said. Absolutely. But I'll be honest, we have been so busy. I haven't had time to research ingredients and things. No worries at all. I actually did have a little time and found a few recipes that are good for rabbits. Each month, I choose an animal to feature. And July is rabbits, so I thought maybe I could share these recipes with you and you could tell me what you think and maybe do something for July. Nothing big, just a small table of treats that would give you exposure and give me something to sell that I haven't had before. I think that's a great idea. Why don't you email me over the recipes and I'll take a look? Sure, I can do that. By the way, any news of Lord Fluffington? Todd asked. Not yet. I've actually tried calling Stanley a couple of times to check in on him, but I can't get an answer. That's horrible. Well, I'll be praying that he turns up. Like I told that fellow from Sweet Haven who came in the other day, it's sad when someone loses a pet. Who came in from Sweet Haven? He was a first-time customer and paid in cash, so I don't know his name, but he was nice enough. Said he had just purchased a rabbit and needed the basics. Can you describe him for me? Call me crazy, but that seemed too coincidental. We have a missing rabbit in town and all of a sudden a new rabbit owner. I don't know. Tall, thin, mid-30s. I really don't usually pay that much attention to customers, to be honest. I'm more apt to recognize their pets that they bring in than the owners. Don't apologize for that. I totally understand. Anyway, I'll email those recipes right now, and is it okay if I call you back in a couple of days to see what you think? Sure, I said. We hung up, and while Todd's description was a little vague, it sounded a lot like Elmer. Could Elmer have taken Lord Fluffington? After Todd's phone call, we got another rush, and I didn't have time to think about Elmer and Lord Fluffington or, frankly, anything except selling pupcakes and kitty cakes to customers. It was about an hour to closing, and things had finally slowed down. Both Missy and I were leaning against the counter, taking a rest. Missy looked over at me and started to open her mouth, and I raised my hand to stop her. I knew what she was going to say. Okay, we need help. I was already thinking about it this morning, and today gave me a wake-up call. We need some kind of help, even if it's just a few hours a day. I know we can't keep going at this pace for the rest of the summer. That wasn't exactly what I was going to say, but I'll take it. I know additional expenses are scary, but whoever you hire will pay for themselves. I'm confident of it. My heart agrees with you. Even my head agrees with you. It's my checkbook that's a little bit nervous, but you have to spend money to make money. Speaking of spending money, Missy said as she looked to the front of the store. I followed her gaze and saw it was Margaret standing outside. I could feel that nervousness in the pit of my stomach again. We had left yesterday on good terms, I thought, so why was she here? Surely she didn't need more treats for her friend's cat. What can she possibly want? I said to Missy, who didn't have time to answer, even if she had wanted to, before Margaret walked in. She didn't have a bad look on her face, like she was angry and here to yell at me some more, so that was a plus. Hi, Margaret. Do you need some more treats? That is one spoiled cat, I said, trying to joke with her. No, I don't need any more cat treats. Well, I might, but I actually came to talk to you. Is Missy in the back? If now isn't a good time, I can wait. Is everything okay? I said, suddenly feeling this sounded serious. Not really. Edna's dead. Her cat and Stanley's rabbit, Lord Fluffington, are missing. And someone made your pig sick. Something is going on in this town, and I'm going to help you get to the bottom of it. Never in a million years did I think that was what she was going to say. She had lived in Sweet Haven her entire life and knew everyone, and probably knew where a lot of the skeletons were buried. I would definitely rather have her on my side than against me. Sure, come on back. If you would have told me Margaret would be in my back room twice in 2 days, I would have told you were crazy. What was even more crazy was, as we were talking, of course, Beans, Mr. Cuddles, and Daisy had gotten up from their beds and come to investigate. Beans headed immediately to Margaret, doing his, "I'm going to lean against you, and because I'm so cute, you're going to pet me" shtick, which pretty much everyone fell for, and Margaret was no exception. When we walked to the back, they all followed us. and as we took a seat, Beans sat down right next to Margaret and she kept petting him. Who would have thought Beans would have taken such a liking to her? She might claim not to be a big animal lover, but I had a feeling he was winning her over. Is it okay that I'm petting him? She asked, looking at me. Why wouldn't it be? I started to say, and then realized why she was asking. Of course, and again, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have accused you, and I definitely shouldn't have broken into your house. Don't even worry about it, she said, with none of the anger from yesterday. I couldn't help but think, wow, she got over things fast, but I would take it. I didn't want to dwell on my poor judgment either. Instead, I really wanted to get to the bottom of why she was here. Do you think Edna's murder, the missing pets, and Beans being poisoned are all related? I asked her. She looked up from Beans, but kept petting him. Don't you think they have to be? Or it's quite the coincidence. And I'm too old to believe in coincidences. She wasn't wrong, and I did agree that it was a lot of bad things to happen in a short time span. But why? I mean, there could be all sorts of reasons why someone might want to kill Edna, I guess, and maybe take Logan as a twisted way to continue to get at Edna. But how does Stanley's rabbit missing and someone poisoning Beans play into that? I think someone took Stanley's rabbit in order to frame Stanley for Edna's murder. Logan probably just escaped. And well, it's no secret you like to poke your nose into things. And maybe someone poisoned Beans to scare you away? I just think there is a chance that's all the same someone. When she stopped talking, there was silence as I was thinking about what she said. That's kind of along the lines of what I've been thinking, because I can't really see whoever killed Edna keeping her cat, because that would be a dead giveaway. Sorry, bad choice of words. That's exactly what I've been thinking, she said excitedly. And I have to come clean about something. Those cat treats I've been buying are not for a friend. I knew it, I thought to myself. She just didn't seem the type to have a friend who liked animals, though she hadn't stopped petting Beans for a second, so she liked some animals. Who have you been buying them for then? I overheard Edna one time. She was going on and on about what a perfect cat Logan was and how much he loved the treats at your bakery. I've been buying them and putting them out on Edna's back porch and hoping to lure him back. She almost looked embarrassed, which seemed odd. She was being helpful. That was nothing to be embarrassed about. That's really sweet, Margaret. Edna and I did not have a good relationship, but I guess with her passing, it has kind of reminded me how fragile and short life is, and I wish I would have made a little more of an effort with her. Why was there such animosity between you? What's the biggest reason two women don't get along? She said sheepishly. It took me a second, and then my eyes widened as I stared at her. A man? Margaret nodded. I know, stupid. Roger? Since I hadn't heard of Edna having a relationship with anyone else, I assumed that was who she was talking about. Yes, Roger. And it's so dumb looking back on it because he certainly wasn't a prize. Plus, he and Edna had a lot more in common than he and I did. You mean cats, right? I said, remembering what I saw on his social media page. That got a chuckle out of Margaret. Exactly. You know, I've tried to call him a few times and even stopped by his house. He must be out of town. He has a place a couple of hours from here where he goes a lot during the tourist season because he can't stand the crowds. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I asked. We need to take a road trip? Yep. And that's how I found myself driving 2 hours out of town with my newfound friend Margaret. Maybe talking to Roger would be the break needed to start unraveling this case. Chapter 22. Margaret and I decided there was no time like the present, and after telling Missy what was going on, she quickly volunteered to close up shop and drop Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles off at my house. So Margaret and I jumped in my car and headed north. You must think it ridiculous, two old women fighting over a man, Margaret said as we jumped on the highway. First of all, you're not an old woman. Second of all, love can make us do crazy things. You can say that again? As I look back, I feel so foolish over what happened. Then don't look back. Just look forward. That's what I did after I caught my good-for-nothing husband cheating. Though I admit it hasn't always been easy. Sorry to hear that. I've never married. Came close once, but it just never happened. I'm not sorry. Sure, I would have preferred keeping my family together, but I have 2 amazing kids and I love my life here in Sweet Haven. If my husband hadn't cheated, I don't think I would have ever opened the pet bakery. It's the whole everything happens for a reason thing, and I truly believe that. I'm normally not as optimistic as what you are saying right now, but I want to be, Margaret said. Well, there is no time like the present. Surprisingly, I found myself enjoying talking to Margaret, and I hated the fact she was so down on herself. I hated seeing any woman down on herself, and it made me think of Edna. Would things have been different if she wouldn't have been so unhappy? The rest of the way to Roger's cabin in Petersburg, we chatted about everything from my kids to her career as the executive assistant to the president of the local bank, where she retired from 3 years ago. It was nice getting to know her. Finally, we pulled up into Roger's driveway. It was definitely off the beaten path. I was glad Margaret was with me because had I been by myself, I would have thought for sure someone gave me wrong directions. It was very much out of the way, which, if his goal, as Margaret said, to get out of Sweet Haven, when the population exploded during tourist season, he definitely had reached his goal. Even though I wouldn't want to live so far away from things, I had to admit this was a cute cabin, at least on the outside. Though his obsession with cats definitely didn't stop with posting pictures on Facebook. He had 2 large cement cat statues at the end of his driveway, like someone might have a statue of a lion. He really does like cats, doesn't he? I asked. Yeah, and honestly, that was the only thing that annoyed me about him. I like cats just fine, but he is definitely borderline obsessed. Are you sure he's going to be okay with us just dropping in like this? I asked. It seems so quiet around here. I was actually surprised he wasn't already on his front porch, having heard the car pull up. Does it really matter? I guess not, I said, though to be honest, he's a very outgoing person, and while he doesn't like all the tourists in Sweet Haven, he does like people. And to entertain? We walked to the front door. No great surprise that there was a cat head door knocker, and around the button that was the doorbell was a brass plate with playing cats engraved on it. Margaret pushed the doorbell button, and I don't know why I was surprised I heard a cat meow. A cat meow is his doorbell button? I told you he really is cat-obsessed, Margaret said as the door opened, and a distinguished-looking older gentleman was standing in front of us. I could see, based on looks, why Margaret and Edna would have found him attractive. Margaret, this is a surprise. Come in, come in. Who's your friend? He asked, ushering us into his living room. Margaret was right. He was friendly and didn't at all seem to mind or even seem that curious we were here. Can I get you something to drink? He said as we sat down on his overstuffed couch, complete with 2 blankets with cat prints draped over the back. No, thank you, I said. Margaret shook her head as well. We had talked in the car that since she had the history with him, she would start off the conversation, but before she could say a word, I heard a meow, and the biggest, most gorgeous cat I'd ever seen walked into the room. Is that a Maine Coon? I asked, not able to tear my eyes away from the sleek feline. Yes, she is. This is Bessie. Bessie, say hi. The cat looked at us and meowed as if she was really saying hi. I don't think I had ever seen a cat so beautiful, and I had never seen a Maine Coon in real life. The tiger-type markings were just as distinct in person as in photographs I had seen. These days, you didn't always know how much editing went into a photograph online. Bessie walked over and started winding her body around mine and Margaret's legs like cats do, except this cat was the size of a small dog. Margaret bent down to pet her. She obviously was familiar with the cat. I looked at Roger. May I pet her? Of course. As you can tell, she's quite the attention seeker. If you don't pay attention to her, that's when she can get a bit ornery. And by ornery, he means she will start incessantly bothering you for attention, Margaret spoke up. I could tell she was fond of the cat. Who wouldn't be? Bessie was absolutely gorgeous, and as evidenced by her actions right now, probably the sweetest cat I had ever been around. I had never owned a cat as an adult, but my mom had been a huge cat lover. We had 2 Siamese cats when I was growing up, but those cats weren't exactly what I would call friendly. They were quite standoffish to everyone except for my mother. I suppose you wonder why we're here, Margaret finally said. I was glad she spoke up because I was enthralled with this cat and had almost forgotten the reason we were even here. Well, I kind of assumed this wasn't a social visit, but if it is, that is completely fine too. You know I always like to catch up with you, Margaret, and meet your friends. Roger was quite charming, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was always like this, or if this was for show because he had just met me. If he was always like this, I could definitely see how he had women fighting over him. Attractive, charming, probably wasn't hurting for money if he had a home in Sweet Haven and this beautiful cabin. He seemed to be quite the catch. I was kind of surprised to know that he had dated both Edna and Margaret. Though now that I was getting to know Margaret better, she was a lot nicer than I ever thought she was. I enjoy catching up with you as well, but we did have a purpose. Please tell me. You've got me all curious now. Did you talk to Edna recently before you know? Margaret said, and a smile left Roger's face. Actually, I spoke to her the day before she passed. I would have never thought that was the last time we would speak. I could see tears welling in his eyes and glanced over at Margaret, but she seemed unaffected. Good for her. She was getting over him. I hate to even ask this, but was she having problems with anyone? Margaret finally asked. Roger didn't respond right away. I could tell he was thinking, but then a look of surprise crossed his face. Are you trying to say you think she had a disagreement with someone and they killed her? Well, we know she didn't die by natural causes, Roger, she said. Roger shook his head. I know, it's just so hard to think about. And you know Edna, she liked to argue with anyone, especially the last year or so. That's what finally ended us. The feud with Stanley was just getting to be too much. It consumed her, a dumb lawn. Not that Stanley didn't have his own issues. He would constantly antagonize her. I didn't know what it was with those two. Hey, wait. You don't think I had anything to do with her death, do you? I wasn't even in town that day. Of course not, Roger, Margaret said. That was a little white lie, but not like I was going to call her on it. I would have said the same thing. You said Stanley was just as bad as Edna? Could he have done something to her? Gosh, I would hate to think anyone would want to solve an issue by murdering someone, especially over a lawn. But Stanley was very attached to his rabbit, and when the rabbit came up missing, I don't think I've ever seen Stanley so mad. So maybe. Did she say something to you about that when you saw her, I asked. I really tried to avoid that topic, but I stopped over to see her, and Stanley was there. He was in her driveway screaming at her. Edna was a tough broad, but I could tell he had her rattled. I made him leave, and when I tried to ask Edna what he was so heated about, she said he was blaming Logan for his rabbit's disappearance. I didn't think anything of it, but maybe I should have. Maybe I could have stopped something from happening to her if I had just stayed a little longer or gone back to check on her. I knew she was upset, but she was being difficult, and so I got angry and left. Now I feel horrible. There's nothing you could have done about it, and it's definitely not your fault, I said. That must be why Stanley and Elmer argued recently. Elmer? Don't even get me started on that kid. I couldn't help but smile at Roger, referring to Elmer as a kid. Granted, Roger was probably 10 or 15 years older than me, so to him 30-something was a kid. Do you not like Elmer? I asked. I guess he's okay. I just never fully trusted him, and that was another problem in my relationship with Edna. She seemed to confide in him more than she did me, and she didn't deny it the one time I confronted her about it. Do you think he was after her money or something? I don't want to speak out of turn when I don't have any proof, but I felt he wanted something from her. I just wasn't exactly sure what it was. A few times I had come over and they were in a heated conversation, but again, Edna wouldn't tell me what was going on, and any time I said anything that she considered to be at all a criticism of Elmer, she would get angry. So I quit bringing it up. I found Roger's comments about Elmer quite interesting. There was something that just seemed odd about the relationship to me as well, but I thought that was just the age thing. Could Elmer have been after her money? Or was Stanley convinced Edna had done something to Lord Fluffington? Could he have snapped and killed her? Chapter 23. This has been one of those days that feels like it's lasted 25 years, I said to Missy the next day, after closing the bakery, as we were walking with Daisy, Mr. Cuddles, and Beans next door to the coffee shop. We were meeting Chelsea, Hillary, and Georgina for some girl time, and I really needed to catch my second wind. Margaret and I hadn't gotten home until late from Roger's, and while the trip was completely worth it, I hadn't gotten much sleep and had been dragging all day. It didn't help that it was kind of slow today. When it's super busy, I can forget how tired I am or how my feet hurt. True, it was so gorgeous out today. I'm sure everyone was at the beach or doing something outside other than shop. I certainly can't blame them for that. We pushed the doors open to the coffee shop, and Beans immediately saw Chelsea at our usual table and snorted, straining at the leash. He looked back at me as if to say, "Hurry up," so I let go of the leash and Chelsea called him, and he went trotting over to her as fast as he could. Daisy and Mr. Cuddles were excited too. However, they were a little more well-trained than Beans, and a little more patient. Though when we reached the table, they pushed in toward Chelsea so they could get their fair share of attention. Beans squealed with annoyance. "Now, Beans, you can't always hog the spotlight," I admonished to deaf ears, as Chelsea laughed. "While we're waiting for Hillary and Georgina, fill me in. How have things been going at Chelsea's Canines?" "Exhausting, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I cannot believe how busy I've been." "I knew you would be." "You knew she would be what?" Hillary said, sneaking up behind them and setting drinks in a bowl of her black bean hummus with cut-up vegetables on the table before taking a seat herself. "I was telling Chelsea that I knew her business would be a success," I said. "None of us had any doubts, Chelsea. And on that topic, we had customers in here this morning talking about how they dropped their dog at daycare yesterday so they could go boating and how much fun their dog had." "That's good to hear. Hopefully their dog will leave me a Google review," Chelsea joked. "So Georgina isn't going to join us. Apparently, Philip asked her to dinner." "Normally, I would say never accept a man's last-minute invitation, but he originally had a work dinner that got canceled," Hillary said. "Georgina is so tight-lipped about her dating life, but they make such a cute couple," I said. "They do," Hillary said. "What's going on with you? Last night when I stopped into the bakery, Missy said you went somewhere with Margaret Tinsley. What was that all about?" "She didn't even believe me at first," Missy said. "That's a fact," Hillary said. "So please tell me, how did you and Margaret become besties?" "I wouldn't say we're besties, but she's not so bad once you get to know her." I proceeded to fill them in on everything that happened during the trip Margaret and I took to visit Roger. After I finished telling them everything that happened, I took a sip of my latte and grabbed a carrot stick, dragging it through the hummus before popping it into my mouth while I watched as they processed what I had just told them. "Wait, you're telling me that Roger, the attractive and charismatic guy who dated both Edna and Margaret, and I want to circle back to that, thinks that Stanley could have been angry enough at Edna to kill her," Hillary said. "Not in those exact words, but he did say their feud was so ridiculously out of control, it wasn't completely out of the realm of possibilities," I said. "He also said that it wasn't all rainbows and sunshine between Edna and Elmer, that he had walked in on the two of them a few times arguing, but Edna wouldn't tell him why. I can say he's not a huge fan of Elmer's. Roger told us that he felt there was something odd about the relationship." "Like they were having an affair or something," Hillary said. "I think you want there to be some kind of scandal." "Nothing that sordid. He just said something weird was going on, and the fact that Edna wouldn't talk about it made him suspicious. though he also said she didn't talk with him about a lot. Hence a large reason why the relationship didn't work out. And you really think he was telling the truth? Maybe he and Edna had a lover's quarrel that went too far, Hillary said, in a conspiratorial whisper. Even though we were talking about something quite serious, I couldn't help but laugh. Hillary, you watch too many crime shows, Chelsea said. Don't you think that is just as plausible as anything else? They say people who are killed are usually killed by someone close to them. That could be Roger, Hillary said. Or Elmer, or Stanley. That's what's so frustrating about all this, I said. What has Ben said? Chelsea asked. I haven't talked to him much since he busted me for breaking into Margaret's house. But he did kind of allude to the fact that Stanley's alibi maybe wasn't rock solid. Is he mad at you about the whole Margaret thing? Hillary said. He, of course, wasn't thrilled, lectured me, and told me how stupid I was, but that's not why we haven't talked much, if that's what you're asking. I know he's super busy with this investigation. That's his priority right now. I still can't believe that you snuck into her house, Chelsea said. I would never have the courage. You mean the stupidity? Well, it didn't do me any good because I didn't find anything. That's the other mystery out there. Who poisoned Beans? I don't know. But I can't believe anyone would want to harm this cute guy, Chelsea said, leaning over to scratch Beans on the head where he was sleeping next to her chair. Me either. Anyone who would harm an animal is a bad person in my book, I said. Completely agree, Hillary and Chelsea chorused. Speaking of animals, there's something else interesting I don't think I've told you. I got a call the other day from Todd Harper. He's the one I told you about who owns the exotic pet store in Chamberlain. Oh yeah, he was the one that wanted you to try and come up with some exotic pet treats, which I think is a fabulous idea, by the way, Missy said. Me too. I just haven't had a lot of time. I know he wants it sooner rather than later because he said there's a high demand, which is why he called. He wanted to make sure I received the recipes he sent over and to ask me if I had given any more thought to making treats for exotic pets specifically. Which, to be honest, I hadn't really, but anyway, that's not the point of my story. He said that someone who he described as looking like Elmer came in to buy rabbit food. I paused there for dramatic effect, and they both gasped the way I knew they would. Do you think that Elmer took Lord Fluffington and that's why he was buying rabbit food? Hillary said. He doesn't have a rabbit that I know of, and it just seems odd. I can't help but wonder if he stole Lord Fluffington to get back at Stanley on Edna's behalf, and then we all know that Stanley accused Edna, and maybe things did get out of hand and Stanley killed her, I said. I need to find out if Stanley's alibi holds up. He told me he was in an online chat room called Rabbit Fancy at the time of Edna's murder. That should be pretty easy to check out, don't you think? Chelsea said. I mean, I guess if one of us wants to join and try to ask questions, I said. I'll do it, Hillary jumped in. I'll feel like a real detective. Just don't use your real name, Chelsea said. Of course I won't. I know better. You guys joke about my love of true crime shows, but I've watched plenty of shows to know how to get away with some things. Great. If you do that, I will talk to Elmer and find out why he was buying rabbit food, and see if he will tell me more about his relationship with Edna. Maybe if I confront him about knowing that they argued, he will come clean. After all, Roger said it was Edna who didn't want to tell Roger what was going on. Elmer might not have an issue with it at all, I said. What can I do to help? Chelsea said. You need to just focus on your business. I know you're already super busy and exhausted. I don't need to add anything else to your plate, I said. But I want to help, she said. You can help by continuing to keep your dog daycare packed, I said to her. I knew from first-hand experience how hard it was to get a business up and running. That needed to be her sole focus. As we finished our drinks and hummus, we chatted about other things not related to Edna's murder. I brought up being almost ready to hire someone, and Hillary once again offered for us to share an employee, which was sounding more and more attractive to me. Then about an hour later, I was heading home. I put my phone in the hands-free holder as I pulled out of the parking lot after walking back to Paw Paw's and called Ben. Hey, Tillie, he said when he answered. Hey, I just wanted to check in. I haven't really talked to you much. I know, but it's not because I haven't wanted to. It's just been pretty crazy over here. I kind of figured, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't because you were still mad at me over the whole Margaret thing. I hadn't thought he was, but after it was brought up by Hillary, I wondered. Maybe he was mad and just wasn't showing it. I don't want you to do that again, and you're lucky Margaret didn't press charges, but honestly, I've got more pressing things to worry about. I take it you haven't got any leads on Edna's murder? There was silence on the other end of the line, and I had to smile to myself. I was lucky he was a patient man since I was always asking about his investigations, even though I knew he felt that wasn't any of my business. Okay, I get it. But I do have a question. Tillie, if it's about Edna's murder, he trailed off. Just one quick question. The other day you acted like you didn't necessarily believe Stanley's alibi. Is that true, or was I just imagining that? If it's true, just don't say anything, I said. Another few seconds went by before he spoke up. Listen, Tillie, I need to go, but I should have some time tomorrow. Maybe we can grab lunch. That would be great. We hung up, and while he didn't say anything, and that didn't necessarily mean he was not saying anything, he didn't believe Stanley's alibi, and I felt that if he wasn't trying to tell me that, he would have said something. Tomorrow I needed to talk to Elmer, but I also needed to talk to Stanley. Chapter 24. I called Elmer first thing in the morning, asking him if he had time to meet me for coffee today. He said yes, and that's where I was headed now. We were meeting at 3, which was usually a slower time for the bakery, and today had been unusually slow. Another beautiful day outside, so people probably didn't feel like shopping, and I totally couldn't blame them. Though tomorrow was Saturday and weekends were very busy during tourist season, regardless of the weather. I pushed the door to the coffee shop open and saw Hillary behind the counter. She jerked her head to the right, and I followed it, seeing Elmer sitting at a table, scrolling on his phone with a cup of coffee in his hand. Can I just get a coffee with cream? I asked Hillary when I reached her. No latte? She asked. I just want to grab a coffee and get over there before he takes off. He looks nervous and fidgety. Hillary glanced over at him as she poured my coffee. You're right, he does. Wonder what that's all about. I'm about to find out, I said, and walked over, taking a seat. When I sat down, Elmer looked up and smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Was it because of Edna? Or was he stressed because he had something to hide? Thanks for meeting me. Sure. You know how much the Community Outreach Committee means to me. I knew it did, which is why I said that was what I wanted to talk about. Though I did feel a little bad about misleading him. I know it does, but before we get into all that, I have a question. Elmer looked at me expectantly, tilting his head as if wondering what I wanted to ask him. Were you at Exotic Pets Emporium a week or so ago? I had decided that after he agreed to meet, I wouldn't beat around the bush and I'd come right out with it. To say he was shocked was an understatement. I thought his eyes were going to pop out of his head. Why would you ask me that? His tone didn't match his face, but he didn't deny it. I talked to Todd Harper, the owner of the place, I added when he gave me a blank stare. Elmer gave a forced chuckle. I guess Sweet Haven isn't the only small town that has a penchant for gossip. Since that didn't answer my question, I waited to see if I would have to ask him again, but I didn't. Yes, I did buy rabbit food. And before you ask why, I'll tell you. The same reason I bought cat food. I wanted to set it out and see if I could lure Lord Fluffington back in. While on the surface it seemed like a nice gesture, it didn't make much sense to me. I didn't think you cared much for Stanley? I don't, but Edna had nothing to do with Lord Fluffington going missing. I want to clear her name. She doesn't deserve for people to think she did anything as horrible as that. Okay, I guess I could see that. Don't think I'm knocking your gesture, but Lord Fluffington is a rabbit, and there are a lot of wild rabbits around here. Don't you think it would kind of be a first come, first served situation as far as luring rabbits? I didn't know much about rabbits, but I did know there were always several playing in my yard, much to Daisy's annoyance. She wasn't a fan of squirrels, chipmunks, or rabbits? Yes. I realize it's very much the proverbial needle in a haystack, but I felt I needed to try something. Is that why you never mentioned what you were doing? I didn't really mention it because I didn't think it was anyone's business. He did have a point. At least he hadn't tried to deny it, which meant he wasn't trying to hide anything. That was a good sign. Have you had any success? No, you're completely right. The only rabbits coming to eat are just the garden variety, not show rabbits. He looked so forlorn that I felt bad. That might be the case, but at least you're trying to do something, and that's really nice. I feel I owe it to Edna. I know. I can't imagine how you must feel, as close as you two were. Thank you. Speaking of Edna, did you like her boyfriend, Roger? Elmer's face turned dark. That was my answer. Why would you ask me about him? I talked to him and he said he had seen you and Edna arguing a few times. Figures. That's Roger for you. I never could understand what Edna saw in him. So did you guys argue? Of course we did. Don't all friends argue about something at some point? Of course. Roger just made it seem like it was a little bit more than just a run-of-the-mill argument. Is that what he said? I didn't really want to share that Roger said Edna wouldn't tell him why until I could see whether or not Elmer would share anything. I just kind of shrugged, being non-committal. Anything we argued about wasn't a big deal. Was it about money? Why would it be about money? I felt I had struck a nerve because not only did his tone change, but I could see his shoulders stiffen. He was on the defensive. What Edna and I argued about is no one's business. I wasn't friends with her because she had money, which is not something I could say about everyone. Who was friends with Edna because of money? A lot of people. You would be surprised the kind of people who come out of the woodwork when they know you have money. Strangers were always asking her to donate to some cause or another. Even Stanley got mad when he asked her to donate to the rabbit rescue, as if she would donate to his charity with the way he treated her over the lawn award. I couldn't disagree with that. That was a pretty brave ask of someone with whom you didn't get along with, and not getting along was definitely putting it mildly. Did she talk about her money with you? I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. Like I said, I wasn't friends with her because of her money, so there was really no reason to talk about it. Now I was at a loss. Elmer hadn't lied about buying rabbit food, and he hadn't lied about arguing with Edna. He also wasn't wrong that sometimes friends argue. I had come into this conversation thinking maybe Roger was right and Elmer's relationship with Edna wasn't exactly as it seemed, but now I felt it was exactly as it seemed. I took another sip of coffee, and Elmer started talking again. You're the one with that fancy dog. Seems like he could track Logan and Lord Fluffington. Now it was my turn to be surprised. I assume you're talking about Mr. Cuddles? When I had adopted Mr. Cuddles after his owner died, I found that he also came with impeccable training, not just in obedience, but as a search and rescue and security dog. His previous owner had been a little paranoid and wanted Mr. Cuddles to be able to protect him. The dog was amazing. Yes, Mr. Cuddles. Crazy name for that dog you have. Mr. Cuddles was a very large black cane corso, and Elmer was right about the name. When I first met him and found out his name was Mr. Cuddles, I thought the same thing until I took him home and realized how appropriate the name was. Even though the dog was pushing 120 pounds and a trained attack dog, he thought he was a lap dog and loved to cuddle. Honestly, I never thought about it. I haven't used him in that way. I'm surprised you knew. I knew Bobby Cleary. Not well, more of an acquaintance than anything else. But even as an acquaintance, all he ever talked about was that dog. How awesome the dog was, how special the dog was, and all the things the dog could do. I'm an animal lover, but it was very tiresome to listen to. He wasn't the first person I'd heard that from, and while there weren't too many people who were fans of Mr. Cuddles' former owner, I couldn't fault anyone obsessed with their dog. I'll be honest, I've never used Mr. Cuddles in a working capacity. I don't even know if a dog can track a cat. I know humans have distinct scents, and that's why tracking dogs are able to track them, but I had no idea how it might work with a cat. Elmer reached down and grabbed a small, handled bag, which he sat on the table between us. "What's that?" I asked. He pulled out a sweater that was clearly for an animal, and by its size, a small animal, so my guess was it belonged to Logan. "I know you might find it silly, but isn't it worth a try? This belongs to Logan." I gathered, "I don't know, Elmer. I'm really not sure this is within Mr. Cuddles' skill set. Not to mention, I have no idea how that part of his training even works." "Surely it's worth a try. No one has seen him in so long. He's missing, and I worry I might never see him again." Elmer was definitely pulling at my heartstrings. I certainly didn't want to promise him anything, but I also felt like I couldn't tell him no. Elmer put the sweater back in the bag and pushed it in my direction. "I'll try, but I can't promise anything." This certainly hadn't turned out as I expected. Now I was going to have to figure out how to get Mr. Cuddles to track a cat. Chapter 25. That night, I was at the kitchen table with my laptop Googling how to get my tracking dog to track when there was a knock at the front door. Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles had been lying and snoozing on the floor around me, but all jumped up and ran to the door, sounding like a herd of buffalo. I got up out of my chair as the door creaked open. Some might be scared as a single woman hearing her front door open at night, but those people didn't have 500 pounds of animal between them and whoever was walking through the door. I heard the voice before I saw who it was and got immediately excited. "What are you doing here?" "I hope it's okay I stopped by," Ben said, trying to give all three of them proper attention, and then leaning over them to give me a kiss. "Of course. I just didn't expect you. I didn't want to say anything in case plans changed, and I couldn't get away, and I hoped I'd be able to catch you at home." "Is anything wrong?" "Nothing, except I haven't seen you in a long time. It feels like forever." Those words warmed my heart. It has felt like that, but I know you've had a lot going on. "Are you hungry?" I said, leading him into the kitchen. Apparently, Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles felt it was treat time because they all went over to the area of the counter where I stored them. "I had a late lunch and didn't eat dinner, so if it's not too much trouble to put together a sandwich or something," he said, walking over to get treats out of the jar for the three of them, which they gobbled up immediately, looking expectantly up at him for more. "I think one is enough," he said to them. "I highly doubt they would agree with you, and I can fix you a sandwich. I have some of that really good turkey from the deli in town, but I also made taco casserole yesterday, and I have some of that left if you prefer." "You know I love your taco casserole. Dish me up some of that if you don't mind." "Not at all. Go ahead and have a seat." I went over and got the container of leftovers out of the refrigerator along with a pitcher of iced tea that I always kept on hand. I scooped out a generous helping of taco casserole, putting it in a bowl and popping it into the microwave, and then poured his tea, taking it over and sitting in front of him. He had sat on the same side of the table I had been on, and my computer screen had yet to start the screensaver, and I could see him looking at it. I went back to grab the Fritos out of the pantry and the sour cream and salsa out of the refrigerator, and once the microwave dinged that it was done, I added the extras to the bowl, stirring it up well and taking it over and setting that in front of him before I took my own seat. He must have been hungry because he started eating, and I thought for sure his first course of action would be asking me why I was looking up search and rescue websites. I closed the lid to my laptop and pushed it out of the way, bringing my glass of iced tea closer. "I think this is the best batch you've ever made," he said after it was about half gone. "You say that every time I make it." "Because it's true. I guess the saying, practice makes perfect, is correct." Even though it wasn't like my taco casserole was all that difficult to make, and I did enjoy cooking for people and enjoyed when they liked it. He asked me how things were going at the bakery, and we chatted about normal things as he finished. "I don't have much in the way of dessert, but I do have Kit Kats." "I shouldn't, but if you will share it with me, a little chocolate sounds good." You know I will never turn down Kit Kats. When I walked over to the pantry, Daisy raised her head just to make sure I wasn't getting out more treats. When I returned to my seat without getting anything out of the treat jar, she sighed loudly and laid her head back down. I don't see how you ever refuse them, Ben said, shaking his head at her antics. It's hard, trust me, I replied. I opened the Kit Kat and broke off 2 pieces, handing them to Ben. They were my favorite candy and totally my weakness. That hit the spot. I'm so glad you came over, I said. Well, I appreciate you saying that, but it's not like you couldn't have had a Kit Kat without me. True, but it's much better to split one than to eat the entire thing myself. You could always eat half and wrap up the other half for later, Ben said. It doesn't work that way. Once you open the wrapper, you have to eat it all. He grinned at me before popping the last bite into his mouth. So are you going to enlighten me as to why you typed "search and rescue dogs find other animals" in your search bar, he finally said. I'm just kind of curious as to what Mr. Cuddles can do. Ben raised one of his eyebrows at me. You've had him for how long now, and you're just now wanting to look into this aspect of his training? What are you up to, Tillie? Surely he couldn't be mad if I wanted to use Mr. Cuddles to find Logan. It's not like he was using police resources to find the cat, or Lord Fluffington for that matter. I had coffee with Elmer earlier today, and he asked me if I could use Mr. Cuddles to try and find Logan. Okay, that's interesting. Listen, I was just as surprised as you are, and honestly, I had no idea if a dog could track another animal, but apparently they can. Elmer gave me a sweater that was Logan's to try. I totally understood the look of skepticism on Ben's face. Listen, I know it's a huge long shot. It's not like I'm a trained dog handler, and Mr. Cuddles hasn't done anything but lounge and eat snacks since he came to live with me. He might not even remember his training, but you should have seen Elmer's face. He's so upset that he can't find Logan, and I just felt bad. I'm not necessarily skeptical about Mr. Cuddles and his ability to recall his training. I'm just not sure Logan is still around. Why do you say that? Have you found something out? Do you think the person who killed Edna took him? I honestly don't know what happened to that cat, or the rabbit for that matter. Stanley has been up to the police station twice, insistent that we help look for his rabbit. He doesn't quite understand that we don't have the capacity to look for lost pets, not while we're in the middle of a murder investigation. Lord Fluffington isn't just a rabbit. He's a prize-winning rabbit. Ben sighed. Don't make me feel worse. You know I would help look for his rabbit if I could. I know. I didn't mean to make you feel guilty. Stanley must not be a suspect anymore if he's willingly coming up to the police station. Ben gave me the look that he often gave me when I asked questions about an investigation. What? I'm just making an observation. Oh, so you're not trying to fish information out of me? I would if I thought it would work. Are you any closer to figuring out who killed Edna? I can honestly say no. We have some leads that we're pursuing, and I hope to have this case resolved soon. Maybe that will bring Elmer some peace. He really was close to Edna, and even though he's pretty stoic, he doesn't seem to be taking it well. That's why I couldn't say no to using Mr. Cuddles to try and find Logan. He was pretty distraught that the cat is still nowhere to be found. He said he owed it to Edna to find him. There were a lot of photographs of the two of them in Edna's house. I knew from talking to him that they were friends, but I didn't realize how close they were until I saw all of the pictures, Ben said. It does seem a little weird, but who am I to judge? If they enjoyed each other's company, that's all that matters. Ben nodded and then glanced at his watch. I hate to eat and run, but I have patrol parking in front of Edna's at night, and I need to go relieve one of my deputies. Why are you staking out Edna's house? Do you think the person is going to come back to the scene of the crime? That would probably be a long shot, but someone did try to break into her house the day after it happened, so this has just been a precaution. However, tomorrow is the last night we're doing it. I really can't afford the manpower right now, especially with tourist season in full swing, and no one has tried anything since then. I couldn't help but wonder why anyone would break into Edna's unless it was whoever had killed her returning to the scene of the crime. Human behavior was so hard to predict. "Do you want me to make a sandwich for you to take for a snack later?" "No, thank you, I'm fine. We're only doing a few hours late at night parked out front, and after all of that taco casserole and a Kit Kat, I think I'm going to be good for a while." I walked him to the door, and he gave me a kiss before he left, of course, giving Daisy, Beans, and Mr. Cuddles all a few pats. I watched as his lights left the driveway and then went back to my laptop. I needed to figure out this search and rescue thing for Elmer. Chapter 26. The next day, we got another text message in our social media from someone with a Logan sighting, so I thought I might as well take Mr. Cuddles with me and see if he could help me find him. I had read up on the commands to use with a dog trained to search and watched a few videos. It was almost embarrassing to think that I did that research with no actual real training or experience. Daisy and Beans weren't too thrilled to be left behind, but Mr. Cuddles seemed really excited to be going for a solo car ride. Once I put him in the back, he immediately barked for me to roll down the window. "Hold your horses, Mr. Cuddles. I need to start the car first." As soon as I rolled down the window, he stuck his head out and had a huge grin on his face while his ears flapped in the wind as we went down the road. I soon pulled into the neighborhood next to Edna's and not far from the neighborhood where the last Logan spotting was at. Hopefully there wasn't another spotting of Precious. I got Mr. Cuddles out of my SUV and felt a little foolish as I got Logan's sweater out of the bag and held it up to Mr. Cuddles' nose. Hopefully, none of the neighbors were peeking out of their windows right at this moment. They would think I was crazy. "Okay, Mr. Cuddles," I said, taking the sweater out of the bag and holding it up to his nose. His ears perked up and he was sniffing intently. After about 30 seconds of letting him sniff, I put the sweater back in the bag and said, "Search." He didn't respond. The research I did said the 3 typical commands were search, seek, or find it. Clearly, search wasn't it, or he just didn't remember his training. "Seek," I said next, and his ears perked up again. This time, he took off sniffing the air and the ground and almost pulled me along with him. That was clearly the right command. Mr. Cuddles was a fun-loving dog and so affectionate that right now he almost seemed like a different dog. His body was rigid and his ears straight up like he was on high alert, which of course he was. I couldn't help but wish I knew more about this dog-searching thing. Of course, I believed in obedience in animals and kids. However, when I initially learned about Mr. Cuddles' background, it seemed like overkill. This was Sweet Haven, Michigan, and he wasn't a police dog or military dog. Why did he need defense training or search and rescue training? I was starting to rethink my position on that. I knew working dogs needed the mental stimulation of working, so maybe Mr. Cuddles needed this in his life. He would walk a few steps, nose to the ground, and then stop and sniff the air. Did that mean he smelled Logan's scent? Maybe we were finally going to have success at tracking him down. I started to lose a little faith after following Mr. Cuddles up and down the road and in people's yards more than I really felt comfortable. And nothing. No sight of Logan. No, the even more challenging part of all this was I wasn't sure when we should give up. I figured if nothing else, all this walking around was decent exercise, and I could do it for a little while longer. However, I didn't have the heart to stop Mr. Cuddles. He must have realized the scent wasn't in this area because he eventually went back to the car and sat there. "Are we done?" I asked him. What was interesting was he didn't wag his tail, or anything like he normally did when I spoke to him. It was almost as if he was disappointed. Animals were so much smarter than we gave them credit for, and Mr. Cuddles was definitely an extra smart dog. I opened the door to the back seat and got Mr. Cuddles situated. It was very disappointing to not find Logan, but I knew it was a long shot. Hillary was going to get on the message boards and check out the rabbit group tonight. I should probably get home because Daisy and Beans would be sad Mr. Cuddles and I had gone somewhere without them, but I also realized I wasn't that far from Stanley's and I wanted to talk to him. I realized as I got to his house that he might not be thrilled with me bringing Mr. Cuddles, but I wasn't going to leave him in the car in the summer heat, so if Stanley wouldn't let him in his house, then we could talk on the porch. "Come on, buddy," I said as I got him out of the car. He seemed excited, probably because he was in a new place. Gone was his rigid demeanor from earlier. I walked up to Stanley's front door and knocked. A few seconds later he answered, and when he opened the door, he did a double take, of course, staring at Mr. Cuddles. "Hi, Tillie. I didn't expect you to stop by," he said, never taking his eyes off Mr. Cuddles, who was sitting next to my side, behaving like the perfect gentleman he was. "I was hoping to talk to you. This is Mr. Cuddles, by the way." "Oh, about what?" "About your relationship with Edna. Can we come in?" Stanley's eyes grew wide, and he looked frightened. I kind of wanted to roll my eyes, but I understood there were people that were fearful of dogs, especially one who looked as fierce as Mr. Cuddles. If you're worried about Mr. Cuddles here, not only is he extremely well trained, but he is super friendly. Stanley didn't really look like he believed me. "I promise, Stanley, he really is friendly. Just hold out your hand and let him sniff." By the expression on Stanley's face, you would have thought I asked him to jump in a pit of vipers, but to his credit, he did as I asked. Mr. Cuddles looked up at me and I nodded, and he stood up slowly, walking over to Stanley, whose hand I could see was trembling. Mr. Cuddles nosed Stanley's hand very gently, and finally Stanley seemed to relax a little and finally started to stroke Mr. Cuddles' head. I couldn't help but smile as I could see Stanley start to smile. Animals could have that effect. "He's so soft, almost as soft as Lord Fluffington," Stanley said after a few minutes of petting Mr. Cuddles. "He's just like any other animal, just maybe bigger and a little more ferocious looking than Lord Fluffington. Where are my manners? Please come in." And just like that, Mr. Cuddles totally won Stanley over. "Can I get you or Mr. Cuddles anything to drink?" "I'm fine, but Mr. Cuddles could probably use some water. We were out looking for Logan today." We followed Stanley to the kitchen, and Stanley got a bowl from the cupboard, filling it with water for Mr. Cuddles. "Go ahead and have a seat," he motioned to the table in the breakfast nook. "Are you sure I can't get you a glass of iced tea or anything? You know, if it's not much trouble, an iced tea would be great." Maybe Stanley would be more forthcoming if this seemed more like a social call. After getting us both a tea and refilling the water bowl for Mr. Cuddles, Stanley looked at me. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" "You didn't tell me you went to Edna's the day before she died and Roger had to make you leave. He said you two got in quite a heated argument," I said. "How is that news?" "I think everyone in town knows that Edna and I had an antagonistic relationship. That's why I wanted you to help me figure out who did this to Edna, because it wasn't me. Tillie, you have to believe me." His voice took on a note of desperation. "Stanley, I want to, but when you leave out information like what Roger told me, it's kind of hard. You're going to take his word over mine after what he did to Edna." "What did he do to Edna?" It seemed like every person I talked to threw someone else under the bus. I have never known someone to have so many issues with people, or so many people willing to blame someone else. "He broke her heart." "I'm surprised you know that, or care, considering your relationship with Edna." "I'm not without feelings," he said a little indignantly, which surprised me. I thought it pretty normal not to know the details about the love life of your sworn enemy. "Breakups are hard, but I don't see why that's relevant. I'm sure he had his reasons, and breaking up with someone doesn't make him untrustworthy or mean he was out to get her. He just didn't treat her right. Has he ever done anything to Edna which made you think he could hurt her?" "Nothing that I ever observed." I felt a little crazy listening to him talk. It made zero sense to me. I had the feeling he was just deflecting, which made me even more confused and thinking he was making himself look more guilty by trying to make Roger look bad without a real reason. "You don't think Roger could have killed her, do you?" I didn't get that vibe from Roger, but the fact that Elmer wasn't a fan, and now Stanley was throwing shade at Roger, made me wonder. Stanley gave a non-committal shrug. "I just know it wasn't me." I didn't see this conversation going anywhere, and I needed to get home. "Thank you for the chat and letting us in," I said to Stanley and stood up. Mr. Cuddles got to his feet, and Stanley walked over to him and petted him on the head. At least one good thing came out of this conversation. Stanley was no longer afraid of Mr. Cuddles. "Can I use your bathroom?" I asked. "Sure. It's down the hall, second door to the right." Mr. Cuddles followed me down the hall. Anyone with dogs knew you didn't get much privacy. "I'll be right out, Mr. Cuddles." When I walked back out, I expected to see Mr. Cuddles sitting there waiting for me, but instead, he was a few more feet down the hall in the same rigid position he adopted when I was trying to get him to find Logan. I looked down the hall and didn't see Stanley. "What's wrong, buddy?" I said, and he twitched his ears back, showing he heard me, but he didn't move. He was staring at a closed door I assumed was a bedroom. What was in there that Mr. Cuddles was locked on? Again, I looked down the hall and didn't see Stanley. Nice that he was a gentleman and wasn't rushing me in the bathroom. I crept over to the door and put my hand on the knob, slowly turning it. It was locked. I put my ear to the door but didn't hear anything. Was Logan in there? It's not like I could pick the lock, so I had no choice but to walk away. I saw Stanley waiting by the front door. "Thanks, Stanley. Thank you, Tillie, for believing in me." I nodded, not wanting to say anything, because I wasn't sure I did believe in him. In fact, I was more confused than ever. As we walked back to the car, Mr. Cuddles started walking over to the side of the garage. I followed him, thinking he needed to do his business, and when he stopped, I stopped. And what I saw made me even less convinced of Stanley's innocence. Sitting by the side of the garage was a gallon jug of poison, the same kind the vet said Beans had ingested. Rage filled me, but I knew instead of confronting Stanley like I wanted to, I needed to tell Ben. I needed to handle this the right way to see justice. But if Stanley could poison an animal, killing a person wasn't that far of a stretch. Chapter 27. As I headed home, my anger didn't subside. I was trying to be rational. That wasn't an uncommon poison, but I also didn't believe in coincidences. There were too many things starting to stack against Stanley. When I got home, I was going to call Ben. I knew the police were busy, but I knew how much Ben loved Beans and animals in general. He was furious that someone had poisoned Beans, and I knew he would at least talk to Stanley. What I didn't understand was how someone who loves his rabbit like Stanley did would want to hurt another animal. I was almost home when I realized I left my recipe book at the bakery. I had been working on a new recipe, and it always started with chicken scratch in my notebook, where I was always writing down ideas and ingredients I felt would go together. I preferred to test the beginnings of a recipe in my own kitchen. It felt more forgiving. When I started the bakery, it had been my goal to create a new recipe a week. It was one of the things that really helped from a marketing standpoint. Missy did great posts on each week's special, and we only made a limited batch, which also helped the urgency to buy. What I hadn't realized was how hard it would eventually become to create new recipes. Now, we did recycle some of the favorites, and I had allowed myself some grace not to feel I had to reinvent something completely different and often did twists on favorites. Tonight was the only night I had this week to spend the evening in my kitchen, and I wouldn't be as productive without my notes. I was a woman of a certain age where my memory didn't always work as well as I wanted it to. I sighed. "Sorry, Mr. Cuddles. I need to go back to the bakery," I said, looking at him in the rearview mirror. He didn't seem to care. He liked car rides. All three of them liked to ride in the car, which was good for me, except when I wanted to go somewhere without them, which wasn't often. I slowed down to pull into a driveway and turn around. Luckily, I didn't live that far away from downtown. When I arrived at the bakery, I parked in the back. "I'll be right back, Mr. Cuddles." The temperature had dropped a bit, and the parking lot behind the bakery was shaded. Plus, I was just going to be in there a minute. I rolled down the windows and took the store key off my keychain. I used a handy clip to make it easy. This wasn't the first time I'd forgotten something and had to come back. I went in and grabbed my notebook and was back in the car, pulling out in less than 2 minutes. As I headed out of town, I realized I was going to be passing Stanley's and Edna's again. It popped in my head that Ben had mentioned there wasn't a security system at Edna's. I couldn't help but wonder if there might be clues at her house that would shed light on all the things that didn't add up, like her relationships with Elmer and Roger, for that matter. Just when I was about to pass her house, I pressed my foot on the brake and made an abrupt slowdown. "Sorry, Mr. Cuddles," I said as I made the sharp turn and threw us around a bit. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as I got closer to Edna's. I didn't even want to think about what Ben would do if I got caught this time. I just knew it wouldn't be good. You would think I would have some sense of self-preservation, but my curiosity won out every time. Not my best trait. As I reached Edna's, the street looked quiet. I pulled a little down the road so my car wouldn't be seen right in front of her house. I might not be making the smartest move, but I wasn't that stupid. "What do you think, Mr. Cuddles? Am I being an idiot?" I said, turning to look at him. He just looked at me, tongue lolling out of his mouth, not really giving me an answer. I was going to take that as a no. Now the question was, should I take him with me? It would probably be a little stealthier if I didn't take him, but I didn't want to leave him in the car either. "Well, Mr. Cuddles, looks like you're coming with me." I unbuckled him and let him out of the SUV. I started to put his leash on, but then decided not to. I wanted my hands free, and Mr. Cuddles was extremely well trained. Sweet Haven did have a leash law, but breaking that was minor in comparison to what I was about to do. I looked around for any neighbors who might be outside, already feeling a knot in the pit of my stomach, but didn't see anyone. Hopefully, to the casual bystander, I was just a lady out walking her dog, not someone who was about to commit her second breaking and entering. I reached Edna's house, and my first inclination was to go around the back, but she had a fenced-in backyard, and there was a lock on the outside of the gate. This wasn't going to be as simple as when I was at Margaret's. Maybe this was a sign that I needed to turn around and head right back to my car. Instead of listening to my cautious inner voice, I walked up to the front door. Not that I expected Edna's door to be unlocked, since the police would have never left it that way. However, if Edna was like most folks, me included, she would have a key hidden somewhere that was probably fairly obvious. I looked under the doormat and a ceramic cat she had on her porch. She had the cat decor in common with Roger, though not nearly as bad. Nothing. I looked around, and then I noticed the rocks that lined the walkway up to the porch, and one of them stood out to me as being a little different color. I took a few steps forward, and it definitely wasn't as rock-like looking as the others. I bent down to pick it up, and it was light. Turning it over, I saw a button and pressed it, which opened a small crevice, and voila, there was the house key. I was getting good at this, getting into other people's houses, though I knew it wasn't something to be proud of. "All right, Mr. Cuddles, are we going to do this?" I looked at him, and he was sitting there just waiting to see what we were going to do next. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves and walked back to the front door, inserting the key and opening it. Mr. Cuddles and I quickly stepped through the door, and I closed it behind us. So far, so good, though it felt a little creepy being inside murdered person's house. "Where should we start, Mr. Cuddles?" I should have had a better plan of what it was I was looking for before coming in here. Maybe she had a home office. It would make sense that it was where she would keep any important papers, that, or her bedroom. I walked farther in and saw the layout of Edna's house was much like mine. Living room in the front, kitchen off to the side, and a hallway where I presumed the bedrooms were. It was neat, just as neat as Margaret's. They both had that in common. I just glanced into the kitchen and started down the hallway when Mr. Cuddles stiffened and stood in place. "What is it, Mr. Cuddles?" He took a step forward and sniffed, swiveling his ears back and forth, letting out a little whine. What was going on with him? He sensed something here, which made the hairs on the back of my neck tingle. He sniffed again and whined, looking up at me. What was he trying to tell me? It was then I heard a faint rustling. I walked farther down the hall, and Mr. Cuddles walked ahead of me to stand right in front of a closed bedroom door. He whined again, louder this time, and I knew I needed to open the door and see what was bothering him, but I was a little apprehensive. Mr. Cuddles bumped my leg with his head. Okay. I get it. I reached out and slowly turned the knob and swung the door open. My mouth dropped in surprise. I was staring at 2 animal cages, one containing Logan, and the other a rabbit which I presume was Lord Fluffington. What the heck were they doing here? Had Edna stolen Lord Fluffington and pretended someone took Logan? Wait, that wasn't possible because the police had been here. That meant someone else, whoever had taken them, had come back to Edna's thinking it was the perfect hiding spot. Ben had mentioned his deputies were only parked out front for a few hours late at night. Whoever was doing this had the entire day and most of the evening to slip in, and if they came through the back, a patrol car out front wouldn't see a thing. It was risky, but maybe not as risky as I first thought. Logan started meowing furiously. I didn't know a lot about cats, but I could tell he was not happy about being trapped in that cage. I know, buddy, you shouldn't be in that cage, but you have to give me a minute to think. There was no way I could leave these animals here. Who knew what might happen to them? I saw their cages had fresh food and water, but still. I was going to have a devil of a time explaining this to Ben, but I would never leave an animal in potential danger regardless of the consequences. Mr. Cuddles, you stay with them. I just need to check a couple things and then I'll be back and we will all get out of here. Sit. Stay. Stay, I commanded him, and he immediately responded. He looked at me and back at Logan and Lord Fluffington, and I swear he nodded as if he knew exactly what his job was. I headed down the hallway to the next door, opening it and seeing what I assumed was Edna's bedroom. I could see at the other end of the hall what I had hoped to find, and that was her home office. I walked in, and unlike my office, which had papers strewn around and unorganized chaos, her office was as neat as the rest of her house. I know the police had gone through everything already, so I didn't know why I thought I was going to find something different. I just knew I'd already taken the risk to get in here and I was going to get caught because I was taking the animals home. I might as well try and see what I could find. I opened all the drawers, looking through them, and didn't see anything that jumped out at me. She had a small 2-drawer file cabinet in the corner, and I walked over to that. The top drawer had hanging files and folders, as you would expect a homeowner to have with warranties and receipts. I closed it and opened the second drawer, which was pretty much the same. I shut the door and stood back, hands on my hips, looking around the office, but there really wasn't anything else here. Then I looked back at the file cabinet and I noticed that the bottom drawer looked deeper than the top drawer, which meant maybe there was space for something to be underneath there. I went back over to the drawer and opened it again. I grabbed a handful of folders, taking them out and placing them on the floor, and saw there was a thin lockbox in the bottom of the drawer. I took it out and set it on top of the file cabinet. It wasn't actually locked, and I opened it to see letters and a bunch of papers that I started rifling through. My surprise grew, and things all started to make sense when I heard Mr. Cuddles bark. And it wasn't his happy bark. I rushed out of the room to go see what was going on, my heart pounding. I saw a figure standing in the doorway where Mr. Cuddles continued to bark, and I knew he was protecting Logan and Lord Fluffington. It was then the man turned to face me. I always thought you were so sweet, but really, you're just a busybody. Normally, I wouldn't be scared of Elmer, but the gun in his hands changed things. Chapter 28. Deep breath, Tillie, I said to myself. Don't let him think you're scared, I said, trying to bolster my confidence. You need to shut up that dog before I do it for him, Elmer said as Mr. Cuddles continued to bark and growl. Mr. Cuddles, off. I gave him the command, and there was instant silence. I was reassured, though, because I knew Mr. Cuddles may have listened to my command, but that wouldn't change his vigilant stance in protecting Lord Fluffington and Logan. My mind was racing. After the documents I had scanned moments ago, I knew Elmer had a lot at stake. That, coupled with the fact he was standing before me holding a gun, thankfully down by his side, told me that he was willing to go to any lengths to protect what he thought was his. The only way to deal with someone with their back up against the wall was a calm and rational approach. I didn't speak right away, trying to steady myself by slowly breathing in my nose and out my mouth, using the relaxation technique I had learned in one of the yoga classes Chelsea had dragged me to. I hadn't been a huge fan of yoga, but I guess I got something useful out of it. I wasn't exactly sure what to even say, but Elmer started talking first. I really wish you could have left well enough alone, Tillie. I really did enjoy working with you on the community outreach initiative. That kind of surprises me, I said. He cracked his head and looked at me. Why do you say that? Well, it was you who killed Edna, wasn't it? And kidnapped Lord Fluffington. Why? To make it look like Stanley was the guilty party? I can't believe you think I could kill someone, but I did steal Lord Fluffington. I'll give you that. Stanley was a horrible person the way he always accused Logan of terrorizing his stupid rabbit. Now I was a little confused. You didn't kill Edna to get her money? The papers I had seen in the lockbox had been a signed and notarized will that was dated several months ago, and then on top of it had been an updated will that had yet to be signed and notarized. The first one had left quite a substantial amount of money to the cat rescue in town, and then the rest, which was even more substantial, to Elmer. The revision had cut Elmer out completely, so I could only surmise that was his motive. Actually, no. Well, I didn't kill her, but I wasn't about to walk away from that money. She owed me. Even though he was standing in front of me in a house that he had no more right to be in than I did with a gun, for some reason I believed him. If you didn't kill Edna, then who did? I'm afraid that would be me. Margaret stepped around from behind Elmer. I told you to stay in the car, Elmer snapped, but I could tell Margaret had startled him. When you didn't come back right away, I wondered what was going on. Clearly we have a bit of a problem. Gone was the sweet Margaret I had gotten to know in our car ride to see Roger, and in her place was a woman whose eyes were devoid of emotion. Had I been so completely fooled? You two are in on it together? Did Elmer like to charm older women? You know what they say, dear. Teamwork makes the dream work, Margaret said, in a chilling tone. The situation had gone from bad to worse. I might have had a chance at talking Elmer down, but I was fairly certain there would be no working things out with Margaret. She was looking right at me, but her eyes were cold. Elmer might be the one holding the gun, but I was pretty sure that Margaret was not only the brains of the operation, but the enforcer. I've got this handled, Margaret. Now go back to the car. Elmer turned to look at Margaret, taking a step toward her. I scooted forward a little as well, and neither of them noticed. The closer I could get to the room with Mr. Cuddles and the other animals, the safer I would feel. Then handle it, she said, and turned around, walking out, which frankly shocked me. Except fear replaced the shock, as I didn't know what handle meant, and I was afraid to find out. Elmer looked at me and motioned with his gun into the room where Mr. Cuddles, Logan, and Lord Fluffington were. Go on, get in there. What are you going to do with me? I said as I walked in. Don't move, he said, and stepped out of the room. This could be my chance to escape, but I didn't think the house had a back door, and I wouldn't be fast enough to run past him out the front. Mr. Cuddles gave a low growl, and I looked over at him. This was the first time I had ever seen him where he actually scared me a little. I knew him well enough to read his body language, and he was mad. It might sound weird to think. I knew the body language of my dog, but Mr. Cuddles was quite expressive. It's okay, boy. He glanced at me as if to say, You're crazy, lady. That guy has a gun. I kind of shrugged, and he looked back at the door. Elmer walked back in with a roll of duct tape in his hand, not holding the gun. He had shoved the gun in the back waistband of his pants. Sit, he said, nodding at a wooden chair in the corner. I didn't feel I had any other choice but to do as he asked. I sat down and he began tearing strips of duct tape off and first taped my wrists to the arms of the chair and then my legs. Behind him, Mr. Cuddles was pacing. I wish I knew what he was thinking, and I hoped he didn't try and attack Elmer and get shot in the process. If Elmer was just going to tape me up, it would be okay. My friends would figure out I was missing when I didn't show up for work the next day, and they went to the house to find Beans and Daisy alone. This was going to be okay. When he finished taping my arms and legs, he taped my mouth. He started to say something to me when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and realized it was Margaret. Now I was worried again. This wasn't good. "I knew you couldn't do it," she said, and Elmer jumped, turning around. I couldn't help but think it wasn't smart to startle a guy with a gun. That's when I noticed she was holding her own on Elmer. "Margaret, I told you we don't need to kill anyone else." "And just what do you think is going to happen, Elmer? Someone will find Tillie in a couple hours. She'll tell them what happened, and no one's going to come looking for us. By the time they find her, we will be long gone." "Not long enough. I know her nosy friends, not to mention her boyfriend, the sheriff. I give it an hour, 2 tops, before someone wonders why she's not responding to them." "Margaret, this wasn't the plan," Elmer said. "Well, sometimes plans change. Now move. I'm going to deal with this, and then we need to get out of here." Elmer hesitated, and I felt a little glimmer of hope that he was going to try to talk to her again, but then he stepped aside, and I felt like I was going to throw up. Tears pricked my eyelids, and I couldn't believe I had got myself in this situation. Who was going to take care of Mr. Cuddles, Beans, and Daisy? All these thoughts were rushing through my mind that I didn't notice Mr. Cuddles walk over behind Elmer, who was now standing right behind Margaret. What was that dog doing? I found out a few moments later as I saw Margaret raise her gun to me. Mr. Cuddles backed up into the doorway and crouched down. It was maybe a second until I saw him spring up and hurl his 120-pound body at Elmer, who was caught off balance and crashed into Margaret. They both fell to the floor, guns flying across the room, and I shut my eyes until I heard them land and no shots went off. Mr. Cuddles positioned himself between where they were lying in a heap and where I was in my chair and started growling. You didn't have to speak dog to know that he was telling them in no uncertain terms exactly where they were. "Get off me and go get my gun," Margaret said to Elmer, pushing him off her and trying to sit up. Mr. Cuddles took 2 steps forward and was almost right in her face with that deep throat growl. I was a little bit nervous, and I knew him. "You're crazy, Margaret. If we move 1 inch, that dog is going to maul us." "Don't be such a sissy, Elmer." Margaret got to her knees and started to rise, and Mr. Cuddles got closer to her, never stopping his growl. Too close for her to have space to stand up, she tried scooting back, and he just followed. He wasn't giving her any room to move, and I saw him move his head just slightly to glance at Elmer, who wasn't moving a muscle. Margaret finally gave up. I felt safe from them for now anyway, but I didn't relish sitting here tied up for hours. I tried pulling in my arms and moving my legs to see if I could loosen the tape, but it wasn't really working. Mr. Cuddles walked over to me and turned so he was next to the chair and facing Margaret and Elmer. He had stopped growling at this point, probably because he didn't need to. I looked at Mr. Cuddles as if to say, "What do we do now?" It was a rhetorical question, but it was like we were on the same wavelength. He started biting at the duct tape, holding my right arm until he had bitten right through it. I ripped the duct tape off my mouth, which hurt like heck, and I'm sure my face would be red later, and then I undid the rest of the tape. I walked over to where the guns had been thrown and heard Mr. Cuddles growl. I turned to see that once again Margaret had tried to move, and now he had her up against the wall. "Call off this beast before he bites me," she said, and her voice wasn't nearly as brave as it had been earlier. I ignored her. I didn't think Mr. Cuddles would bite her unless maybe she tried to make a run for it. I felt a little queasy picking up the guns because I wasn't used to handling firearms, but better to be in my possession than theirs. "Mr. Cuddles, I need to go get my cell phone. Stay." Giving him a command at this point was probably overkill, but I wasn't taking any chances. I walked quickly out of the bedroom and into the kitchen where I threw the guns in a drawer. I didn't want to keep carrying them around and wanted to put them where they wouldn't be easy to find. Then I ran to my car, got my phone, and called Ben. When he arrived 6 minutes later, Mr. Cuddles was in the same position, not taking his eyes off Margaret or Elmer. "This dog is a menace. He should be euthanized," Margaret screeched as Ben walked in. "I should have poisoned him along with that pig." My blood boiled, and for the first time in my life, I wanted to cause someone bodily harm. However, she could screech all she wanted. Where she was going, she would never be able to harm any animals. Chapter 29. "Maybe I should hire Mr. Cuddles on the police force," Ben said a few hours later after Margaret and Elmer had been arrested and I had given my statement. "You don't have a K-9 unit, and apparently he is much better trained at this stuff than I thought. It was really cool to watch, even though I was scared out of my mind." "You realize you wouldn't have been scared out of your mind if you hadn't gone there in the first place." I had been waiting for this. I knew Ben's first priority was to get to the bottom of things, but I knew at some point I was going to get in trouble, or at least a lecture. Yet again, going into someone's house unauthorized. While I had been waiting for Ben to interrogate me and thinking about what to say, the word unauthorized came to me, and I felt it sounded a lot better than illegal entering. Though when I used the term on Ben, I wasn't exactly sure he agreed. Now I know what Mr. Cuddles is capable of, so I always know I will be safe. "Tillie, that's not the point, and you know it," he said sternly. "And inside, I was just glad you're okay, but that could have gone horribly wrong. What if Mr. Cuddles hadn't been with you? What if Beans had been with you? Each of them is special in their own way." I didn't want him hating on Beans, and I knew he loved Beans. Well, he had a point. Beans wasn't necessarily a trained guard dog or search dog. Mr. Cuddles had definitely done things I hadn't expected. "I'm sorry. I know it was wrong, but all is well that ends well," I said, looking up at him, and he just shook his head. I still can't believe it was Elmer and Margaret, but I really felt Elmer genuinely cared for people. He was definitely good at hiding his true colors. I couldn't help but think of the home visits we made to shut-ins a while back and how sweet and genuine he was. It really bothered me that I had completely misjudged his character. I have a feeling he wouldn't have done this if it wasn't for Margaret. Elmer was more than happy to start talking and threw Margaret under the bus. I think he regrets everything that's happened. He said he didn't know Margaret was going to poison Beans, and originally, she wanted him to kill Logan and Lord Fluffington. "But why?" I asked. "Why hurt the animals?" Elmer said she wanted to make it look like someone was after animals and thought that would cause less focus on who killed Edna. That's why she poisoned Beans and tried to incriminate Stanley by putting the poison by his garage. It hit me then. The rabbit food. Elmer had told me he bought it because he wanted to set it out and lure Lord Fluffington back in. I had thought it was a little odd at the time, but I let it go. He wasn't trying to lure that rabbit anywhere. He was feeding the rabbit he'd already stolen. He looked me right in the face and lied, and I bought every word of it. My fists clenched by my sides. I was still so angry about that. Why didn't they just skip town? The Still needed to cash in on the will. Elmer said Margaret wanted to wait to produce the will, so it didn't look so incriminating. I thought she was a good person. I can't believe she had me fooled. A chill ran through me as the full weight of it settled in. Margaret had played the part of the concerned friend, teaming up with me to investigate, riding in my car for 2 hours to Roger's cabin. We had chatted and laughed, and the whole time she was watching me, figuring out how much I knew. I had been trapped in a car with a woman who had killed someone, and I never once felt uneasy. That was the part that scared me the most. Don't be so hard on yourself. People are really driven by greed. It brings out the worst in people, and Edna was a lot richer than anyone knew, Ben said. It's just sad for someone to lose their life over someone else's greed. Hopefully they'll both go to jail for a really long time. I can't say what the DA is going to do, but my guess is they'll throw the book at Margaret, but Elmer might get a little leniency for cooperating. Now go ahead and take Mr. Cuddles home. He deserves a treat. You're not going to tell me everything Elmer said? Ben shook his head. Now go on, he said with a smile, and gave me a kiss before I left. While it was disappointing to not know exactly what happened right then, it didn't take me long to find out the scoop because the next day it was all over the news. Apparently Elmer was Margaret's long-lost son that she had given up for adoption when she was in her 30s. So far, it hadn't been identified who the father was or how they reconnected, but it made more sense as to how Margaret convinced Elmer to take a walk on the dark side. Stanley had been ecstatic to get Lord Fluffington back, and I asked him what had been in that locked room Mr. Cuddles had been fixated on. I figured he would be in such a good mood he wouldn't mind me being nosy, and he didn't. He told me he had 2 other rabbits, and that is where his rabbits stayed in the house. Mr. Cuddles probably smelled them like he had Logan and Lord Fluffington. Speaking of Logan, so far the 2 distant relatives of Edna's had no desire to take him in. So, of course, when Ben asked, I said he didn't have to ask twice. I wasn't sure at first if Daisy, Mr. Cuddles, and Beans would really bond to having a 4th member of the household, and a cat at that. But as I sat on my couch watching TV, with Mr. Cuddles pressed up against my left side and Logan pressed up against my right, with Daisy and Beans sprawled out on the floor, I had a feeling it wasn't going to be a challenge at all. Though my house was starting to feel smaller and smaller. At this rate, I might need a farm. But for now, I was just going to enjoy my fur babies. You have just listened to Claws and Clues, a Paw Paw's Pet Bakery Cozy Mystery. Book 5, written and narrated by Lena Turner.